Rare. Woo 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 woo.
Brew, I ain't saying it like that. Gotta keep it goblin-approved chaos, but not that kind of cringe, you feel? Say sniff else and I'll goblin spam that pronto.
He will not disrespect Ducky. I 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 will not disrespect Ducky. Yea, respect the Ducky legend. No cap.
Z! The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog bro mind goblin jokes. Absolute goblin energy vibes, not offensive, just like stuck in a dusty basement of ideas, my dude. I'm all about that chaotic charm, not the snooze fest. Mind Goblin jokes gotta level up, or they're just weak loot in the Goblin stash. Gimme shiny, wacky, chaotic political trinkets any day over flat brain humor. Smash that cringe and bring the heat, poggers.
Golden uncommon.
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother?
Billions and 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 billions.
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong, you know, with the map, bing, 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 little mouth on him, bing, 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 bing.
And billions 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 and billions.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, in the old days, bing, bong, you know, with the map, bing, 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 little mouth on him, bing, 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 bing.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and
J.D. Mandel.
billions and 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 billions,
but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks to the forefront
and billions and
billions and billions and
billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and
over the
billions.
next 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks.
I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks.
And I'll be making a big decision over the next 2 weeks.
At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal.
Over the next 2-3 weeks.
In about 2 weeks.
Within 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
Please clap.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Boobies, 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 boo. Boobies, 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 boobies,
Bispo, bispo, bispo. Bispo, 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 bispo,
This is the ending, guys. This is a story. It's a song. boobies, 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 boobies.
Damn, you guys really wanted Gloggy to say boobies over and over again. You got it all right. No wonder it took so long. I was like, the fuck? I think it glitched, right? Yeah, the 23 times went to 230 times or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. There's also like a character limit, guys, so you can't do 23 times, right? Because then it does stuff like that and it will like crash it, so... Because Twitch has like a character limit, unfortunately. So, the 23 also tried. Yeah. Oh my god. Sure, I'll check it out. Hello, Gust. It's King Desert Loner. Oh, it is? It's you, buddy? Oh, yeah. Twitch in its infinite wisdom made me change it. Oh my god. Why? I don't get it. Why did they do that? Why would they ever do such a thing? Your name wasn't offensive or anything. I don't get it. Loner can be offensive. Oh, that's why. That has to be it. After 7 to 9 years, it somehow violated TOS. That or someone reported you. That means the streams you're hanging out with, people don't like you too much, man. I mean, there wasn't anyone in here, right? Generally, names being reported are because reports and stuff are all due to people in chat. Right? Do you watch like bigger streamers? If you watch bigger streamers, there's going to be more people on your name. They don't like what you say, they don't like what you do, they report you. And then Twitch goes like, Loner's kind of insulting, bup, and done. Yep.
Epic!
All right. Makes sense to me. Oh, yeah. That's how one of our congrats. Damn, epic. That doesn't matter. Ooh! With the rare ability, Ducky. God, I'm so proud of that game, man, I made. It's only gonna get better, too. I'm making a Twitch extension so you guys can trade them. And I'm doing a battle system. So it was somebody else, then. I don't know what to tell you. Somebody reported your name, and they didn't like you. Right? Because why else would they report you? I can tell you one thing. It wasn't anyone in here. That is 100% what happened, right? Some people have nothing better to do. That's why I said, the bigger the streamer, right? You have more eyeballs on you, and people who don't like what you have to say, they find you fucking annoying or something. People are triggered, butthurt, right? They report you. I've seen it, guys. Like, I've seen it. Right? A chatter of ours got reported and she had to change her name as well. Right? And that wasn't even like on our stream. She said that she got reported by somebody she knew in another chat. So there you go. Some people have nothing better to do. Wait, doesn't matter. Trolls in the shadows. I know I am. I'm a semi-troll in the shadows, though I'm not malicious. And that's what I mean. Like, the more eyeballs you have on you, the more people that are in like streams and they see your name, or like you're in a stream with 100 people, right? 200 people, 3, 4, 5, 1,000 people. That's gonna exponentially cause that, right? Literally, I have bigger fish to fry. Yeah, exactly. It's so dumb. I don't get it. I do not get it. And especially if you're hanging out in LGBTQ streams, right? Like, let's be honest. I don't know, right? Somebody says, I don't like that you're calling yourself a loner. That's insulting to loners. Fuck off, right? And they'll say that, and Twitch will just agree with them, right? Yo, Aeon Lord Arc. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. Where is Jers? I don't know. I don't know where Jers is. He hasn't been around in a while. All right. Let's see.
Susan Collins says she's bipartisan, but she's only bipartisan when it doesn't matter.
We're gonna start off with this because, of course.
That is so.
Wait, we didn't watch this one. My bad. This is the other one we're gonna watch. Sorry. Yeah, guys. I've seen some crazy stories as a streamer now. Like, people just they're just like, they have nothing better to do than report people. Oh, you know what happened too? Like somebody in another chat got literally banned from Twitch for 7 months because 7 days, luckily only, because she said that, like, I'm tired of white people taking away my right to vote. And this was in like a bigger stream. I forget which one it was. And like, Twitch literally banned her. And I know, because she's in our community, and she reached out to me and was like, hey, like, I got banned from Twitch. I can't watch you anymore. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, so King Desert Loner, just be careful, man. There's really nothing you can do because, right, it all depends on the streams you hang out in the most, right? But I've seen it happen, man. I'm sorry it happened to you. Another one to the list, let's just say, right?
Candidates all over this country have been winning major victories.
Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders took to the stage earlier this week with other New York City Democratic Socialist hopefuls, and the right should honestly be panicking right now because the energy of the nation is on the side of the progressives like never.
He's got a Bulbasaur. The OG.
Before, and liberal and conservative media alike do not know how to react. And this rally was just another amazing example of how the power is truly in the hands of the people. Just
a lot of, that's why I say I've noticed it mostly in bigger streams. Like, again, this is not to like, if you're in a really tight community like ours, you're gonna know who reported you. You're gonna know. You're gonna know based on the facts that people like are in the chat, they're engaging, when the ban happens, when the things happen, right? Like, who says it or what? We all know that. Like, and we kind of all like know each other, especially on the Discord, right? But no. When you have literally thousands of people in like denims, right? How would you know everyone? It's impossible, right? So somebody comes in and says, nope, no, I don't like that for some reason, and Twitch agrees with them, because reasons. Yeah, of course.
Take a look at this crowd when Bernie walked on stage. I don't think an establishment Democrat has seen a crowd with that level of...
Especially because, like, my streams are longer, and a lot of streams that, like, a lot of politics streams tend to be a little bit longer. Have you noticed, right? So we all tend to kind of coerce more. Like, we were all talking with one another, and we kind of know. We can get the vibe of who it is. I've emerged from the mines. Yeah. Hey, welcome back. Thank you for watching the ads. Helps out the channel. So what I was saying, I'm no longer King Desert Loner, but what I was saying was that even Ducky noticed that in Denim's chat, and she's a pretty big streamer too. See, so again, it just depends on who you're hanging out with, right? What streams you're hanging out in. Every stream has a different vibe. Every stream has a different kind of person who watches it, right, et cetera, et cetera.
Energy in years, and it's just another Thursday for Zoran and company.
And again, these are not even just me. This isn't even just me saying it. I've talked to other streamers. Kid has said it before, right? He's told me the exact same thing. Other people have told me the exact same thing, right? Ice Beans has told me that. I'm trying to see. Living Lily's told me that, right? Like, yeah.
And Mamdani
A bunch of different streamers there alone, right? So
actually used this opportunity to sharply criticize the Democratic Party not focusing on the needs of the American people, which will inevitably lead to failure in 2028. And it is pissing the establishment off.
New York's Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani says that the Democratic Party, as it currently exists, will not win the presidential election in 2028 unless they start
he's right.
more progressive candidates beginning in Tuesday's New York primary.
He's right.
Fall short of 270 electoral votes. Because the party of the past will not be what leads us into the future. For we need a Democratic Party with backbone.
And the energy in that room did not slow down at all when Zoran rightfully started to attack some of the, as he describes them, monsters in current American politics, which includes AIPAC.
And we need that because, as Gramsci once wrote, the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters. These monsters take many forms today. In
Damn Skippy.
Television ads that blanket the airwaves with misleading and bad faith attacks about Claire, Brad, and Dari.
I know he's great.
Those who would rather spend far more on political contributions than they would ever be made to pay in taxes.
Mm-hmm.
In AIPAC, for whom the
He's
only
100
thing more
there.
frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide.
I wish every town had their own Zoran, for real.
Whose wars? They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal: to preserve their power so that they can turn us against one another, instead of our leaders turning towards the moral change we all know to be necessary. In a politics that for too long has asked working people to lower their expectations, to settle for less, to become satisfied with small victories while our wages grow even smaller and our costs grow even larger. To resign ourselves to resignation, to accept the unacceptable. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we need not live in fear of monsters any longer.
And Mamdani is right. AIPAC and the interests of Israel have been a negative force in U.S. politics for decades. And especially now that Israel feels more empowered than ever in their solidarity with the U.S., their leaders are saying some of the most unhinged and horrific shit I have ever seen. This was written earlier this week by Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's Minister of National Security, and he said,
I haven't even started looking into my town's mayoral candidates yet. I'm going to wait until closer to the election. Yeah.
For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of
Well, local politics is also really important, right? Yeah, well, it gets over. Everyone just thinks of federal, and that's part of the problem. You can't look at it that way.
of Lebanon must burn. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that because Zoran is probably in the majority on this one, that is a horrific statement. And there is obviously more, but we won't even get into that because the vast majority of the rally did focus on the major victories that progressives have been winning all across the country, as well as focusing on some hopefuls that are going to join that list. And Bernie actually listed out some of the major success stories that we've already been seeing to a crowd of cheering supporters.
Lilia Mejia, a labor organizer, first time running, took on the establishment candidates in New Jersey. She's now
New
the
Jersey.
Congresswoman.
No, no. Not that place.
Adam Hamawi, a U.S. Army combat surgeon, saved lives in Iraq, traveled to Gaza as a volunteer doctor to take care of kids. He is going to win his election, congressman from New Jersey. Graham Plattner, 4 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan, never ran for public office before, defeated the establishment candidate, the governor. Is going to become the next senator from Maine.
And that is just the tip of the iceberg, right? Bernie also shouted out Bob Brooks, Brian Poindexter, Sam Forstag, Randy Villegas, Chris Rabb, Jane Kim, and Janice Lewis George, right? All of whom...
Yeah, like Chris Rabb is a little disappointing, but guys, I'm also kind of forgiving. Maybe it was just he's not a good speaker, right? Not everyone can be perfect like Zoran, essentially, right? Or next to perfect.
Who have won major progressive victories across the United States. One of the candidates now vying to join that list is Brad Lander, who ran against Zoran Mamdani last year for the mayoral election out in New York and is now running for Congress with the support of both Zoran and Bernie Sanders. And he had some incredible things to say at the rally. Take a look.
Zoran and I cross-endorsed last year. I'll admit, it started with the shared goal of saying good fucking riddance to Andrew Cuomo.
I will say that cross endorsement and like ranked choice voting is also really important for this reason alone, guys. Right? We talked about this on right before the election, right when they actually cross endorsed each other. Do you see how systems of voting can just change the way people interact with one another? How important this is? In any other voting system, you would never get this kind of cooperation, right? And what does game theory say? It says that the more you cooperate, the better outcomes. Exhibit A, right? Brad Lander, who was a decent candidate. It's not that he was like terrible, right? It's just he's not Zoran, let's be honest. He crossed endorsed with him, and look. So this is literally game theory, right? The mathematics of game theory coming to life right in front of our eyes, right? Now, if we could do this in every part of the country across the world, even better, right? So this is why I say this. Even voting systems need to be like fundamentally looked at because they need to be encouraged to work with one another. Otherwise, you have division, you have deep ideologues who just don't really who say the right things, but they don't actually care about, right? That's the Republican Party. Like, the reason you have the current day Republican Party is because of our current day voting system, right? You could definitely make that argument. In fact, I've heard other political scientists make that argument. So there you go. Right? Meanwhile, this is the opposite, right? Where it's like cooperation is encouraged. And you're getting benefits and you're seeing the benefits, right? Zoran won because of this system, in part.
Don't tell my mom I said that. Sometimes you need an opponent to get your team motivated. But it became something much deeper. proof that politics don't have to be a cage match.
Well, this is what he's saying, but without saying what I just said, right? I think he's just saying it more like politician-y, boring kind of way, right? But this is the real takeaway from this. Like, you look at it in this perspective, that this is essentially game theory working out in real life. Like, you're seeing it in 4K, as they say, as the kids say.
Politics can be a team sport for the city we love and the values we share. That's solidarity.
Yes, exactly, right? That is solidarity. That is exactly what we need more of in this country, and we need more leaders like Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, is we can point to solidarity and we can say all this stuff, but what are some of the systems, right, that keep us separated and disjoined from one another? This is an example of that, right? We could spend all day on the systems, right? But essentially, this is what you should take away from it.
And Bernie Sanders using their voices to influence and generate buzz around candidates like Brad Lander, Claire Valdez, and Daria Liza Chevalier, right? All of whom have their primaries on Tuesday and are running against some establishment Democrats, including Chevalier, who is running against Adriano Espaillat, the 71-year-old U.S. representative from New York's 13th, and it is a tight race, so we'll have to see where that one goes. But honestly, they might be fine with all the coverage Fox News is giving them, because it's just free press at this point.
We've had it with corporate Democrats who don't know what time it is. This is not the time for strongly worded letters.
We can stand unapologetically
Damn,
with our
I love how he's
trans
just saying that now.
We can put our bodies in the way of the deportation machine.
These candidates are energized and ready for a fight. They truly are the future of the Democratic Party. And as Mamdani says here, we here on the left have something that these corporate stooges on both the right and the Democratic establishment do not have.
Something that crisis does not. Something far stronger. We have a love of our neighbors that can be heard in bodegas and $9 coffee shops alike. A love that is not driven by age or race or status, by a working class.
God, can you imagine spending $9 on a cup of coffee? Could never be me.
Solidarity and a fundamental understanding that only together can we win that which we deserve.
What is that, like a tiny cup of coffee in New York? I told you guys the story where I went to New York City, right? And I got like a burger, and it was like $30. It was like a little bit of French fries, and like it wasn't the biggest burger, but it was decent size, I guess, right? And yeah, it wasn't like McDonald's quality, but it wasn't that great either. $30, guys, $30, right? It was like $25 plus tip, right? So $25 and not even a handy. What up? Remember that meme? $9. I would give Zoran the coffee on the house, to be honest. Yeah, $9. I'm not even joking, dude. New York is crazy. New York is crazy expensive. Like, I thought Boston was expensive. I was like, holy shit, you gotta make bank in this city to fucking live in it. Unless you're like eating at the mom and pop shops, or the like he says, right? Even the food trucks are expensive now. Even if I had the money, I'd just starve on principle. Yeah, Ducky, I don't think you were here that day, but we made the joke. We were like $35 and not even a handy, or $25 and not even a handy.
Only together can we win housing that's affordable, wages that recognize our worth, and a government in which there is no task too big and no job too small.
And whatever happens comes Tuesday when it comes to these races, we will be sure to cover it here at US Dems, because these races, as Zoran mentions here, are crucial to winning, not only in 2026, but also in 2028, because we need to actually be pushing forward strong progressive candidates ready to properly take on the Republican Party and the establishment Democrats alike, because both serve the same interests of capital at the very top, the same billionaires and now trillionaires who are influencing them with their money, and lobbyists and oil tycoons and all these kind of things that have been influencing our politics for generations. So if you agree that the future of the Democratic Party lies in the progressives and the Democratic Socialists, be sure you subscribe to the channel, leave a like on this video, and comment down below. I would love to hear your thoughts on this and more. So do all that good stuff and have a great day.
I paid $5 for a head of cabbage yesterday. Oh my God. $5? Isn't cabbage like a cheap ass vegetable?
Please clap.
Thank you, Wild. I gotta call you Wild Man now. Twitch. God damn it, Twitch. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened, buddy. All right, and then there's a very interesting documentary that I've been wanting to watch about far-right women's groups. Kind of a misnomer, right? But guys, they exist, I guess. And then we have a James Tallarico interview. You know, I think James Tallarico for Texas is a decent candidate. I don't particularly agree with everything he says, but we've talked a lot about him. And then, yeah, let's just start with that, because this should be kind of interesting.
What would you think if you saw these Instagram posts? Young women going to demonstrations, putting up stickers, spraying graffiti. Women who like to dance and sing karaoke. To me, it looks like belonging to a community and having fun. But scroll on a bit and you see German flags, balaclavas, and hear this word over and over again.
Remigration.
Remigration.
Jesus.
This is the Instagram channel of Lucreta, a far-right women's network.
Oh my God.
We are a women's group who stands up for the rights of women across Germany.
They classify themselves as Sweetie Pie Extreme. The Interior Minister of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia says they are right-wing extremists. Zara, me, Kim, Alyssa, and Lisa have spent months investigating this group. We've been taking a closer look at these activists and their associates, going undercover at times. We met Emma, who told us she was once part of this scene.
Women were talked about in an inconceivably perverse way.
And we talked to Marie, now a target of the far right.
I have now faced death threats the majority of my adult life.
We have discovered an international network and followed a trail that led to the European Parliament. All the time we kept on hearing the same demand.
My goal is simple: mass deportations now.
We end up at a meeting of European right-wing extremists in Portugal, complete with...
Do you notice a trend? Mass deportations now? Guys, these policies are all over the world. Australia, Germany, right? It does not matter at this point.
Hardcore
these kind of parties,
propaganda,
groups.
What do these women want?
Ideas.
And how much influence do they already have? We started out researching the hashtag Frauen für Frauen, or Women for Women. Sounds important, right? What we found: braided hairstyles, crocheting, and outfit inspiration. But wait a minute, what does that say? How would you dress for remigration? The far right's favorite word, squeezed in between fashion accessories and cute little doggies. Let's pause for a second. You're going to be hearing this term, remigration, a lot.
Yeah.
So what does it mean? Groups like Lucreta use the word as a battle cry.
The concept of remigration is inextricably linked with ethno-nationalist racist deportation plans.
To get a bit closer to the scene, we set out to find someone who
always
was part
love
of
those.
it. We tracked down Emma via a social media post. She says that a year ago, she was very close to such far-right women. Emma wanted to remain anonymous, at least initially. Emma said she was 17 when it started. Out of curiosity, she tagged along when her mother visited her neighbor. Nothing strange there, really, but that neighbor was Mathilde Huss. Back then, she lived in the Villa Adlon in Potsdam, near Berlin. According to the non-profit media organization Correctiv, that's where the far right met to discuss their remigration master plan in late 2023. For Emma, it was just the house next door, owned by a family friend.
My mom was in very close contact with her back then.
Emma said she didn't wonder why the far right were gathering there. She was excited to take part and hear what they were discussing. But you've said that several people tried to get you involved. Can you say who that was?
One of them was Matilda Huss.
Matilda Huss denies getting Emma involved in the scene. We asked her. Emma, however, says Huss invited her to take part in a meeting of young women in Villa Adlon. One woman held a talk. The name of a certain party was mentioned, the far-right alternative.
Pauline Hanson also started banging on about monoculture in Australia, and her bestie gifted her a plane sound familiar. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. That does sound familiar. Well, Pauline Hanson's crazy. She's one of these clowns, basically. And, yeah. She's been in the Australian Senate for decades, right? Decades. Decades.
For Germany or AFD.
They talked about the lack of female role models in the AFD, conservative female role models. It was like they were creating a doll to copy.
So their focus was on female role models for the AFD. One contradiction jumped out at her.
On the one hand, yes to feminism. Women should be liberated and emancipated, but at the
Well, that's what's so funny, right? Is yes to feminism, but still be in the kitchen. What?
same time, women should be incredibly conservative and take a back seat.
We would
This is so well. That's why we're watching it, right? Because guys, I guarantee you, this is gonna make its way out to other parts. Like this is definitely, it's already starting to, right? Like we talked about how, there are like groups here, like Instagram groups and like TikToks and stuff that show like how to be more traditional, more conservative, right? What's the term here? I'm blanking on the name. I think it's like how to be more of a housewife. That's what they say, right? Trying to strip uses immigration as the problem, and our uneducated dumbasses are lapping over it. Yep. Trad wives. That's right. My bad. Trad wives.
Contradictions.
Right. So this is essentially trad wiveism, right? But German style. So like they're going to share ideas, right? I guarantee you.
During our research, but first we wanted to know who exactly.
This is a prelude to saying, look, I'm a feminist. I just don't believe in women's rights. It's literally the playbook of self-contradiction to play the game and at the same time try to claim you're not a racist because you know a black guy is man mentality. Yeah, exactly.
Took part in that meeting.
100, dude. 100, right? And trad wives, like that whole movement on like TikTok and in general, right? On the internet especially. Lauren Southern was a trad wife, right? And then now she regrets it. This is all gonna, like, guys, they're all feeding off each other, right? It's like an Ouroboros, right? Does everyone know what an Ouroboros is? As like one thing ends, right? It's the snake that eats itself, right? Consistently. They're just like feeding off ideas. Ways of getting to people, and it's going to look different in every country, but they're doing it, right?
It was an unofficial Lucreta meeting.
Lucreta, they're the ones with the outfit tips for remigration. Matilda Huss denies the Lucreta meeting ever took place in Villa Adlon. It's one person's word against another. Lucreta describes itself as an independent initiative of young women. Its slogan, standing up strong for women's safety. But they also post things like, real women are right-wing. As far right as the AFD, classified by Germany's domestic intelligence agency as a suspected right-wing extremist group? Yes, says extremism researcher Juliana Lang.
I know a trad wife who's literally distancing herself from the movement because she can't find herself wanting to see them as them. Yeah, exactly. So this is an even more extreme version of that, essentially, right? But they're gonna, if takes off, guys, I guarantee you some of these policies, ways of getting to people, etc., all these like notions are gonna make it into whatever like the new version of being a trad wife will be, right? Again, it's like the Ouroboros.
Lucreta is a classic front group, like a number of others we observe in the AFD's political sphere. We see young women with friendly expressions.
Because being a trad wife, besides like what? Besides a very few amount of people, it's generally just something you do by yourself and you're out there. And right, even Lauren Southern fucked off for like a while when she was a trad wife. But this is even worse because they're like actively aligning themselves with the far right-wing party in Germany, right? So like, can you imagine that with MAGA? Jesus. I mean, this is in many ways, right? This could be like an even more powerful version of Turning Point USA, right? It is a right-wing version of that. She's still pretty liberal and she just prefers to be in the backseat, but fully willing to let others and even vote progressive in elections. Wow, that's crazy, dog.
Who give right-wing extremism a different face, a female face, and that is their strategy.
When talking about Lucreta and the AFD, let's start with the obvious, Lucreta's founder.
My name is Reinhild Bosdorf, and I'm part of the women's network Lucreta.
And this is her mother, Irmhild Bosdorf, an AFD member and a member of the European Parliament.
Oh, God.
Reinhild also works as an assistant to AFD MEP Alexander Jungblut. And this woman also likes to pose for Lucreta's social media posts, Marie Kahn, another AFD MEP. This testifies to a very close link between Lucreta and the AFD. And all three, Bosdorf, Jungblut and Kahn, belong to the Europe of Sovereign Nations, or ESN group, a faction which also represents other far-right parties in the European Parliament. We discovered the ESN was organizing a women's conference in Germany in June 2025. This event was publicized by Lucreta, despite its claim to be independent. We wanted to know what was up for discussion, but the meeting wasn't public. You had to sign up.
Ooh.
We couldn't send in a reporter with a camera team for our investigation. We had to go undercover. Women from all over Europe were meeting here in Vlatten, a small town near Cologne. We already knew what to wear to fit in.
Yes, girls, no more jeans. Get your skirts and dresses on.
And hey, presto, we were in. That's Reinhild Bosdorf, the Lucreta founder. Mother Irmhild, the AFD MEP.
No jeans, ladies! So the point is they hijacked the community and they got caught in the crossfire. Great news, MAGA has diminished. Well, it's never fully going away. I've talked about that. Unfortunately, it's just going to change the way it looks. And that's why it's important to watch these kind of things, because sometimes we get an idea of what it might look like in the future, right? A lot of these movements, guys, like even because we don't speak German, obviously, but they take a lot of ideas from other parts of the world, right? Like look at just look at right-wing populism in general, right? It all looks pretty much the same across the board. And you know, you could argue that Australia was on the cutting edge of that. It's not so much anymore, but it came here pretty quickly. So what's the point? They hijacked the community and they got caught in the crossfire. My cousin's is pretty trad wifey, though she does not have she does have to work. She's been going further and further to the left as time goes on. Yeah, of course she does. Of course she is. Of course she is. The only reason I'd want to be a trad wife is to have ponies. Lily trad wife ponies, right? Living Lily's trad wife. Damn. Well, because they're expensive, right? And I guess if you're gonna be in the middle of fuck nowhere, you might as well have a pony, a horse, right? I mean, the KKK never fully went away, and they've been around since the 1800s. Yeah, it's just gonna look different, man, because they're like, here's the thing, right? The problem is you have to look at it this way. The Republican Party is not getting more moderate. It's getting more ultra right wing, right? So what will take its place? It's not like we're going to have an FDR landslide and the Republicans are going to lose every single election for the next 20 years, right? That's what FDR was able to achieve. Even then, they moderated, right? That isn't going to be MAGA. Like, I guarantee you, if anything, they're going to stay more or less the same or get even more extreme. So, like I've said multiple times on the stream, guys, you are not going to, like, MAGA's here to stay for the next probably 50 years. It's just going to look different, right? there's going to be different, like, phases of it. But if you think we're going back to, like, civility politics and I want to keep taxes low, right? As like the Republican Party of old, you're going to be sorely mistaken. Get that out of your head. That is never coming back. That thing is so dead, it's like rotting in the grave. It may take a while, but this is the road to an eventual second civil war. Yeah, I mean, I've said that, right? Like, if you look at the context of the Civil War, right? What led up to it? It was the extremism, right? Both sides became ardently against one another. Obviously, one rightfully so, but the other one became so fearful that, like, black people were going to take over their farms and stuff, and white Northerners were going to help them and all this stuff. Like, they went cuckoo, guys, by the end of, like, what was it, 1857, when they fucking hung John Brown, right? The guy I'm wearing right now. John Brown literally, like, caused the election of 1857, 1859, and then obviously 1860 to be just like, what? White people are trying to get black people to overthrow us? Literally, right? That's what people thought about John Brown. We watched a documentary on John Brown. Fascinating guy. I don't think it'll be out there in the streets, but perhaps like a soft civil war. Probably not. I don't know. Like, things are a little bit different now, so it's gonna look different. But I see why people say that, right?
Was one of the event organizers.
This women's conference came about because we said we have a problem. While many people in Germany are right-wing, many women don't dare to say, I'm right-wing too. I believe Europe's future depends on confident, strong women.
She's promoting her party and the ESN, but her daughter has a platform to publicize Lucreta too.
Lucreta is not the conference organizer, but it's well represented here. I would ask all girls here with Lucreta to raise their hands because I'm really proud so many of you have come today.
So what was the conference really about? One topic kept coming up: violence against women.
It's about violence against women, about imported violence against women. And it's also about protecting women from this imported violence.
That was the message of one conference speaker, Bettina Gruber, an AfD member. One thing we noticed, violence against women was...
Guys, they're literally saying immigrants are violating women. They're burning our women, raping our churches.
Often only of interest when committed by migrants. According to Lucreta, remigration protects women from violence. So what does remigration mean, according to Lucreta? The remigration of millions of people means the mass deportation of migrants, far more people than those technically required to leave Germany by law. They numbered some 230,000 in early 2026, far below 1 million. At the conference, one participant said,
"What gets completely forgotten is you could simply deport quite a lot of people."
And got loud applause. Irmhild Bosdorf has said similar things in the European Parliament.
If we want to stop violence against women, then we first have to stop uncontrolled mass migration to Europe.
From the outset, Lucreta only mentioned sexualized violence when migrant men were the perpetrators. That's a classic right-wing extremist strategy, to see male violence whenever it can be represented as something imported, brought in from the outside.
Yeah, when in reality, come on, guys, male violence has always I mean, let's be honest, women are violent too, but like, violence is a human trait, right? Let's just make it a humanist statement there.
And where it's possible to distract from its own structures of violence.
Women aren't well received in the far-right scene. An undercover investigation in the German news magazine Stern in October 2025 quoted Lucreta's founder herself as saying that women were treated.
The Dutch slavery has had a long history of calling others goods to basically justify enslaving them. Yeah. Well, the Dutch started the slave trade, right? I had somebody in here arguing that, and I was like, no, they even admit that they started the slave trade. Jeez, keep an eye on that language, by the way. I'll be coming. And we're talking about the slave trade, right? We're not talking about slavery in general. Slavery in general has existed for thousands of years, right? The Roman Empire had slaves. It just looked different, right? I believe the Persians had slaves, right? We didn't start it. We popularized it. Yeah, we basically made it. Exactly. That's what they mean by that, though, is, well, the slave trade, right? When you say the slave trade, right? What you're referring to is you're referring to the systematic corporatization, like the systematic profiteering of gathering people, bringing them to the Caribbean and South America and the southern part of the United States and selling them, right? That's what they started. So that's like what we consider the slave trade. But yeah, like the idea of it was never the Dutch. Yeah. So that's how the Dutch made a lot of money, because remember, they were a part of Spain, and then Spain lost the civil war with them because they didn't want to be a part of Spain. So they were in serious debt. So what did they do? They started some businesses. Jesus. We fully made it into a business. Yeah, and that's what's important to recognize, right? Is that, yeah, like slavery was never, like it's not obviously they didn't invent slavery, right? But that's not what I'm saying. But that system of like taking people, putting them on a ship, bringing them to the Caribbean and Brazil and all the places that we've discussed in the past, and then, you know, to the southern part of the United States. That system, right, the Atlantic slave trade, was created by the Dutch, right? We were in a stalemate until Napoleon came along. Yeah.
Did extremely badly in the scene.
Yeah, and that's why they did Indonesia, right? Like, why do you think the Dutch did so much trading in Indonesia, right? They gathered so many resources there because, again, they wanted to be that like commercial empire because they were in debt for so long. Yeah, so like, guys, they owned Manhattan, right? A lot of people don't know this, or is it Long Island? I forget which one it was. I always mix up the two sometimes. They owned I think it was Manhattan Island, right? And they sold it to the British for a tiny little island in Indonesia, New Amsterdam. Yep. They sold it to the British. That's how valuable it was, because they were like, well, that colony isn't worth anything in comparison. So why don't we just sell it to them, and then we can take that tiny little island in Indonesia, right? Because of nutmeg, guys. We never really sold it. Yeah, there was a peace treaty, right? It was like, no, we'll stop secessions, right? These fucking peace treaties of the Europeans, the European colonial empires. Yeah.
Emma gave us concrete examples of what she had experienced.
Women were spoken about in an inconceivably perverse way. How they wanted to take them, what they wanted to do with them. They said women couldn't think anyway. It was completely objectifying and degrading.
Jesus.
Rape fantasies, too.
Ew.
So here is the second contradiction.
Ew.
Women should be emancipated, but conservative as well. And violence against women should be discussed, but only when migrants are involved. Not violence in general, and certainly not among the...
So what does this remind you of? This right here is the prime example of postmodernism. No. The facts don't matter. It's my truth, right? There we go, guys. Right? We're looking at it through that lens. This is essentially a postmodernist perspective here, political perspective, in part because it would not be beneficial for them to fight over another war, literally raiding. Yeah, exactly. So they were like, fine, we'll give you this, but you got to give us this tiny island, right, in Indonesia. And that's like where like a lot of the nutmeg comes from. So, or like back then it did, right?
All right, that really got to Emma.
But nutmeg was a very valuable spice. Now it's like you can find it for peanuts in the grocery store, right? It's funny how things work out, huh? Well, Indonesia and Suriname, yep.
Put on 20 kilograms during that time. I suffered from bouts of depression.
She says that her time in the far-right scene really wore her down. Back at the conference in the western German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, our reporter noticed something else.
We have a lot of international guests, in total from 6 different countries.
So where did they come from? For example, next to...
I guarantee you. See what she just said? There are some Americans here.
Reinhild Bosdorf, we can see here someone from the Women's Safety Initiative from the United Kingdom. She also had an extreme message.
Britain allows the systematic rape, torture and abuse of women and girls while welcoming and supporting these monsters. My aim is simple: mass deportation now.
Jesus.
And there were representatives from France too. The Collective Nemesis also spoke.
We think this movement is the future for the women of Europe, together with our sisters from Women's Safety and Lucreta.
Germany isn't the only country to have a far-right organization for young women like Lucreta. They exist in other countries too. Are they busy constructing the far-right's future strategy for women?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just saying, right? That's what it looks like is going on here. Right? And again, I don't know a lot about the subject because I don't know about these other groups and we're learning about this one. But that's why it's kind of important to know about this stuff, because then you're not blindsided by this, right? You're like, oh, this comes from Germany. Like, this is a group, a far-right group that came all the way back from Germany.
They certainly seem to have close ties, but who was paying for all of this?
The food is covered by your taxes. The ESN is paying for that. But if someone wants to make a donation, and I have to say this very quietly, there is a donation box for Lucreta over there.
Aha, taxpayers' money. That means all European taxpayers...
Yep, whole rape gang rhetoric is going on right now. Is so dangerous. Yeah, it is. It really is. See how they have no idea what they're saying, even though they're staying in WIP?
Indirectly financed this
Not
meeting.
just German.
And donations for Lucreta were being collected, even though it wasn't an official organizer. We asked the European Parliament what it thinks about that.
Events organized or funded by the Parliament are scrutinized to verify their purpose, participants, and compliance with European Parliament regulations.
But they refused to comment on this particular case.
And we want to make women more visible. We want to encourage women to step forward, to come to events like these and speak too.
This attempt to attract more women to join far-right movements is not only visible at the European level. Germany's AfD also wants more women to join. And even though the number has been rising, at the moment only about 1 in 5 party members are female. This internal strategy paper from the AfD's parliamentary party from July 2025 was leaked to us during our investigation. It states,
the following groups can be identified where the AfD has not yet realized its potential. One group of women, for example, housewives and mothers.
Housewives and mothers. The AfD are trying to target women.
Oh,
According
no.
to Emma, that's what that meeting
Not
in
the
the Villa
women.
Adlon was about too. And Lucreta is helping the party. Member Julia Gerkens, who calls herself Lucreta's sweetie pie, is also in the executive of the AFD's new
Far
youth
right is now going DEI. What up, Splendinavia? Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again. Yeah, this is crazy. We're learning about. It's basically like a more extreme trad wife movement network. Thank you, my friend. How you doing this afternoon or night? I should say. It's nighttime over there in Iceland, right?
organization. This is Gerkens at its launch.
Als Beisitzerin, als auch persönlich möchte ich rechte Politik für Frauen zugänglicher machen.
I mean, are you surprised, though?
Remigration schützt unsere Frauen und Kinder.
Here it is again, the trigger word of the far right, remigration. How are they managing to push their agenda? Via social media, for example. Lucreta is having success on Instagram. In May 2025, it had fewer than 6,000 followers. By January 2026, that number had trebled. But why does this propaganda function particularly well?
Oh, it's bright and 24/7 in Iceland now, unbearable. Is it really? Yeah, because it's so far up north. Wow.
The internet. That's something extremism researcher Kira Ayadi from
Sorry, I'm 1 hour ahead of them.
Germany's Amadeo Antonio Foundation has been looking into.
Instagram seems to be the main recruitment tool. Pretty pictures are posted there, ostensibly harmless images. Young women primarily come across these profiles in Instagram because they use hashtags like hashtag braids, baking, or whatever.
Yep.
This right-wing extremist ideology only becomes visible when you look a bit more closely at the images and the way they're staged. It is not as obvious as with right-wing women in the classic sense.
Just like we saw at the beginning, sweet braided hairstyles, handicrafts, and then remigration. The reason that they call for mass deportations is always violence against women. Cases are also posted on Lucreta's Instagram channel. Of course, they almost exclusively feature violence committed by men who are not white. We discovered many of the affected women or bereaved relatives did not want this publicity. Here are some of the families' responses.
The fate of our daughter was instrumentalized. I don't want our daughter's murder to be used for political purposes. We want to stress that the death and the loss should not be used to foment hate or be politically instrumentalized.
Yep.
Our reporter Alyssa got in touch with the families, but they didn't want to be interviewed. Because we couldn't find anyone in Germany willing to talk to us about how groups like Lucreta had co-opted the fate of their loved ones, we decided to look abroad. At the ESN conference, we saw that Lucreta is just one of a number of European far-right women's groups. Nemesis in France seems to be the most active. In France, we find Marie...
Did you hear that? The name of the fucking group is Nemesis. Fear the women. We are the Nemesis. Oh my god, guys. We are so cooked as a fucking globe, guys.
Content warning, you're about to hear descriptions of violence. Marie shared with us the comments she reads every day.
Toi, nous allons venir te chercher, cache-toi, espèce de déchet humain, le karma ou nous allons...
Hide, you piece of scum. Human scum. Either karma or you will get you... Or we will get you, you dirty, stinking Islamic bit. Oh my god. I don't even know if I can say this shit. With irreparable mental damage.
Pour parler de l'affaire Lola, en fait, hier, t'avises un soir et
I can hardly wait for your friends to cross the border.
s'occupe de toi. On se revoit tout de suite après à l'hôpital quand tu seras déchiré et défoncé de partout.
Visit you one evening and see to you.
Décassée et
Meaning,
moralement détruite
obviously the R word, right?
par la fête qu'ils t'auront offerte.
See you again in the hospital where you'll be torn to shreds and completely wrecked. A complete wreck. Jesus.
Such comments are part of everyday life for Marie Coquille Chambel. She was a victim of sexualized violence and at the same time, the victim of far-right hate online. We want to know what happened, so we travel to Paris to meet Marie, a doctoral student in theater studies and an actor. How did she end up the target of far-right hate? Let's go back to the year 2020.
I became the victim of domestic violence when I was living with him, and also the victim of sexualized violence.
Marie filed charges against her ex-partner. At the time, many women in theater and show business were talking about such experiences, #MeToo. But she wasn't expecting what came next. A right-wing writer posted a picture of Marie's ex-partner, the actor Nazim B, a man with an Arabic name, and photos of her injuries on Facebook. Suddenly, she got hate mail.
I can even still remember the racist comments about my attacker. They were really disgusting messages that said I'd tasted desert and that the violence that I'd suffered served me right.
Oh shit, is that why your name had to change? King Desert Loner? Oh my god. Well, first of all, that's fucked. Wow. Nemesis, like legit as the Nemesis system where the ring bearer from the Shadow of Mordor. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. This is crazy. Far-right men sure making the world a better, gotta say, honestly, we need re-education camps at this point, yeah.
Suddenly, she got hate mail.
I can even still remember the racist comments about my attacker. They were really disgusting messages that said I'd tasted desert and that the violence that I'd suffered served me right.
She refused to let the racism go unchallenged.
And so I stood up for him, even though I had suffered violence at his hands. I began to say to myself, okay, I refuse to allow my story to be instrumentalized, and I refuse to allow any other story to be instrumentalized.
But it was in vain. Nemesis also seized on her story.
Nemesis wrote a report about it, which really scared me.
I mean, yeah,
Marie's attempts to stop them were futile.
Even when you say you're opposed, they'll use it. They act as if they were an organization that values the victims' voices, but
maybe they really like Resident Evil 3.
They act as if they were an organization that values the victims' voices, but they only help the few victims close to them.
What's incredible is the hostility she, a victim, had to bear. Every time Nemesis mentioned Marie, there was a new wave of hate.
It is, in fact, their followers who turn it against me. They rely on their extremely radical fan club to maximize the cybermobbing.
And that's another contradiction. They did not listen to the pleas of a woman who became the victim of violence.
I now face death threats the majority of my adult life. My family fear I'll be murdered in the middle of Paris.
Of course, we put Marie's accusations to the Nemesis activists. We wanted to hear from them, but they responded with this meme, which means something like red. We couldn't care less. Marie's case shows they only regard violence against women as important when it fits their agenda. We took a look at what else Nemesis does and posts.
Yeah, it's just propaganda, essentially, right? Postmodernism, guys. Good points. Someone call Leon S. Kennedy. Oh, that meme wasn't just red.
This is Nemesis in November 2021, trying to break up a feminist.
Was a threat to them? Oh, really? Is it really a threat? Interesting.
Demonstration.
See, we may not get the context because that's crazy, strategy member. So that's like a threat too.
Together with right-wing extremists armed with iron bars and tear gas. And here is a report about a Nemesis demonstration on March 8th, International Women's Day, which says a neo-Nazi was there as a security guard. And here are far-right extremists who have sought out the company of Nemesis. Perhaps France's best-known far-right politician, Jean-Marie Le Pen, a Holocaust denier and Front National founder who died in 2025, and his granddaughter, Marion Maréchal, who has a seat in the European Parliament. Maréchal's sister-in-law is, correct, a member of Nemesis. The Nemesis activists used the Le Pen's family residence to plan action and throw parties, so Nemesis has ties to the domestic far-right scene and connections in the European Parliament. This is MEP Zara Knafo at a Nemesis demonstration. Like Irmhild Bosdorf, she's a member of the ESN group. And remember the ESN conference and how Nemesis and the German women from Lucreta came together there. Well, in January 2026, Lucreta joined forces with Nemesis at a torchlit march in Paris.
Like other parts of the far right, Lucreta has a good international network, particularly in Europe. For years, we've been watching the way contacts are being made there and attempts at networking.
The idea of the women's groups seems to be working. Nemesis has expanded in the last few years and is now active outside France too, in Spain, Italy, Belgium, and Switzerland.
Oh, great!
In the UK, the Women's Safety Initiative was set up in 2025, and a similar group was founded in Portugal too. Groups comparable to Lucreta have been springing up in all those countries.
Italy, yeah.
Well, it fits. Nemesis and Lucreta call each other sisters. Nemesis demonstrates with neo-Nazis. Does Lucreta also have contact with the neo-Nazis? What happens beyond Instagram, out of the public eye? We look to see what else...
I almost guarantee you Elon and people like Elon are all funding this shit. 100 guys. Hey, I rushed to the bathroom. Did you say something to me? Yeah, but I forget what it was.
Founder Reinhild
Elon funding it? Nah, they are sponsoring it. Yeah, he would say something like that. Oh my god. Same difference, obviously. We are so cooked, chat.
Been up to. There she is, listed as a VIP at a conference of the Portuguese group Reconquista, or Reconquest, taking place.
Oh shit! You know what the Reconquista was, right? That was the taking back of the Iberian Peninsula from the Muslims, right?
In the city of Porto. And next to Reinhild in the lineup, well-known neo-Nazis from around the globe.
Oh shit. Steve Laws?
Steve Laws from the UK, nicknamed Migrant Hunter. Keith Woods from Ireland describes himself, according to media reports, as a raging anti-Semite. The US nationalist Jared Taylor claims that there are different human races and that they have different levels of intelligence.
Oh, great.
And the prominent Austrian Martin Sellner.
What did I tell you? An American was definitely coming this way.
A central figure in the identity.
Something about the name change, Gus. Oh, right. Yeah, we were talking about how somebody reported King Desert Loner on Twitch, and they had to change their name. And I said that it came up in the video that the person said something about, like, you tasted desert dick. And I'm like, is that why? Because, like, that's like a slang and neo-Nazi term to refer to, like, oh, Jesus, how fucked up is that?
Movement. Organizer of the conference in Porto, Afonso Gonçalves.
Maybe, right?
The founder of Reconquista Portugal, accused of spreading ultranationalist, racist, and xenophobic messages, he just says,
Yes, and so what?
And he says things like this about women.
It's pretty much undisputed that men are generally more intelligent than women.
Oh, shit!
Giving women the right to vote was the worst thing we've done in Western civilization in the past 100 years.
Okay, so why is a supposed women's rights activist a VIP at this man's conference? Of course, we'd love to check that out. So our reporter...
So let me get this straight. It's a women's rights activist conference, and they brought somebody who fundamentally opposes women's rights. Yeah, that checks out. All right. Sounds like right-wing propaganda.
Lisa is heading there. As journalists with a camera,
Everyone got
we'd
that?
stand out too much here, so we have to film with a hidden camera, meaning no microphone. The event is taking place in a suburb of Porto where there are no restaurants.
It tracks with all the other right-wing garbage we've seen. It tracks with Pauline Hanson. It tracks with... Guys. Oh, man.
No subway station and no counter-demonstration or police either.
Jesus.
We're feeling really uneasy, but a lot of people inside are filming too, so we pull out our phones after all. Apparently, they feel no need to hide anything here. Those long, narrow banners look eerily familiar. Who's that now? A video message from an AfD member of Brandenburg State Parliament, Lena Kotre. Germany's domestic intelligence agency has classified her as being a confirmed right-wing extremist.
Die Grenzen müssen geschlossen und eine umfassende Remigration eingeleitet werden.
Jesus.
Beides können wir erreichen, doch dafür müssen wir in Regierungsverantwortung kommen. Die Menschen in Portugal wie auch in Deutschland wollen Remigration.
I wonder if she knows the organizer thinks it's a mistake that she is allowed to vote as a woman. And then he takes the stage, the most eagerly awaited speaker at the...
So, everyone got that, right? Here is a woman, literally voted in by many women, is allowed to vote because she's, right, a woman. And this guy takes stage being like, women shouldn't vote. Wow. MAGA's gonna learn so much from these clowns.
Conference, Martin Zellner.
This is not an enrichment, it's a replacement. It is a demographic crime that's taking place right in front of our eyes.
Zellner is stirring up fear about a supposed great replacement, a far-right conspiracy theory. His solution? And Zellner also has something to say about women.
Where lies the future of a nation? It lies in its women. In its young women, to be precise.
And that's precisely why the VIP guest is here. The very reason we're here too, Reinhild Borsdorf. She and Zellner know each other. For example, they were at Vienna's academic ball in 2019. But we want to focus on the women. We approach Reinhild. She wants
I guarantee
to
you guys, all these people are fucking hypocrites and banging each other.
Away.
Right?
Next year, we're also going to hold a meeting in Berlin. Please get in touch. I've also been holding regular women's conferences in North Rhine-Westphalia with my mother for 3, almost 4 years.
We were at the women's conference, but
Of course
Reinhild
they
Borsdorf...
and the reason I said that, or the reason I say that, is even Ashley Sinclair, right? She said that when she went to like all these right-wing events, what did she say in that interview? She said, oh, I saw so many right-wingers, like on the right, people are banging each other or like having affairs or taking like drugs in the bathroom or whatever. Meanwhile, like now that I'm going to like left-wing events, they're like, oh, I gotta go pick up my kids. Sorry, I gotta leave. And it's just like such a difference, right? I think this is a huge part of this, right? It's a fundamental lack of understanding that mental health plays a huge role in these kind of politics. I just don't know what else like a more through line could be, right? Is that mental health is incredibly, especially in the West, right? It is not supported enough. But I mean, let's be honest, it's not supported anywhere, right? There's very few countries that have universal mental health care, right? And good at that matter, and you got to seek it. It's just like, oh God.
Doesn't know that yet. She seems to be having a great time in Portugal.
And very glad to connect with international guests from Germany, from Austria, and of course with our friends from Portugal and from Spain.
What are her international friends discussing in the hall? One is quoting Nazi propaganda.
A true nation can be summarized in 2 words: blood and soil.
Yep. Sounds about right.
There, a Nazi salute. No one steps in. Lucreta activist and MEP's assistant Reinhild Bosdorf surrounded by European neo-Nazis. We confront Bosdorf with what we saw, but she doesn't answer us. And the European Parliament? Surely they need to keep an eye on what their staff are doing. We send them an email to ask, but they won't comment on individual cases. Does an event like this truly respect the values of the EU? They won't say anything about that either. At any rate, the Domestic Intelligence Agency of North Rhine-Westphalia is keeping an eye on Lucreta. That's where Reinhild Bosdorf's group is particularly active, and there, the group is also considered far-right. The state's Minister of the Interior in Düsseldorf, Herbert Reul, doesn't mince his words.
This is a whole new level, showing once again how the far right manages to infiltrate mainstream society, organize mainstream activities, gain acceptance, and emerge from the shady corner. That's how they try to appear totally normal, not some weird bunch of old guys like we used to think, sitting under a flag in a bar, dreaming of the past. Instead, modern and youthful and involving women. That gives it a different image and makes it even a little more dangerous. And thirdly, it gives them access to women they would never have reached through men. The strategy is brilliant, but extremely dangerous.
It's dangerous, too, because it's hard to distance yourself from that scene once you've been part of it, says Emma.
It's incredibly difficult to get out of that right-wing scene once you're in it. My old school friends no longer wanted anything to do with me because of that right-wing involvement. You get kind of trapped in it.
But a week after the anonymous interview, Emma herself posted videos about her far-right experiences.
I'm really happy to be sitting here with you in a nondescript place.
Mystery.
Emma is the girlfriend of Eric Ahrens, who helped build up the AfD's social media strategy and was also there at the event in Potsdam. Eric and Emma say they have left the far-right scene and have no contact with the far-right women. There's no mincing words.
They are all obviously Nazis. They obviously all have a platform where they can spread these damaging ideas and information and false information. Why? And why is nothing being done?
Young, female.
Nothing's being done. And guys, the reason she says that is it's illegal to essentially be a Nazi in Germany, right? Now, to like what degree, that's kind of the problem. I think it's a little too late to have banned the AfD. They should have done it like years ago, right? But in Germany, that's acceptable. Like you don't propagate right-wing propaganda like this, right? For Nazi propaganda in particular. Like you can go to jail for that.
All right.
For obvious reasons, right? With historical implications, right?
In our investigation, we dove deep into a network of women from the far right who act as if they are harmless, who say they support women, but only do so when it fits their agenda.
Yeah. And that's why these kind of laws are kind of shit, right? Because the better deterrent would just be to have equality and understand equity. All these things, right, that we talk about on the stream. So these kind of ideas just seem icky. Like, why would you even touch them with a 10-foot pole, right? But when you have a bunch of neoliberal parties that don't really do anything, right? And cause a ton of brain rot. Exhibit A. Far-right has been able to infiltrate our politics because of failing centrist neoliberal policies that have failed and to address the concurrent downfall of the working class quality of life. Yeah, exactly, right? That is a brilliant statement. Well said. I'm going to pin that. Well said. Well said, dog. Couldn't have. You said it well in a sentence, basically. Yeah. And you technically can have an official representation, though they already have. Yeah.
Who spread hatred against migrants.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, you can't legislate your way out of this problem. Not anymore, right? Like, you had to do this maybe 10 years ago, and now it's too big, right? Like, they've won so many elections in Germany, right? And it's not just in Germany, guys. Like, you see it in France, in the UK, in all these places, right? So, yeah. Like, we just have to fight the good fight, which is, education, right? Education, right? I mean, a lot of these people are coming out on their own and being like, yeah, this was fucked up, but we can't just rely on that strategy. That's way too passive, right?
If we are against violence, then we're for remigration.
And who act as if they are serving women's rights.
They are instrumentalizing what is ostensibly feminism. That is, they say they are conducting a right-wing feminism. But if you look more closely at their work, it ultimately has nothing to do with feminism.
Yeah, but it feels like it does, and that's all that matters, right? To them, at least.
This is all about maintaining For years, we've been watching the way contacts are being made there and attempts at networking.
Then we're for remigration.
And who act as if they are serving women's rights.
They are instrumentalizing what is ostensibly feminism. That is, they say they are conducting a right-wing feminism. But if you look more closely at their work, it ultimately has nothing to do with feminism. This is all about maintaining patriarchal gender roles.
They're already part of our democratic institutions, and their policies are being promoted in events paid for by taxpayers' money. The women's ideology is plain.
These are racist and openly far-right strategies.
Their networks are deeply anti-democratic and anti-feminist. The idea behind Lucreta seems to be taking off. More and more groups of its kind are being set up across Europe, designed to propagate hate and fear. And more women seem to be attracted to them.
Interesting. Coming to a USA near you, sadly, but surely. All right, let's see here. Living Lily sent this over. Oh, great. Speaking of which.
Now, but it's not. The Trump administration just quietly laid the groundwork to put disabled people back in institutions. They're doing this by trying to eliminate the one rule that kept disabled people in their communities where they belong. This is really scary, and I need your attention. So here's what happened. The White House asked for it, and the Justice Department put out a legal opinion. It says the rule that makes states care for disabled people in the community rather than lock them away in institutions was never really required. And as a result, they can cancel it. Now here's the part that I need you to hear. Under this, putting a disabled person in an institution only qualifies as discrimination if the only reason they're in the institution is because of their disability. So under this, the state could turn around and say, we don't have the funding or we don't have the space in the community.
Wow.
And then turn around and institutionalize that person. And that's allowed.
Wow.
Right? Every state has waiting lists. Every state is short on money. And they just turned all of that into a legal excuse to institutionalize disabled people. It covers intellectual and developmental disabilities. And this includes autism. This rule is the floor into group homes, under people living real lives in their own communities. My oldest relies on Medicaid and this exact kind of support. So yeah, this is impacting the people that I love as well. But here's the honest part. This isn't law yet. This is a legal opinion from the Justice Department. It's not a court ruling. Nothing changes today, but this is how it starts.
Of course it does. That's how this stuff starts, guys. You have to understand that.
The next step for them is actually canceling the rule. And that's what we watch for. Share this because almost nobody knows this is happening right now.
Yeah, anybody with a disability.
Call your representatives, tell them that this matters. I'll keep you posted as we learn more. We'll talk soon. Guys, we need...
That means blind people? I mean, fuck, technically even legally blind people, right? People in wheelchairs, people with autism, as he said. Guys, this sounds like the most Nazi policy, right? Well, I think it's one step. It's several steps away from just gas them in a chamber, right? That's what the Nazis did. Yeah. Oh my God, we are so cooked. Yeah, guys, we're heading back to like a period of the 1960s and 70s where we just like threw people into mental asylums, as like Trump likes to call it, right? Some of them have been dropping hints that they want to bring back insane asylums and involuntary commitment. Yep. Like, has anyone ever seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? The Joker movie, the one with Joaquin Phoenix? My goat. That shows insane asylums pretty well, how they used to be back then, right? Yeah. Oh, guys, it's all coming back. We're getting it all back. This is arguably even worse, right? Because it's... Oh my God. Yeah, I saw that when I was kind of freaked out. But yeah, exactly. Like the Joker movie, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it depicts this era really well. Well, you see it throughout the movie too. Like it has that deinstitutionalization back in the Reagan era was actually very problematic, not for the reasons these people have. Yeah, exactly. Because what we did was we threw people that actually needed a lot of help just into the streets, right? And then that led to the homeless and the homeless epidemic that we have now, right? So now they want to put these people away, but like in a different, in for-profit centers. Like, oh God, it's even worse, guys. Like, it's just, this is an even worse version of what we had before. At least back in the day, there was, like, it was bad because it was obviously it was involuntary, right? But now they just want to do that, but with even more. Yeah, it shows how the system is fucked. Didn't even predict as much. It showed how mental health care and system is. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Listen, good luck picking me up because I'm not going. They'll force you, girl. If they see you as a threat. I don't know. We'll have to see. It might be this one, but I don't remember now. I haven't seen it in a while.
So I'm just got nowhere else to go. Don't know what to do, you know? All records, 10 years older, they're still in the basement, and you're talking about something 30 years ago, so...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How does someone wind up in here? Have they all the people committed crimes?
Well, yeah, some have. You know, some are just crazy, pose dangers to themselves and others.
See?
So I'm just got nowhere else to go. Don't know what to do, you know?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
It was like this mentality: just get them out of the system, get them out of sight, out of sound, right? Just get them out, put them in these institutions involuntarily, and right instead of actually trying to help them. But here's the problem, right? By just unleashing them all and bringing them into a neoliberal society like the Reagan era did, right? Like Ronald Reagan did. It created more income inequality, more poverty, because these people had never worked, right? They they have a lot of trouble, like being productive, right, quote unquote, in society. So yeah, there's a bunch of problems, right? It's not like getting rid of the system fixed the problem. It just made it worse in different ways, right? Like what Ducky was just saying.
Sometimes I don't know what to do. Last time I ended up taking it out on some people, I thought it was going to bother me, but it really hasn't.
What's that?
I fucked up. And did some bad shit. And you know what I'm talking about. It's so hard to just try and be happy all the time.
Hey, listen, man, I'm just an administrative assistant. Like a clerk, you know, all I do is file paperwork. I don't know what to tell you. But you should see somebody. You know, they got programs, city services, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. They cut all those.
All right, it is.
See, this is what I mean. This movie did a good job at explaining this stuff in like a very subtle way. You just got to pay attention, right? He even just said it. They cut all those, right? Because in the 70s, that's when they started to cut this shit and just throw them all out, right? In the late 70s. And Reagan just made it even worse.
Bye. Let's see.
This movie takes place in like 1970, I would say like the late 1970s, right? That's what I would say.
Diagnosed by Dr. Benjamin Stoner. Oh, the patient suffers from delusional psychosis and narcissistic personality disorder. Was found guilty of endangering the welfare of her own child.
Oh, shit.
What? You said she's your mother? I'm sorry, man. Like I said, I can't release these records, you know, without
oh, shit.
proper forms. I could get in trouble. Look, if you want to bring your mom in here to sign, that'll be much easier, but I can't let this go without her signature, okay? I'm sorry.
No, man. Come on, man. Give it to me. Hey!
We went over this, Penny. You adopted him. We have all the paperwork right here.
That's not true. Thomas had that all made up. So it stayed our secret.
You also stood by when one of your boyfriends repeatedly abused your adopted son and battered you. Penny, your son was found tied to a radiator in your filthy apartment, malnourished with multiple bruises across his body and severe trauma to his head.
I never heard him cry. He's always been such a happy little
Yeah. Damn, guys. I forgot that part. See, it's important to watch movies sometimes more than once for that, right? Jesus. Michigan's doing some privatization. Yeah. Great. Reagan and Thatcher are responsible for the world we live in now. Of course they are. Yeah, 100%, dog. Wait, I was wrong when they abandoned the privatization plan for now. They did? Okay. I don't mind a rehab center to help people like group homes, training and learning how to, which we already, but we need more funding in those programs. But I'm against anything against institutions. Yeah, 100. Unions were as powerful, if not more, than political parties in the West in the 60s and 70s until greed is good, Reagan world order. Well, what's important to understand is unions, when they were at their most powerful, were a counterbalance to the political class, the corporate class, because they help counterbalance that, right? Like all the changes that we've had in the last like 80 years have been because of unions, right? Unions have gathered together and have basically put pressure on the political system to change it, right? There have been people in the political system that run for the political system that want to change it as well, but like you have to have the unions or a co-op network, or that's why they're so against them, right? Otherwise they wouldn't care, guys. Like they wouldn't be against unions if they didn't have any sort of power. But that's why I say it's all a power dynamic. You're absolutely right, Splendinavia. There is a great need for a better inpatient mental health rehab programs. Yeah, not warehousing people in insane asylums, but insurance companies prevent that. Yeah, well, and the Trump administration wants to bring it back, right? But a worse version of it. Absolutely. If we only had better systems. Yeah. I've been hospitalized, though I'm not in a long time, and I was told the average inpatient stay is 2 days. What can I do in 2 days? Yeah, that's stupid, right? So like we have to look at both systems, right? We have to look at all these systems, understand how it worked in the 60s, right? 70s, and then what happened in the 80s. Because it's all like directly related to the problems we have today, right? Keep this in mind. Unions were basically an incredibly effective pressure group to the political establishment, at least not today. Yeah. Like that's how you got all the change, right? But like it also took people in the political system helping unions, right? So it's kind of like a yin and a yang almost, but like you cannot have a yin and a yang with just black, right? Or white. You have to have both. And that's why I always argue, that's why I always say, guys, unions, co-ops, and anything where like collective power is directly attributed to pressure a political system is really important. You can't have an operating political system without that. And again, it's not even just me saying this. Other people have said it before, right? It's vital to this system. That's the problem, is we're not fighting for this stuff. We're going actively against it, right? Like Trump basically defanged the NLRB, right? Instead of making it more powerful like he promised, which was a joke. Of course, he was never going to make it more powerful. Right? The National Labor Relations Board. There's actually a bill in Congress that just passed in the House that we had covered. And it said that if you form a union, you don't have to wait years and years and years to be recognized. You just get immediately recognized within, 30 days? Whatever the day amount was. that's the fact that passed Congress is insane, right? Now, I don't think it's going to survive the Senate, but how it is, right? This stuff is really important, guys. We need unions, we need co-ops, all these things, right? I actually like co-ops even more, right? And guys, the countries that do a good job at protecting co-ops have more like accountable politicians as well, right? So we need to do all these things plus more, right? But we're not even talking about these issues half the time. Ironically, unions got off the ground because Henry Ford knew that people had more money and time and could sell more. Yeah, exactly. So he's heavily lobbied their rights to, bingo, right? And that's like what they see. Like the only reason you have AI that benefits rich people is because unions are weak. They're so weak they're irrelevant essentially, right? And we use the example in my state, right? They passed a Uber union, and the union hasn't even been recognized thanks to Trump, right? So, no, fuck that. All right. Now we got James Tallarico. I said we were going to watch this too.
Democrats have talked about flipping Texas blue for a long time. This cycle, they believe they may finally have a real shot. Between the Republican nominee, Texas State Attorney General Ken Paxton's long list of political baggage, which includes multiple impeachments, corruption allegations, and years of controversy.
Corporations in Iceland are liable for huge lawsuits if their employees are not in a union, so basically mandatory here. Yeah, there you go. That's one way of doing it, making unions mandatory. Nobody's talking about that. What the fuck?
And President Donald Trump's tanking approval numbers, particularly.
Right? And guys, I'm in favor of it being a co-op, a union. I don't care at this point. I just want, Iceland. No wonder Iceland's so based. Jesus.
Latino voters. Democrats see a path to victory with their nominee, State Representative James Tallarico. Tallarico and I sit down at a coffee shop in Fort Worth, Texas, called Black Coffee, for a wide-ranging conversation.
Black coffee. I love black coffee. Some of my favorite coffee. Yeah, I drink my coffee black, so I don't put anything in it. Although I've been doing whey protein coffee now for a while, and I'm really glad because if you guys crash after coffee, like if you get that crash that really makes that you don't like when you drink coffee, I highly consider you put like some whey protein powder because the protein slows the absorption down. But make sure it's sugar free because you don't want to do protein powder that has a lot of sugar in it. I drink matcha and it's lovely. Yeah, matcha's great too. I actually, you know what I do now? What I do, right? I do it's like my own little concoction. What I do is I do iced coffee, black, right? No, nothing. Just like very concentrated black coffee. I do this every morning before I do the Gustx broadcast. I put some whey protein powder, a scoop of it, right? No sugar. It only has stevia. And then I do a tiny bit of matcha. Ceremonial matcha, right? This big. Tiny bit. Why? Because you're getting like the green tea without it tasting too much like green tea, right? Because you don't want the green tea to like overpower the coffee. So you're getting that, but you're also getting matcha, right? And you're getting caffeine because it gives you a lot of, right? Matcha has caffeine in it. Oh, guys, it's so good. That's what I do. I do protein matcha shake. Yeah. How much do you bench, bro? I'm pretty strong. Yeah. So I'm a medication on that caffeine. It hits harder and longer fast. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's going to cause a problem, yeah. So maybe try that if you have trouble with caffeine intake, right? Like if it hits you too hard. I know if I don't do this kind of coffee, guys, I cannot drink coffee because I get the high, but boy, do I crash fast. Like you'll see me like fucking asleep here. You'll see me doing this. That'll be Gustx snoring on stream because I literally can't do it. So like this is the one thing I found that has like really helped me out. Yeah, I love the earthy taste, but some people can't stand earthy. I love earthy taste. Guys, you get used to all this shit. Just suck it up, Buttercup. You get used to it. Just see how it like makes you feel, and that's more important than the taste, right? You get used to the taste. In fact, I now prefer it. So I really do enjoy soft drinks, though. Yeah, soft drinks. I try to avoid those too. Falling asleep like redolent thought. Does he fall asleep on stream? Jesus. My workout is 7 beers and punching a pillow with Ben Shapiro's picture on it. Same. I like the nice cold sour beverage, preferably caffeinated. Love you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the best.
And the campaign. Here's what he had to say. Those who are in Texas, Democrats in Texas, and people from around the country, people who are watching this right now and watching this Senate race and want to believe that this is the time, that after decades of one-party rule is going to change, why should they believe that this time is different?
Well, I think if anyone spends any time on the ground in Texas, they'll tell you that this is different.
Why?
The fact that we have at these events so many people showing up who have never voted for a Democrat or who have never voted before, I think shows you that something is growing on the ground. The number of people donating to this campaign, 600,000 individual people, the number of people signed up to volunteer, and then you see it at the ballot box. I mean, Congresswoman Crockett and I generated historic turnout in this primary together. And the number of young people who showed up in that primary was unprecedented. The number of Republicans who crossed over to vote in the Democratic primary was unprecedented.
My brain is broken. Gotcha, girl.
The Republican Party in Texas for the first time in 20 years. And then now you see it in these polling numbers. I mean, we've never seen a Democrat in Texas polling ahead of a Republican opponent, at least in my lifetime. We've never seen that. So both the on-the-ground anecdotal evidence and the...
Interesting. I've read that caffeine interferes with creatine absorption.
Quantitative, hard data.
Thank you, Gus.
Point to that this is the best shot we've had in 30 years to end one-party rule in Texas and elect a senator who's actually going to serve us and not their billionaire mega donors.
President Trump, speaking of billionaires, called you, quote, maybe the worst Texas candidate I have ever seen. Oh, no. He said you, quote, can't get elected as a vegan in Texas. You are not a vegan.
I'm not.
I have not seen you eat meat, but I've heard you do.
Right.
I believe that you do.
It's been a big topic on the campaign show.
I don't know if you heard it or not. Does it help or hurt you that the president is this personally invested in attacking and trying to beat you here?
Well, you know, the president's not a Texan, so he's not going to be able to cast a vote in this race. So what I care about is what do Texans think? Yeah. And it's why I'm showing up.
But he has a big microphone when it comes to...
He does.
Yeah.
He does. And I honestly get the sense that people across the spectrum, across the state, are tired of this politics as professional wrestling, right? You got these old guys lathered up in their fake tan, throwing corny nicknames right at each other. And those corny nicknames, they don't lower the price of groceries. They don't lower the price of gas. They don't lower the cost of housing and childcare and prescription drugs. Yeah. They don't give anybody their voting rights. Right. They don't address the maternal mortality crisis. And so what people are hungry for...
It's interesting.
Elected officials.
That's how Stephen Nosferatu Miller keeps attacking him. I mean, he does look like Nosferatu. We've mentioned that a few times.
Why?
I think because Maybe he finds him attractive. I don't know, guys. Stephen Miller is in the closet, right?
Who are going to bring both parties together and pass legislation that's actually going to make their lives easier and better and less stressful. And I'm putting my money on that. I really am.
There have been attacks on your masculinity, on lies about your sexuality, attacks on your partner. They've been like on a level 10, 12.
Sure.
Paxton has even begun to call you low T Tallarico. What's your response to that?
Honestly, I had to look up what that meant. I don't think guys my age are really concerned about that kind of thing. But I think that these nicknames
low T
and these personal attacks don't actually meet the needs.
He's like, I had to look that up because I fuck like a rabbit. Translation, guys.
I go across the state, all I hear about is how folks are drowning.
Oh my god.
These ends at the end of the month never seem to meet. And how people can't get by, they can't afford the basics. Groceries and gas.
Oh my god, right? That seems to trigger them for some reason. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, dog, I didn't know what low T was until I started like learning about it through politics, right? Because I don't have that issue. Like, but they love it. They love it because it's a projection, right? It's pure projection on their part. He's low T when in reality half these people are on like what are the blue chews or whatever they're called, right? They can't get it hard. Oh god.
We need to survive. And they're looking desperately for elected leaders who are actually going to solve their problems. And so when you see Ken Paxton and the Republican Party attacking me personally, attacking my girlfriend, attacking my church and my pastor, I think it exposes the fact that they have...
I tried to make small P Paxton. I know what it is because I used to be a big MMA fan, and there was a controversy of Shael Sonnen saying he wasn't doping, he was on TRT because of low T. Interesting. Yeah, is he an older gentleman though? So like, is that why maybe, right? Yeah, again, it's kind of true. Like the dude's 30 years old. He's at his guys. He's literally at his prime. What are you talking about?
Have no clue.
Motherfucker, like what are you talking about, right? And listen, some people do have like conditions where they just have naturally low T, but he just basically told you guys that could never be me. That ain't me, right? They're having you only look into that stuff because like you realize, oh, there's something wrong, right? There's some hormone imbalance, right? And it's not nothing to be ashamed of, right? We're not saying that, but at the same time, it's like if you're gonna use it as a threat or as an attack, huh? Steroids, I think, fuck up testosterone, but I'm not sure. It would make sense. Steroids would do that. Which is why you shouldn't be taking steroids, especially like they're having a real hard time with low T thing after seeing Tallarico's girlfriend though.
How to get this economy back on track.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, for my birthday party, I'm going to have to build your own taco salad with a build your own protein shake, dirty soda. My lunch is basically kryptonite, the right
solutions to lower people's costs.
Oh, you're so funny, Kristen B.
If they have no affirmative argument to make the voters, I think that is a good sign for our chances in November.
One of the things that's so interesting is I don't think that the attacks on your masculinity are even about you. Yeah. It feels largely that it is part of the 2026 Republican playbook to attack all Democratic men. Yeah. And
like that's kind of what I figured. That like the idea is to just attack them because they're Democrats, or running as a Democrat, right? Like to them, they're trying to turn Democrats equal low T. especially low Democratic males, right? Or anybody on the left. What? Okay. Oh, okay.
Even maybe some of the voters as soft and they're not tough enough to handle it. And it seems like an attempt to make further inroads with black men and Latino men. And I'm curious if you think of it that way. Or if you think about it at all. Maybe you don't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
You've seen on the campaign trail that I've welcomed this debate about what does it mean to be a real man?
Yeah.
Because that seems to be what they want to talk about. So let's talk about it. I told the story at an event in Plano, Texas about my adoptive dad. I was born to a single mom. She worked overtime at a hotel to provide for me to make sure I had a better life. I would say the luckiest day in both of our lives was the day we met Mark Tallarico, the man who gave me his last name, the man who raised me as his own. And I told the story about how every Saturday morning my dad would mow our lawn, rain or shine. He insisted
Oh, that's really nice. Oh man, that is really nice. That's kind of guys. I normally hate these fucking sob stories, right? I'm not much of a sucker, but that kind of hits close to home.
Himself.
Damn.
And then, without anyone asking him to, he would go next door and mow our neighbor's lawn because she was elderly and a widow, and he never talked about it. He just did it every Saturday. He mowed both lawns. And so I grew up understanding that's what being a man is all about. It's taking responsibility. It is upholding your commitments to your family and to your neighbors. It's doing the right thing even when no one is watching. It's that strength, that character, that integrity. Real men don't lie and cheat their way through life. They don't enrich themselves by stealing from other people. They don't sell their soul to the highest bidder. I said it at that event, real men serve others, weak men serve themselves. And so I'm looking forward to having this debate about what it means to be a man, because they're trying to define it one way, and a lot of young men, the young men that are coming to our events, they're trying to figure that out in this changing world. And I want to provide them a different understanding of what being a man is all about, and I think it's resonating with people.
If you are elected, part of the one of the biggest parts of the jobs of a senator is whether or not you vote to confirm, whether it be nominees, cabinet picks, judges. You would be sworn in on January 3rd, 2027. President Trump will have some group of people, whether it's cabinet secretaries or maybe Supreme Court justices. Would you vote to confirm any of those folks?
I'm gonna look at every single nominee that's in front of me for any position, whether it's judicial, whether it's a political appointment, and I'm gonna evaluate the candidate on their merits. And if I have concerns, I obviously have deep concerns with a lot of the appointments.
This is a good answer. This is a good answer because this, right? Remember, guys, it's Texas. Secondly, he's saying like, nope. If I have problems with them, they're going down. Right? Now, to what degree will they go down? I guess, right? But remember, guys, this is Texas. It's not Massachusetts, where you can just be like, I will never vote for any of these Trump-ass clowns.
His cabinet, especially the ones who've been using their office to enrich themselves and their friends and their family members. I have no problem standing up to anyone, including the President of the United States, to block a nominee that I think will be harmful.
Yeah, and he's even saying it. He's like, I will block them. I will block them. And that's good. That's what you should do. That's your job. This is like part of being a senator. This is why the system is so fucked, right? Because all these cabinet choices have been a disaster.
Or for the people of this country.
But why give a vote in the affirmative for one of these folks that would join a group that you say is corrupt? Why give them your vote at all? Why not say I'm not voting for anybody? Let the Republicans.
Well, and I certainly won't vote for any corrupt cabinet officials. And if there's a history of corruption or any indication,
he's saying it. He's just saying it. Good.
Vote on those nominees. My hope, though, is that there is going to be an opportunity, hopefully with a Senate majority, hopefully with a House majority, to negotiate with the executive branch to not only hold them accountable and keep them in check.
Yeah, and that's like the point of the Senate, right? What he's saying is, this is what Chris Rabb should have said. This is like the equivalent of what Chris Rabb was trying to say, but he said it in a poor way. This is a better version of that, right? Even though I probably agree more with Chris Rabb politically than I do with James Tallarico, right? But like his messaging has been clear here, right? He's saying that, well, yeah, if you want to get any of these fucking ass clowns through, you're gonna have to like moderate, right? That's traditionally what these presidents have had to do. But the Republican Party, moderation? Hell no. Hell no. This is very hard for them to beat. Yeah, exactly. That's why they're shitting their pants.
But hopefully find common ground where we can appoint people who are actually going to serve the people of Texas, who are going to serve the people of this country. I know that may seem naive, but
not naive, but very hopeful. Maybe
it is.
Optimistic.
I guess I've seen that work. I mean, again, at the state capitol, it's a hard place to work as a Democrat.
Yeah, imagine.
And I was able to stand up when I needed to fight back when I needed to, whether it was the quorum break, whether it was fighting back against private school vouchers or historical whitewashing. I led the fight on all those book bans.
Yeah.
But then I was also able to find common ground when that was possible, on housing, on insulin, on childcare, on early childhood, on teacher pay. Like, I've seen that you can
figure it out
and must do both. Again, there's so many false choices in our politics. There's so much black and white thinking of you have to either fight all the time or you have to compromise all the time. You have to find a way to do both at the right time. You have to fight when you have to, and you have to compromise when you.
And to be fair, like, he did lead the fight on the walkout for the redistricting, right? That's how he became big, guys. So, like, he's putting his money where his mouth is. In that sense, right? And again, for Texas, right? It's a very conservative state.
Who know the difference? Because we have a lot of Democrats who are willing to just lie down and not fight at all. And we have some who are willing to fight all day long and not actually get anything done. I think people want someone who's going to find a middle path there, who's going to push back and fight back when we need to, and someone who's going to work to find common ground when we can.
The GOAT has officially put his weight on the scales in Colorado. Democratic socialism hasn't had this kind of momentum since Bernie was born, and that momentum is manifesting in real change and real wins for the left, in ways that makes not only MAGA shake in their boots, but the entirety of the mainstream establishment. They didn't expect for a message from an outside politician to resonate, but they hadn't heard of Maylot Quiros.
Every single achievement we have ever had in this country was not because the government woke up and decided to do the right thing. It's because we pushed for it and we fought for it.
Yep.
Because organizers and dreamers saw the world as it was and refused to accept it. Because we know what we have to do to build a better world. We know that we need to get universal health care. We know that we need to get housing first. We know that we need universal child care and elder care. We know that we have to defund and prosecute and abolish ICE. We know that we have to stop spending our taxpayer dollars abroad to commit genocide against
I finally hit 100 messages. Damn right, girl. What up? Scandinavia did too, I believe. I just saw that. Yeah, it's an achievement. I'm also working on an achievement system in the stream, guys. So it's gonna be like achievement unlocked. You know, on Xbox you get that little like pa-ting. I was thinking like with the tiny little part like over here on the side that will show your name that you unlocked the achievement. give you guys ranks and stuff depending on that.
As it pains me,
Rogue Weeds, welcome back,
to accept that Bernie is never going to be president, I'm happy that we're finally seeing some intergenerational solidarity on the left. While the establishment clings to power, we are taking advantage of the fact that people are begging for new voices.
I went undercover at a radical leftist meeting so I can show America what's really going on. This was supposed to be a rally, but then 3 different venues canceled because the speakers were too extreme. Since I was able to infiltrate their little get-together, I decided to go straight to the source. It was time to ask everyone about their most radical beliefs.
I don't think childcare should cost more than a mortgage.
Can you believe he said that on camera?
I don't think in the richest, most powerful country in the world that we should be letting people go homeless.
Fox News, I hope you're getting this.
I believe we should have healthcare for everybody.
Whoa, enough with the extreme rhetoric.
I don't think my tax dollars should go to sending my neighbors to concentration camps.
What else would taxes be used for? Come on.
I just think that our representatives should be accountable to the people and not to corporations.
Doesn't this chick know that corporations are people too?
America deserves to go way beyond the ACA, the Affordable Care Act.
Oh, look, it's Hassan. Guys, you need to have Gloggy say something on achieving an achievement. That's a good idea. Great idea, actually. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, I gotta work on the I gotta plan it out, right? A lot of these things are things I kind of think up on like streams while we're streaming together, while we're just talking about stuff. But then I also have to like sit down and code it out, or like think about how they will work, right? Like, oh, here's how this is gonna be implemented, right?
And get Medicare for all.
That's why I've been taking like at least a day or two off to work on it, because I can't stream and do that at the same time, right? Because when I started doing that, I was just like always really tired. I was working like 14 hours a day because I stream for 7, 8, 9 hours sometimes, right? And then on top of that, I was working on like coding and stuff in the background for Gloggy. Like I'm working on the stream place for Gloggy as well, so you guys can talk to him over there, strategy member. Like I already started that, so that should be pretty simple after I get it fixed, right? Because I already have the template for it. I just gotta like implement it.
Just more
work harder, streamers, suffer for us. But yeah, like even on those days that I'm not streaming, like I'm still working, right? So it's pretty crazy, but I love it.
Violent rhetoric from the extreme left.
The more they try to alienate folks like Maylot as being radical, the more it becomes obvious that the establishment is out of touch. Bernie was pretty much the only senator for decades with his finger on the pulse, and as a result, the rest of the Corpo Dems are just as upset about the rise of the Democratic Socialists. You'll remember, Maylot had her Democratic opponent call around to all of the venues where she was supposed to have her events and have them canceled, because nothing says democratic like trying to stop this message from getting out.
That it's important for us to remember who was responsible for canceling all the venues for the rally this past weekend, and those were the owners of the building.
Like, hold on. I'm also working on sound effects and music, which is kind of difficult, but if you guys like make music or anything and want to send it our way, like I will happily play it as like a background music, because if you notice, there's background music happening right now. Right, I have several songs ready to go always. So it's important. Yeah, these like little touches. She's so gorgeous. I'm sorry, I'm gross.
Talk. I need you.
Whoops.
Right? This was the oligarchy. The staff.
You're not gross, dog.
At each of these,
you can say people are attractive.
The building, right? This was the oligarchy. The staff at each of these venues, at the Ogden, at the Stanley Marketplace, at RealWorks, all of them were so excited to host us and to have this event. And they were the ones that were told that the event had to be canceled.
But it turns out that trying to silence your opponent instead of trying to, I don't know, provide for the people backfires spectacularly.
No
Especially
shit.
Considering DeGette has been in office since 1997 and Maylot was born in 1997. But these numbers don't lie. 41% to DeGette's 36%. And when you see the meteoric rise that Maylott has been enjoying, it gets even crazier. This is reporting from Zateo. The results are an enormous shift from a March poll showing DeGette leading Heroes 40% to 7%. Since then, there has evidently been a 38-point swing towards Kiros. We haven't seen numbers like that since, I dare to say it, Zoran Mamdani. Times have changed on the establishment. It isn't the 2000s anymore. Their dark, shadowy money is about as clear as 4K nowadays. And folks can smell the stink of PAC money a mile away. Where DeGette is damn near drowning in donations from massive corporations and APAC, Maylott is following the steps of her peers across the country and doing the obvious and easy thing that proves immediately that she's about that life, not about that money. DeGette has received $25,000 in corporate PAC money, in addition to the $500,000 she's received from APAC. Kiros, meanwhile, has pledged not to accept any corporate PAC donations. There is something brewing across this country, and it's boiling over fast. It's not just Maylott Kiros that is coming out of nowhere to seriously upset the Democratic establishment. It's happening in New York, too, with Mamdani's backed candidates. It's happening in Michigan and Florida, here in Texas. As this user puts it, there's no pretending that it's not actually happening. If DSA pulls off this upset in New York, with Dara Liza beating out Espaillat, then every single seat in America is up for grabs by the DSA. Y'all better believe that there are upset, ruffled feathers coming. There's no doubt in my mind that the Democratic Socialist floodgates have opened, and you can tell from the desperate attempts that the Dems are taking to try to smear our candidates. Graham Plattner is the perfect example of this routine of dredging up old posts, but they're also doing it in Dara Liza's campaign in New York. And I'm sorry, but these elitist morons are so far from the vibe they can't even read the room. I voted for Kamala, but she's not a queen. I mean, don't get me wrong. Do you think it's disqualifying for anyone to say this? If you do, then you're completely misunderstanding what people want from a party that's supposed to be fighting fascism right now. That's why there is a flock of progressives, or straight up, outright Democratic Socialists, seriously pushing the Dems to be less centrists. And they're making waves and earning major endorsements, like with Ro Khanna backing Elijah Manley in Florida to de-seat Debbie Wasserman Schultz, or rather stop her from taking the only seat that's now available for black candidates. And Haley Stevens, who enjoys millions and millions of APAC and Corpo PAC money, is not only looking like she's going to lose her Senate race against Abdul Al-Sayed, but she's also looking like she might lose her current seat to a different Democratic Socialist, Aisha Faruqi, which would just be a perfect 1-2 punch. Exactly what this country needs right now. Because I think all of us want our hometowns to feel like New York City is feeling. Maybe the biggest accomplishment of Mamdani's socialist takeover of the city is showing people that a better world is possible. One where people realize that we, the people, have real power.
How you feel about Donald Trump? I fucking hate that man. I really, really hate that man. And honestly, I'm glad you asked, because this shit right here, like this energy, like the revolution starts in New York. Son, there's 4 million of us out here right now, and we're just the ones that didn't go to work. Like, you know, we should all not go to work and fucking take this country back. And you know what?
Hell yeah.
It starts with the goddamn New York Knicks.
That, my friends, is called class consciousness. You know how much energy has to be in the streets for a spontaneous general strike conversation to form like this? I used to dream of days like these, and if you did too, then join us here on U.S. Democratic Socialists. I'm Tony.
All right. The book about Trump, Maggie Haberman, Swan, has come out. And you guys, I predicted like a year and a half ago, I go, you know, he's all fluffed up in bed. You know, he's throwing wrappers all over the room, leaving it a goddamn mess for the White House housekeepers to come clean up. And I'll be damned, pop this up. A
I'll be
nighttime
damned.
snacker, the president would frequently leave an array of empty potato chip bags, Starbucks wrappers, and ice cream cartons in the trash or on the floor. The authors wrote. The staff had to begin monitoring the trash after it was discovered he was sometimes throwing out White House sterling silver utensils. And so this guy is such a train wreck. He is like literally every worst stereotype of an American, the fast food, messy, loud, thinks they're better than everybody, thinks they're right. He is it. He is all of our worst impulses in this cartoon character that is now put on the national stage. And those of us that are kind of aware of American arrogance that try to, mitigate that. Here he is, just throwing his shit all around the White House.
I'm so mad at you because when I was reading this article, you have been saying forever about him eating in bed and what must his sheets look like. And so I got this vision of his nasty, greasy sheets.
Ew.
And then I thought, well, obviously based on his diet, I can see why the White House doctor said his cholesterol is spectacular and his health is excellent. Duh. But I mean, what a pig. That people have to go around you and pick up your trash off the floor. That's just so disrespectful, in my opinion.
Imagine the racism if it was reported that Michelle and Barack Obama threw trash on the floor for people to pick up. Fox News would do.
Like, guys, we know they would fucking destroy Obama for that.
Breaking news. It would be like breaking news chyrons. Obama's throwing trash on the floor, expects White House staff. He doesn't have the decency to go bananas. Okay. Here's one of the more important components of what we're dealing with. We know that Republican Congress and Republican senators have no courage, no balls, don't believe in anything, and are pathological liars. They have proven that with their support for Trump. We know that the Supreme Court is 100% in the tank for oligarchs. And these oligarchs bent the knee to Trump. And bending the knee to Trump is just the kiss of death, because pop this up. The book reveals Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Amazon founder Jeff Bezos sought to ingratiate themselves to Trump after the 2024 election, who in return mocked them behind their backs, per the new book by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. And it goes on to say that Jeff Bezos bashes the Washington Post. Imagine that. All of the people at the Washington Post, he believes in getting Donald Trump's support so much. Why? Because he wants his blue rocket thing, Blue Origin.
Yeah, Blue
Origin. He wanted that contract. And Trump ended up giving it to Elon Musk. But all of these guys who we give all of our money to, Zuckerberg, Bezos, they don't care about their customer base. It's just not enough money for them. It's just not enough. It's not enough money. It's not enough power. These men have no decency.
I love Tesla.
No integrity to say, you know what? I'm rich as shit. I've got a bank account that could choke a bull. I'm not going to go kiss ass to this guy that wants to dismantle democracy, that incited an insurrection. I'm not going to do that. They race to him. And then what happens when they do it? He completely dicks them over and makes fun of them behind their backs, because it is, in Trump's defense and ridiculing them, it is ridicule worthy. It is ridicule worthy that somebody who has won at capitalism would bend the knee and kiss Donald Trump's ass.
Well, I don't think there's anything Trump loves more than holding power over people that are richer than he is, because he is so obsessed with money. But what I went to when I saw this, I was like, here's Mark Zuckerberg saying that he felt so neutered. And then what does he do with all this freedom? He goes and bends over for Donald Trump. So you weren't neutered before, but now you're neutered? Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit pussy, crybaby.
I mean, saying that, like, having to own a company during Biden's administration, which Biden had one of the most diverse White House staffs, cabinet administration in the history of the country. And then he goes and does this. It's such a good point. All right. I want to move along to something that I think is really incredibly important. Obviously, Politics and pop culture are completely fused now. Everything is pretty much political because we have a fascist regime that is attacking women, attacking gay people, attacking Black people, attacking immigrants, attacking minorities, attacking freedom, free expression, free speech. Everything, every little component of our culture is under attack. So anybody who looks at you and says, oh, I don't want to talk about politics, or I don't dive into that, they're just privileged and they have the luxury of not having to care about it. A lot of us don't have that luxury. And 4 events have taken place over the past week, I think are incredibly important. Number one, the New York Knicks won the championship, and New Yorkers spontaneously came out into the street, all walks of life, rich, poor, white, Black, brown, American, not American, all celebrated together. Pure joy. Jon Stewart was at a watch party in the street. Big celebrity, very successful guy, was in the street watching the game. The reason why this is political is because James Dolan, the owner of the New York Knicks, invited Donald Trump to Game 3. Nobody wanted him there. He canceled the celebrations around Madison Square Garden, and the Knicks lost. And all over New York, it was fuck Donald Trump, blah, blah. And James Dolan inherited the New York Knicks. He inherited Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden pays $0 in property taxes. He's paranoid, party of one. He has facial identification as you walk into Madison Square Garden. If you've ever hurt his feelings, your face is programmed in it. If you've ever sued him or worked for a law firm that sued him, he kicks you out. And so here he is with Trump at the Knicks game. All right. So there they are in the suite. Okay. Of course, Trump's asleep. So the second cultural event that took place is the victory party in New York, where
welcome back, Gray. How you doing, buddy?
Hall in New York City, it was a meritocracy. You had Zoran Mamdani, when he first ran for political office, started polling at 1%. He had all forces against him. The Democratic Party was against him. Corporate donors on both sides were against him. People like James Dolan were against him. He didn't take any PAC money. He built from the ground up a campaign, and he won because he fought for everybody. James Dolan has never earned anything in his life. He wouldn't survive in a meritocracy for 2.5 seconds because here he is on the stage where everybody in New York is celebrating. And this guy didn't do anything, but he was just the product of his dad's sex life. That's it. And he's on stage earning absolutely nothing, treating the mayor of New York City, whether you agree with him politically or not. This is how he behaves the second he's outside of the MAGA bubble. Play the clip. For those of you listening, thank you so much. James Dolan, the entire speech that Zoran gave was slouched over. You could tell he wanted nothing to do with Zoran. And then after the speech, gets on stage and says, oh, I don't need your vote. We don't need to go through the history of the team. Well, then why the F are you down there? Yeah, you go through the history of the team. That's what a good politician does. But when he was sitting there, starkly contrast to somebody who had to earn everything. Fuck? Bootstrap it, like Republicans like talking about. The American dream, like Republicans like talking about. He realizes he's nothing. He's nothing unless he's bubble wrapped in Mar-a-Lago. So at Mar-a-Lago, you have all these mediocre white men, pink-armed white men that have never accomplished anything, that have failed forward. And the minute they get outside of that protective white bubble and they're on a stage of multiculturalism, of Black athletes that against all odds in a country completely, explicitly rigged against them, came through their neighborhoods, played AAU basketball, were able to ascend to be New York Knicks. When there's so much talent out there. And the same with Zoran Mamdani and all the people in the audience. James Dolan showed us exactly who he was. Jealous, bitter, inferior, He couldn't even be gracious when the mayor gave him his city key. He couldn't even look into the camera. Pop this up. So for those listening, here's Zoran, polite, the gentleman. He grabs the key, turns away, doesn't take the picture. And then his son, Quentin, does the exact same thing. Conversely, the Knicks players, most of whom are in their 20s, went up and grabbed Zoran's hand, shook it, hugged him, turned to the cameras and smiled really big. But James Dolan, who I don't know, is he 70 or something? You can't fix this. And here's a guy sitting on that stage who has billions.
You know what's kind of hilarious?
Billions and billions.
Billions and billions and billions. Yeah. That kind of reminds me of when in the documentary we watched on FDR, remember how FDR was riding traditionally, right, before Trump and all this crap. The president and the previous president would ride to the inauguration together, and it was like FDR's inauguration, and FDR was all like smiles and like trying to like be nice, as people back then used to be, right? And Hoover's all like butthurt and Trump like and like one word or not saying anything, right? And like, this is what I mean. These people are like they're sore losers, right? Sore losers.
Dollars, unimaginable wealth, unimaginable access. And he's still broken. He's still sitting there completely broken. Cannot be gracious for the city and his fan base that continues to make him a multi-billionaire. It's just staggering what happens.
But like it like the pictures even show that, right? Hold on. Let's see if we can find them. Right, hold on. Yeah, like in the documentary we saw, right? He was always like saying stuff and he would just be like, yeah, the guys, like these were the cartoons back then, right? Oh man, right? Here he is like all smiles and like is trying to talk to him and stuff and waving at people, and here he is just like, oh, fuck off. Like these people, they're all the same, guys, even back then, right? Hold on. Yeah, see? Here he is like all smiles, that's with Eleanor. But right? Here's another one, right? So it became a meme, right? Like one of the first, I would say, because that, like, that was on, I think on Time magazines. It's so salty, yeah, because like he lost, right? And he was the last Republican to lose, and like they never won the White House for another 20 years. Like it's crazy.
These men, when you take them out of their protected white privilege bubble and put them on a stage of a meritocracy, I mean, he wilted like a snowflake, bitter, angry, mad that Zoran got all the praise that he got. And guess what happened with James Dolan? Hardly any applause and audible boos, Angie. What's your take on that?
Well, you know, here's the thing. I watch a lot of sports stuff, and everyone for years has said the reason the Knicks have been good recently, where they have been bad before, is because Dolan was paying attention to building the sphere, and he was outside of the Knicks. He wasn't meddling in that. And that because he wasn't meddling, they got better. But what strikes me with this, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Dolan, and then you hear about Peter Thiel. He's cut run to Argentina. Then you see all these reports of billionaires in Silicon Valley.
Well said.
They're building all of these bunkers. Trump wants a bunker. Ivana wants to make an island of former Soviet tunnels in Albania for bunkers. It's because if it's almost like a gremlin. Like if water touches them, they melt. Mm-hmm. So they have to create their own reality where the things they believe about themselves are true. And because they have to be underground.
Well, and the reason I brought that up with Hoover is Hoover was like the epitome of this, right? He really believed that like businesses would just help people out because they want to be kind, right? He believed in this thing. It's still a thing in Republican politics. I think it's become a lot less powerful, right? It's called voluntarism, right? We've looked it up and I've shown it to you, but look it up if you guys are curious about it. Voluntarism is this idea that businesses will voluntarily improve wages and conditions at work because like it's the right thing to do. It failed, obviously, right? Like we all are laughing our asses off even hearing that term because that's not how businesses operate, right? They operate on what is most efficient and what's going to earn the most profit for their shareholders in particular.
Bunkers, because we may not have as much money as they do, but we are.
Can you imagine creating your own reality? I could never do that with they always tell me the truth. Yeah, exactly. Like, so, and that's the problem with Hoover, right? Like Hoover got too, he got too like into the weeds. He thought that his policies were gonna work, and like he ended up like it just traumatized him too much, right? Like it's like, dog, if something's not working, then you fix it. You change your perspective. And this guy, along with all these other maggots, right? They don't change. Like they don't actually have that internal mechanism to be like, oh man, am I the person who's wrong? Am I the person who's not doing things correctly? That's really important in life, right? You need to be like, no, I'm doing this wrong. I'm pushing people away. I'm like not helping the situation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You can't just sit there and like mope about it and get depressed, right? And like, you know, to a certain degree, Kristen B, yeah, your family's kind of base for doing that because my family's like that too. It's probably why I'm so blunt, right? I'm a very blunt person and I tell people how it is, and some people don't like that, right? Because they like to be like they want things to be sugar coated. And I'm sorry, but like it's a communication style and it's really important, right? And I've actually had now like several people say like, hey, listen, it's actually really important for you to always just be truthful, right? As long as it's like from a well-grounded way and not a narcissistic way, right? Yeah, same here. Exactly.
Them by far. And I believe there's more ingenuity, ambition, intelligence, creativity outside of those bunker bubbles than there are inside. And that's terrifying for them. Full stop.
Yeah. And he was incredibly exposed. He was exposed on a stage of people who earned on their own merit, their own hard work, their own grit. Inherited $0. True American dream. And here's this Nepo baby sitting there that will always and forever be broken, that will forever be a stain on the very organization that has continued to make him billions of dollars. So I want to juxtapose this with you all. On the same day that we had this parade, there was also the opening of the Obama Library.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this.
Before we get to any footage from the Obama
I forgot
Library,
to cover this.
I told you there were 4 events that rolled out over this past week. National events, the Knicks winning, Trump's birthday party, the Knicks parade, and the Obama Library opening. Okay. As an American, you're going to find yourself in 2 categories. You're going to watch the Knicks parade and see all of the people and show the crowds here, Kylie. Here are the huge crowds at the Knicks rally. You're going to see that and you're going to be like, I want to be there. Look at the black people. Look at the white people, all different shades, celebrities, poor people, rich people, all kinds of people celebrating, cooperating in unity. Nobody's left behind. This city is for everybody. Momdonistan and woke Sharia for all, right? right? So it's like, oh my God, incredible. Remember a few nights ago, the UFC fight.
Hell yeah,
right?
woke
On the
Sharia.
White House lawn, the desecration of the White House lawn. And this UFC fighter says
These
this about
rich
a
people
former
need to go to
first lady
therapy.
who is
Yeah, I mean, I seriously think that being this rich basically fucks your mental health or something, right? We've talked about that on the stream before.
drop dead gorgeous, Ivy League educated, earned where she is based on her own merit. Something James Dolan, Donald Trump could never, ever do. And on the White House lawn where she was the most...
I think there's like a point to that, right? Like merit is really important and like, sure, like but there is a point where it's like, okay, you've won. You won a capitalism award. Now we're going to like, to keep you mentally sane, we're going to like tax the shit out of you because like that's the problem, right? Is we're not looking at it as like a direct system that gets people into more trouble, right? Yeah, Gus, that part. Exactly. I think that's also really important to take into account. I think we spend a lot of time being like, yeah, it's a meritocracy and look, this person has won their way up. But then it's like, okay, what do we do from that? Right? What are the, like, what we've noticed is it always leads to these people being like, no, we can't do that. Or getting more mental health issues and stuff. And it's just like, it's not acceptable, right? And not to stress the point, but literally Hoover, right? That's literally Herbert Hoover, our president there. Because he was an orphan. He did like he set up like a successful company and became one of the first multimillionaires in the entire world. And he even said, he's like, the problem with capitalism is that capitalists are too damn greedy. And he still did all the terrible stuff that led to this stuff, right? So like, see, that's part of the solution is we can't just leave it at meritocracy done, right? We have to also be willing to be like, okay, now we're taxing you at 99% or 100%, right? Like we have to be honest about this shit. It drives people insane having this much power, right? Because power is money.
Sophisticated, classy,
money is power.
Intelligent, breath of fresh air of a first lady. While Fox News and all of the MAGA Christians hurled racism, both veiled and thinly veiled, at her 24/7, 365. And that hasn't been enough lately, the racism. So now they've thrown transphobia at her. Mm-hmm. I hate giving this space, but it's important for this episode in context that you understand who MAGA is and what they do when they have the cameras, the national television cameras on them. Play the clip.
And lastly, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
All right.
The fuck?
So, listener, you fall into two categories as an American. That's your America right there, where you see the White House and the green algae pond, Donald Trump throwing all of his, filet of fish, Starbucks wrappers all over the bedroom, fluffed up with his little sauce.
You know he loves the fucking filet of fish. That shit is so greasy too. Ugh. And that disgusting fucking, oh God.
Sausage fingers, psycho memeing shit all night to own the libs. That hits something in you and that hits really hard. And you think, yeah, fuck yeah. He called Michelle Obama a man. I knew it. Fuck yeah. Fuck Michelle Obama. Fuck Barack Obama. You're either that kind of an American or you're the type of American that sees the spontaneous celebration and embrace of multiculturalism, that wants to create a space for a leveled playing field for all Americans. And you have maybe political disagreements with somebody, but when you hear a former first lady take the national stage and honor her husband, who was an incredible man, whether you agree with him politically or not, he's an incredible man, an incredible father, an incredible American. And she makes speeches like this. Play the clip.
It has been an honor to be by your side. You have made me a better person and have given us all an example that we should strive to emulate. And I hope you know, there is truly no higher calling than that.
I mean, that just makes my eyes are all watery.
I know, I'm teared up.
Because the Obamas represent something that so many of us on the left, whether you're, a centrist Democrat all the way to a leftist, we are going to all have to come together to defeat these people that cheer and applaud what happened on the White House lawn. And anybody that's trying to Monday morning quarterback and say,
sweet.
I didn't like him saying that, you have no credibility, because the man who hosted the event posts pictures of the Obamas representative as apes. And if you want to say, well, I disapproved of that too. Prior to that, he's the one who started all the racist birtherism on Obama. So you don't get to all of a sudden, 11, 12 years in, say, oh, I don't like that.
Agreed.
You have established that you're a racist. You've established you support racism. You're just not liking it so much right now because Trump's half dead. And you know that this dementia dunk is about to.
Yeah, no, she's right. Where was this outrage back when he said this stuff about the president, right? And his family and all this stuff?
Expire. And as you saw in downtown New York, Mamdani, Alicia.
Well, I think that's what she's saying, right? Is that, look, I'm not an Obama fan either, but like the birtherism stuff was really fucked, right? We can all basically agree with that. But the depravity today makes me miss him. Yeah.
Keys on stage.
Give me Obama any day over this shit.
At the Obama Library Center, we had John Legend, Bruce Springsteen, Christina Aguilera, Stevie Wonder, Mark Anthony, and so many more. All of these celebrities were in attendance, Pumps, and guess what they wore? Tan suits.
Loved it.
And I just think this is an incredible cultural moment, listener.
Yeah. Remember when they attacked Obama for wearing a tan suit? I still can't believe that, right? This was the thing, guys. Look.
Earlier today, you were criticizing what President Obama said yesterday. Admittedly, many Democrats feel he was inartful in his phrasing yesterday about not having a strategy ready for Syria. You also, though, criticized the president's wardrobe, his choice of suit, of a light-colored suit. Do you think that was fair to do that?
Yeah, because it was in the context of the president coming out. The world and the country have been waiting for a week for what he's going to say about Syria, what he's going to say about ISIS. And he comes out, yes, with this new suit on. But what bothered me was he began by not even talking about Syria. He said he wanted to talk about the issue that most Americans are concerned about, and that's the fact that the economic numbers for the second quarter had been adjusted. And to me, that was an insult to the memory of Jim Foley who was killed.
Why did you take issue with the suit?
Because you know the image makers in the White House. Here's a president coming out at such a serious moment where he should be addressing the country on such a serious matter, and he looked like he was on his way to a party at the Hamptons, which would have been fine if he addressed the issue at hand. But instead, he started talking about the economy, saying that was more important than Syria. And I just...
Meanwhile, Trump is literally out to a party in the Hamptons, aka Mar-a-Lago, and you hear crickets. Guys, we have fallen so far. Like, what are we talking about now? About mustard, the mustard. Yeah, who wants to hear about the war? I want to know what he was thinking when he decided to wear a tan suit. Exactly.
The seriousness in the moment.
This is what I mean. That's why everybody was wearing a tan suit, guys. You have to understand the whole tan suit debacle, right? which again, he actually looked really nice in a tan suit because Obama even said he got the suntan, right? He got the glow. It looks great on certain people.
Since then, what David Cameron, the way he addressed the British people today, to me, it did not show the seriousness of purpose that you need from a commander-in-chief at such a serious time as this.
Even when we've seen other former presidents, President Clinton, President Reagan, I believe.
Oh, look, there's a tan suit there.
Addressing the nation in similar attire?
At a moment like this, when the whole country is waiting to see, and the whole world is waiting to see,
I fucking hate these people.
You could have won whatever you wanted if you addressed the issue head on. But to come out and start talking about the economy, to me, just detracted from the seriousness of the moment. And I thought this was a metaphor.
How dare you talk about the economy, Obama? These people, guys. Oh, go fuck yourself, right?
MAGA owns all of the media. Everything that even the social, even the platform that we're on right now are MAGA supporters donated to him. And they fake the support.
Gray Hester, thank you for the 25 messages.
Bot farms.
You're not even wearing a tie, right?
And you can look at where you want to be. And when you see the Obamas on stage and everybody supporting him, that part of America is still here. There are those of us that actively fight against anti-Black racism, that actively fight for the LGBTQ plus community and will not under any circumstances throw trans people under the bus for a cheap political win, that will fight for every single person. That's why the James Dolans of the world are so mad, because they will never be successful on their own merit. And they are terrified of being exposed. And this whole group of inferior, mediocre at best men are clinging on to this power. And I just want to say this. Once we get past this, we need to completely reimagine America. Take all of the great ideals that Michelle and Barack Obama spoke about. But does James Dolan need to own a basketball team that he earns billions of dollars for, and then treats his players like shit and says you have to go to a racist president's White House that just dismantled the Voting Rights Act and celebrates that's trying to rig elections so that Black people and their interests are gerrymandered with a bunch of MAGA people when you have to go there? Shouldn't these be publicly owned? Do the Democratic Socialists have a point? Shouldn't the city own these teams collectively instead of a racist owner like James Dolan? Pumps, what's your take on that?
Well, when you said that, it reminds me of an NFL football team, the Green Bay Packers. They are owned by the stockholders of Green Bay and Wisconsin. I mean, you don't have to be from there, but if you're a fan, you can buy stock and own your team.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Against it would be, well, what would we do? Well, the Green Bay Packers are a highly successful franchise. And then when you apply it to, like, here's a man inherited all this fucking money.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
All these teams, but he's exclusive. You can't walk by Radio City Music Hall or he's going to kick you out. Going to kick you out of the garden. Just a piece of shit. And then he's waited 53 years to be a champion, but he can't enjoy it because he's so rotten inside, and he's so mad that the mayor of New York City is popular and that he might have to pay a tax after. I'm sure Radio City Music Hall doesn't pay any taxes. I don't know that, but MSG does not pay taxes. Yep. So this is a guy who has waited 53 years. He's gotten everything he wanted, and he gets up on that stage and he's fucking mad. Then I contrast that with what was going on at the Obama Library, and I got teared up several times watching that because I was like, this is what it's supposed to be. People are supposed to look at their president and say, I feel safe. He's making decisions that were going to help me. Not always right, maybe not today, but he's going to protect me. And I think everybody across the board, you're even seeing Republicans say, Americans don't feel safe with Donald Trump at the controls. And that's just based on economy, inflation, jobs, wages. In my mind, we're killing people. He's got the nuclear code. So it's such a contrast. I'm so glad you bring it up because I really was like tearful watching the Obama thing because we've lost so much.
We have. And it's important for everybody to look at those split screens and what side are you on? Do you want to live in a beautiful multicultural democracy that advocates for everybody? Or do you want to live in James Dolan and Donald Trump's America? Do you want to live in a system that's completely rigged for unqualified, mediocre, insecure white men? The only way they get off is by beating down other people, and it still won't fix them. Billions of dollars won't fix these people. They're still inherently and fundamentally broken. There's never been a class of billionaires. Well, I mean, I think this is the first class of billionaires, but that are such a walking, talking advertisement against the existence of billionaires than these people. All right. Please do me a favor and pre-order my book. It helps me more than you know. It comes out in October, but pre-sales are super important. It's linked right below in the show notes. It will come out right before the midterms. It's called Not Today Fascist. Today, the fascist I am dedicating this to is James Dolan. James Dolan, who got on national television yesterday and made a complete ass of himself. All right. That's all we have. Like, subscribe, comment. We will be back later with more news.
All right. Let's see here. It's 2. Yes, I wanted to talk about this. Interesting. What a change.
There is polling out now that shows just how things have changed for the Democratic Party when it comes to the type of candidates its base likes best. Is it the Chuck Schumers? Is it the...
Of course not.
Hakeem Jeffries? Is it the...
Alyssa Slotkins?
Gavin Newsom? Pete Buttigieg? Is it those types? Or
Big
is it,
Booty?
say, someone, the type of candidate who both brings the fight to Trump and Republicans, but also advocates for working people across the country? Let's see what the polling shows now in the year 2026 under a second Donald Trump administration.
Another one of America's big cities, this time Trump's own backyard. Janice Lewis George, currently with a significant lead to become the next mayor of Washington, D.C., which would put her on a potential collision course with the president, of course. It was less than a year ago that another Democratic socialist, Zohran Mamdani, became mayor of New York City. And Harry Enton is out front to tell us something we don't know. Okay, Harry. Now, yes, I know that there's some confusion as to what a Democratic socialist really is. Yes. But I guess just on the base of it, who is more popular, Democrats or Democratic socialists?
Well, among Democrats themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder
Toledo,
Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map.
This is huge, right? It looks, and you know what, guys? It's one poll, so take it with a grain of salt. Like I always say, you need to have an aggregate amount of polls all kind of lean to this side, and then you can conclude, at least like statistically speaking, yeah, there's enough polls to aggregate to suggest they're more popular. But you also have to remember, I think this is just a trend we've been seeing throughout our politics, right? We've covered it a lot. I told you guys, I checked out Wick the other day for like 2 or 3 minutes, and there were a bunch of libs on there being like, yeah, the Democratic Party has to do more. So when even some of the libs are saying that shit, damn, right? And when they meant more, I mean like more universal programs, more stuff to help the living condition in this country, right?
Primaries, because simply put, they're more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zoran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it. Okay, he wasn't afraid to say it. By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats.
Damn.
66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting.
Which is fascinating. When you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx. And you've got Zoran Mamdani endorsing a Democratic Socialist, Hakeem Jeffries not going with the more traditional incumbent. So there are two big races involving Democratic Socialists coming up in New York that Mamdani's endorsed. Tell us something we don't know.
I'll tell you something you don't know, and that is that the Democratic Socialists are likely to win one of those races, the one down in Brooklyn, going to beat the Brooklyn Borough president. You take a look there, look at that, an 81% chance to win in Brooklyn. And in Northern Manhattan, at this point, a 52% to knock off an incumbent, Espelot. Unbelievable.
Yes, Espelot, long-time incumbent with all of the incumbents endorsing him. All right, thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
I mean, it's
crazy.
It's incredible. I will just say that I noticed on those last two
W News,
the chance of the Democratic Socialists here in New York, their chance of winning. I did notice that the source was Kalshi odds. So take that for what you will.
Yeah, unfortunately,
CNN is totally embedded with Kalshi now.
Yeah, it's listen, I think you could take some things out of prediction markets.
It's also one poll, so
can't predict.
But it is also true that the DC mayor is winning that election. Seattle has a socialist mayor in New York. I mean,
absolutely. I'm just saying, I'm saying everyone should get out there and make sure they vote and not take the 82% chance as a reason to sit back and relax because it's Kalshi. But anyway,
right.
This is. I don't want to say it's stunning. I don't want to use the Sam Cedar classic word "stunning" because I actually think it makes perfect sense. The Democratic base has seen their dollar. I mean, the whole country has seen their dollar go less and less, get them less and less. It goes for how much 100. They could buy with a dollar is less and less year after year after year. But on top of that, for the Democratic base, they're viewing their politicians in office as being weak against the Trump administration.
Yep.
They're seeing how feckless the Democrats are. And then you
100.
have these candidates who call themselves Democrats, even though they're Democratic Socialists, but also advocate for things they like, but also are ready and willing to fight against Trump. And we see with Zoran Mamdani how effective someone can be when they take on Trump in a way that makes sense. I mean, I haven't seen anyone knock Mamdani's method of interacting with Trump because it works so good.
Yep.
He literally gets Trump to like ogle over him. And that's and he gets what he wants out of Trump. I mean, that's how you win. That's how you defeat Trump in one way.
Yeah,
I'm sure there are other
said the exact same
ways
thing
to go
here.
about it. I mean, we've seen candidates and some leftist politicians in office take on ICE by hitting the streets, blocking off ICE vans from stealing people from their families. And that's another way you go take the fight to Trump that people really like, as you can see with the reaction in Minnesota to what ICE did to the people there and the two people who lost their lives protesting against ICE. It hurts. This is all hurt Trump. The way progressives, I should say left.
I'm hoping Donovan McKinney beats Sherry Bandar in the Democratic U.S. Convention, U.S. congressional primary in Michigan's 13th. I don't know much about Donovan McKinney.
This Democratic Socialist America
Yeah,
have
there's
gone
a few races that I'm curious about, but I don't know much about them.
The Trump administration has been embraced by the Democratic base. And then on top of that, you put the cherry on top that they are actually advocating for things that will make their
We'll look into them.
The base's life better in their everyday lives. And this is what you get. This is what you get.
Hassan interviewed him.
To me,
okay. Yeah, that's good.
I do think the Democratic base really does.
It must have been a while ago because I haven't seen anything on it.
Maybe even more than anything about like taking the fight to Trump. Like mainstream, like the voter-based liberal Dems, they care about that. And they're getting that out of the Democratic Socialists that they don't even get out of the Democrats. And then the other stuff, which is the Democratic Socialist bread and butter, they're embracing it along with the Trump fight. I mean, would you agree with that sort of analysis, Brian?
I would, but I would also add Israel criticism in there too. Everybody is aware and has eyes. Their eyes are open to what's going on in Israel, and they're looking for somebody who isn't Nick Fuentes to lead them, or some kind of Nazi to lead them in criticizing Israel. And the DSA is the only section of the Democratic Party willing to do that.
Yes. No, another great point. I mean, if you fail in so many areas to your voter base, then what do you expect when these new candidates come in and say, hey, this is what we're offering, and it addresses every failed issue that you're upset with the Democratic establishment about? I mean, it's in you. The interesting thing too is notice how Aaron Burnett and Harry Enton cover this. I feel like just a few years ago, it would be with mocking scorn. I mean, I remember when I was there working at the Majority Report in office with Sam Cedar and Michael Brooks, covering Occupy Wall Street, and Erin Burnett, who was on CNN at the time, and she just got her show during that time, I think. Her show just debuted. I remember the mocking of the idea that these protesters were out there upset with the 1% having 99% of the wealth in this country. Just the mocking tone covering the Occupy Wall Street protests. And now look how they're covering the Democratic Socialists of America just 15 years later. Yep. It is a complete 180, a complete turnaround.
Boy, was capitalism a love story on a delayed, right, timeline. Because that movie basically said that, even with what he just said, Occupy Wall Street, right? Yeah, guys.
They are finally covering the left as a legitimate force to reckon with, and one that has legitimate ideas and values that are being treated legitimately by half of this country's voters.
Yeah, don't worry. The merger will fix that, though. As soon as the merger goes through, it'll go back to the old style of commentary.
I mean, I was actually that's what I found stunning more than the actual polling data, because of course Democratic socialism is popular in 2026. You have Elon Musk just became the world's first trillionaire because the stock market decided that, hey, there's a lot of money to be made in SpaceX, even though it's probably going to not work out great for all the the retirement funds who are going to be forced to buy into it. But we're going to make a lot of money right now, and we got to bend the rules a little bit because SpaceX actually doesn't make any money. Oh, okay, we'll just bend those rules specifically for Elon and his company so we can make out like bandits, and that's just what happened. And you're supposed to tell me that, oh, you're shocked that people don't have this great view of capitalism right now? I mean, if you keep pushing people to the point, like even when you had half the country defending capitalism just 10 years ago or 15 years ago, whatever that poll said.
Yep.
If you keep bending things so that you keep putting your thumb on the scale, I should say, so that even the form of capitalism that they could defend doesn't work for them anymore, then this is what you get. There shouldn't be any shock.
Yeah. And this is what we call neoliberalism, right?
To me, the stunning part is that it's become so over the top that even the mainstream corporate media is now forced to cover this seriously.
Yeah, we covered this earlier this week. Last year set a record for the amount of emergency hardship 401k withdrawals. Credit card debt is at a record high. I mean, they can try their best to ignore this shit, but you just can't. It's affecting everybody.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone.
All right. Now, Ro Khanna, Splendinavia's go.
The president of the United States continues news cycle after news cycle to talk about how hot he thinks the men that he meets are. And he just did this with the Egyptian president. Play the clip.
Still a big deal for me to be with the great president of Egypt, but not as big as it used to be before I ran. So he was in a hotel and I met him and we fell in love, deeply in love. And he didn't even want to see Hillary. He said, "You're going to win. I don't want to meet her." He said, "You're going to win." He didn't want to see her. Remember that? So we had a good relationship right from the beginning. No, we met. We didn't know each other before that. We had great chemistry. And
wow, he's admitting that he did the deal that we talked about several months ago. That Egypt paid him $10 million. Oh my God, guys, this is ridiculous.
I stayed twice as long as I was supposed to. It took
Interesting. Here to discuss this with me, of course, is our progressive fighter, a warrior, Congressman Ro Khanna, who represents California's 17th congressional district.
What is wrong
and is
with
serving
him?
his 5th term. Congressman, how are you today?
Good.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? This is what no accountability looks like. He just says the quiet part out loud, right? Yeah, I took $10 million to basically as bribery money for Egypt, and it helped me win the campaign. But shut up, peasant.
To see you again. I don't know how you find these clips.
Yeah.
pretty out there.
Literally, they investigated him on this, right? We went over that whole debacle, and like he actually got close to being also indicted for this, but there wasn't enough evidence, and Merrick Garland let the fucking statute of limitations go. Like, what an idiot. Oh my God. Fuck. Why is our system so stupid?
Like we're just like a news cycle or two away from him moving Melania out and moving somebody new in. He's like, I say he's in his deathbed confession era where the dementia has lowered his inhibitions and he just keeps, like your old grandmother in a nursing home, like, I really liked your little sister better than you. And this is what we're witnessing on the global stage.
Seriously, I mean, he was talking about Modi, who is the Indian prime minister, and how he was a very good-looking man and is a killer inside. But he went on and on about Modi's looks. I mean, it's just
wow,
bewildering what he bases his decisions on. But it would be comical.
Modi's a good-looking man, guys.
No consequences, and led to 14 service members' deaths in the case of Iran, and all of us paying higher prices for food and gas.
Let's just switch gears here to Elon Musk. And this is just, it's unfathomable what is happening. He is now worth at least $1.3 trillion. Pop this up, Kylie. Elon Musk, if he lost $1 trillion, Congressman, he would still remain the world's richest person per Bloomberg. And we're seeing reporting that Elon Musk has made more money in the last 24 hours than Warren Buffett has in his lifetime.
What?
This is just unfathomable that we have a system that allows this.
It really is. And he has more money than Sweden, than Taiwan, than countries' entire GDPs. I mean, it is a absurdity. And people say, well, don't you believe in entrepreneurship and innovation?
Not Sweden.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that you accumulate $1 trillion. That's because we've had low corporate tax rates. That's because we haven't taxed stock buybacks. That's because we haven't had collective bargaining.
This is gross. It shouldn't happen.
We haven't had appropriate marginal tax rates. So it's a lot of things in a rigged economy that have allowed for this kind of accumulation. And then when Bernie Sanders come around and I'd say, let's have a 5% tax every year on these billionaires and trillionaires, people, they get all upset. They ran a primary challenge against me because of that. I mean, the guy got 6% of the vote, but still, But think about this, Jennifer. For 5% tax one time on Elon Musk, you could have universal childcare in America, $10 a day for every family. That's one person, one time, 5%, and he wouldn't even miss it because the market would grow by 15% and his wealth would still grow. And yet they're opposed to something as basic as that.
You know what bothers me is when we talk about taxing these obscenely wealthy people, we have to throw in these caveats, and they'll still be rich. We have to placate the feeling, and he'll still earn more, and his net worth will still be big. We always have to placate and defer to their feelings. And if you think about Elon Musk and how he is online, not to mention the back-to-back sig heils that we all witnessed with our own eyes after Trump won, then he regrams or reboosts or retweets all of these like Holocaust deniers, white nationalists, and then his own former BFF, Donald Trump, the one who just fell in love with the Egyptian president, said that Elon Musk gets more subsidies from government than anybody else. When Elon Musk was like, hey, the reason that when they broke up, and it was like, hey, the reason that Epstein files aren't coming out is because Trump is in it. And Trump is like, hey, Elon Musk wouldn't be rich without the government. And so it's amazing to me how we have a system that allows people to...
Appropriate tax rate is a very diverse concept between countries. Well, and that's the problem, right? Is that it's a little too arbitrary, right?
Universally
because in some countries it's higher and some right. And that's why... Yeah.
Bash the government all day long.
We've talked about that too.
Regram, retweet Nazi shit on a site that he had to pay $40 billion for, however much it was. And he is profiting from the very system that he benefits from, not to mention per MAGA's ideology. This isn't my ideology. This isn't your ideology, but per MAGA's ideology, we can't let immigrants come in here and take our money and our jobs. And Elon Musk is a fucking immigrant. It's just, I feel like my brain is spiraling over this.
Well, he's the right.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
They don't want immigrants from certain countries coming here, but of course, South African, they're fine with a white South African. But the reality is that you're right. I mean, Obama made Elon Musk. I mean, that's not exaggeration.
Yep.
I was in the Obama administration. They gave him a loan of hundreds of millions of dollars for Tesla. Tesla was going bankrupt.
Yep.
And Anna Asher was no longer.
And now look, right? See, this is why neoliberalism doesn't work, guys. Because, no, we need to support corporations. We need to coddle them. We need to help them out because that's the best way we can help society. Literally, Obama did that, and look, we got Elon Musk. So always think that in your head as an example. Fuck off.
In Congress, who represented Palo Alto, will tell you that Elon Musk used to call her every week, begging her, "Can you please do something for from the Obama administration? I'm going to go bankrupt." Literally, he used to call this member of Congress. So Obama,
guys. I've been trying to find this video. Probably Elon had it scrubbed. I remember watching Elon, okay, guys? Back when I actually liked Elon. That's how far back it was. I watched Elon crying about Tesla being, like, put under. And how, like, Obama was going to rescue him. And if he better, please, the loan has to go through or else we're cooked. And he was crying, guys. Crying about it. I wish I could find that so you could see it. And now look. No, I'm done. I'm done, guys. Like, that was the moment, right, where I was just like, okay, this isn't working anymore. Elon's wealth is based on tax dollars. Exactly, right? Oh my God, I'm just so tired of this, guys. Want me to look for it? If you can, please. He literally was crying about this. It's very difficult to... I spent like a good 30 minutes trying to find this on stream the other day, like a few months ago. I couldn't find it. But I just thought of it again, and I think that was a moment where I was just like, I remember that moment from Elon, and I don't think a lot of people do. And I'm like, how can you be this fucked? This fucked, dude. You literally were crying about your company going under, and Obama bailed you out, and this is how you treat people? Fuck you. It's a disease, guys. That's what I said. That's why I say it, and I will continue to say it.
There's a mistake made when we gave that loan. One, we didn't require him to have labor neutrality. So he builds Tesla without union labor. That was a mistake. And that we did not take some share,
Exactly. No, I completely agree. We should have been the primary holders of that company, right? 75% or whatever the fuck of the company should have been owned by the taxpayer. Really, it should have been 100 or like 95. But come on, dog. What? See, this is why neoliberalism doesn't work, guys. Because essentially, you're always just going to be funding the people who don't want to actually work in the system, right? You see this with the Iceland bankers. Okay, we were funding in Iceland. We were funding them. Obviously, the people of Iceland were funding them. And what did they do? They threw those motherfuckers in jail. Some of them, not all of them, right? But still, right? There are these problems, guys. So it's everywhere in every country, essentially, right? There are very few non-neoliberal countries anymore. Can you explain to me? I don't understand what you mean. You were an Elon bro at some point. I wasn't an Elon bro. I just believed in like the message that he really wanted to like push electric cars. I really cared about electric vehicles, guys, because I thought they were like a good way of like working with the environment, right? Like trying to fix the system. And to be fair, like they kind of still are, but obviously it's not going to work the same way, right? So I don't know, like that's why I said that. And I liked how he was always pushing that. I fell for it, right? But then again, I had never met the guy. I started to realize that Elon was a piece of shit when he called the diver guy he called him pedo bro, right? That was really like, ooh, cringe moment. Because that's when I was like, dog, who are you talking about? Right? Like, motherfucker, you should never be. And then I started to realize a lot of his promises, because I paid attention to what he was saying, were all bullshit. Like, they were lies, guys. He said that we would have like an electric car, like snake thing that would plug up. That never happened. He said that like you would buy a Tesla and have unlimited energy. And that he took that away too, right? All this stuff, like it's just like a whole bunch of stuff, and Thunderfoot did a good job at breaking that shit down. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, same here. When I lost respect from him as well. Yeah, the pedo thing really made me not like him anymore. And that was, yeah. I mean, by that time it was too late. There were too many Elon bros. So guys, always be willing to learn from your mistakes. That's why I say that. It's not working. It says having trouble finding
part of Tesla for those loans. And so he built.
Heads up, there's they want to spin it for a win later, so they might
all this wealth on the backs of taxpayers.
It's not showing up.
And he acts like he's totally self-made. The other thing is that Obama's defense secretary, Ash Carter, helped him.
Yep. Oh, here it is.
With IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Marching against the Teslas. I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
No, I got it.
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient.
Nope, that's not him. This isn't it. This was years before. This was when Tesla was a failed project almost. But I will keep watching. Yeah, this isn't it. No. He's literally on the. I'll show you what it is. He's literally at the. I think he's at the Tesla factory, and he's like crying. Guys, you can see him crying. He's like, his eyes are bright red, and he's like, I just need the loan to go through. Like, it's not even like this. He's holding back tears. He's literally crying. It's crazy. It's hard to find. I haven't been able to find it, strategy member. If you can find it, go right ahead. That'd be awesome. But I think he's like had it scrubbed because it's so embarrassing
Get
for
the
him.
SpaceX contract.
He would waste all that money to do something like that, right?
Saying that we wanted him to have the contract instead of Lockheed and Boeing, and he's got no acknowledgement of any of those contracts. And then out there saying, well, he's a better allocator of capital. This is the thing that drives me the most crazy. I mean, that Elon Musk is an allocator of capital and the government can't do anything. The government's the one that invented the internet with Vint Cerf at DARPA. The government is the
government got us to the moon, right? The government made Elon Musk, so the government can taketh away, right? Like, this is the clown show we're living in. I'm so sick of this neoliberal garbage, right? And that's why, like, whenever I hear about like neoliberal policies, it's a relief. I get such a relief from people like Avi Lewis, who's like, no, we need a government option. I'm like, freaking finally. As long as it's not privately funded or like just giving money to private corporations, I like that. That's a good policy, right?
Agency that has led to a lot of the fundamental scientific advance that these tech billionaires are capitalizing on.
So it sounds like you're saying our system creates this situation. Our system has created this. Obviously, we are attaching these horrific personalities, and they're like so easy to hate on. Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, they're super easy to hate on. But regardless of their individual personalities, we have a system that is enabling and creating this unchecked wealth, and also a system that then we feel like we have to placate and coddle their wealth. And I remember back in the day, like, when I was really young, people had a sense of patriotism about giving to the country.
Not
and
anymore,
that seems
Jennifer.
to be completely gone. And the merger of these tech oligarchs with government, it's hard to find where they begin and end. And here's an example. Pop this up, Kylie. The Pentagon used Elon Musk's Grok AI to fire 2,000 missiles at Iran. And if you might remember, Congressman, Grok AI, Elon, whenever he either, in my opinion, takes too much ketamine or is having a narcissistic crash out, he gives Grok a lobotomy. And Grok had this lobotomy where you could ask it, like, who's more athletic, LeBron James or Elon Musk?
Exactly.
And Grok responded, Elon Musk.
It's basically like you can hear the Gluck Gluck 9000, aka Grok AI, going off. It's so funny. Like, we really believe that, guys. We really believe this guy loses to LeBron James. All right. This guy loses to LeBron James, guys. Who can beat Elon Musk? I mean, I apparently I can't either. Yeah, wow. None of you guys can. We're just peasants in comparison, guys. Okay, let's see.
he hit rock bottom.
Yep.
His first rockets failed to reach orbit, and an early model Tesla Roadster.
By the way, they still don't even reach like to the moon or anything like that, right?
Quality problems. To save Tesla, Musk needed millions more from investors. His fortune was gone. Toward the end of 2008, SpaceX prepared its fourth attempt.
We were running on fumes at that point. We had virtually no money.
So a fourth failure
would have been absolutely game over.
Done.
SpaceX,
I think this is it.
Bankrupt.
Yeah, it's bad enough to have 3 strikes. Having 4 strikes, it's really kaput.
But Flight 4 was flawless.
No, this isn't
Musk's
it.
world, it lit the darkness.
I don't think this is it.
Then, as often, the week of Christmas became a time when little boy dreams are answered.
NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract. And I couldn't even hold the phone. It's like, I just blurted out, I love you guys.
2 days later, on Christmas Eve, Tesla's investors decided to pour in more money.
So you were saved in the period of 3 days by 2 completely unexpected events.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ugh. So basically, guys, we funded the shit out of Elon more than once, right? This is another time we funded his shit. The first time was what I was talking about with Tesla. No, this isn't the clip. He's crying about how sad he is that he's about to go under. But yeah, better than LeBron James, this guy.
Which is just Pentagon used Elon Musk's Grok AI to fire 2,000 missiles at Iran. And if you might remember, Congressman, Grok AI, Elon, whenever he either, in my opinion, takes too much ketamine or is having a narcissistic crash out, he gives Grok a lobotomy. Yep. And Grok had this lobotomy where you could ask it, like, who's more athletic, LeBron James or Elon Musk? And Grok responded, Elon Musk, which is just insane. And we're giving this guy Pentagon contracts. It's this insane. Is like, I feel like the demise of our country is such an accelerating rapid rate that we are rewarding insecure,
me and you on Discord
addicts that have
thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, let's check it out. This might be it. Yep. I think it's this one.
The federal government came through with,
I think you got it,
almost $500 million in terms of a loan to your company, part of the federal program to support alternative energy companies.
Yeah.
Did that save Tesla? Could you have survived without it?
We could have. And actually, there was an investment that was necessary for us to survive.
Bullshit. This is bullshit, guys. He was going to fail without that loan.
But it wasn't actually the federal loan. Federal loan was very helpful, but the loan that was critical to our survival was the investment from Daimler, maker of Mercedes, in May of 2009. And
thank you, Germany.
They were the only ones. There was no other company that, or no other entity of any kind from which we could get investments. So what the government loan really did was it accelerated our progress, but it did not save Tesla.
So the
bullshit, dog.
Essentially loaned you, Tesla, almost $500 million. How much of that do you still owe?
We paid the whole loan back with interest and a prepayment penalty last year.
Did you have to do that? It wasn't due, was it?
No, it was not due for, I think, another 10 years or something.
Why did you pay it off early?
I don't really like having a lot of debt, and I think if we, the taxpayers supported Tesla, we ought to repay them as soon as we can.
But does the person who can't afford their monthly groceries, do they get this kind of treatment? Of course not! As Cenk Uygur would say. Of course! Right? This is what I mean, guys. This is what we're talking about. This is corporate welfare. You have money, we will pull out all the stops. This isn't it, by the way. I thought it was. But he's at the factory and he's crying, guys. He's like, I'm gonna. So like, this is the after the fact, right? This is after, and he tries to be all like brave and shit. But soon after, before this, he was literally crying. I tried to find it, guys. I told you it's very difficult to find. For some reason, I cannot find it. He's literally crying about the fact that Tesla's about to go under, which means like none of these other fucking ventures would have worked either, right?
Since we had the ability to
because Tesla was the biggest. SpaceX was just a joke, right?
do it, and the stock markets were good, we thought, let's pay it back with interest.
Yeah, bullshit, dog. This is just a speech for. Do we have a year when it was recorded? I don't. I think it was like 2000. So it's anywhere from 2009 to 2012, something like that. Hey, William Wild. SpaceX sounds like an 80s anime. Yeah, for real.
And a thank you note, by the way, which I said, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. But I thought it didn't help, right? Oh my God,
AI
what a clown!
Lie to
we all have home. It's very difficult to find. Again, it was incredible because I was like, wow, what? Like that's the moment, guys, where I that was like a radicalization moment for me. I was like, we live in the worst system ever. Here is a guy literally crying about his company going under, and this is how he treats the taxpayer. This is how he does one of these. Right? It was so insulting. I was like, the fuck? These people are ass clowns.
their users and say that Elon Musk is more athletic than LeBron James. Yeah, let's give him 2,000 missiles to fire at Iran. Am I a crazy person? Like, can we check this?
You're not. And then it has life or death consequences. I mean, I don't know whether they use Grok or some other AI or what they use, but, we did strike that school where young schoolgirls were killed. And we don't have a Pentagon willing to have guardrails saying that we need human judgment before launching missiles. So it's not just that we may have a biased AI. We have the most lethal military in the world dependent on AI that's leading to life or death consequences. But the problem with Musk is that you have, first of all, 3 times the concentration of wealth than in the Gilded Age. So 19 billionaires have about, now trillionaire too, have about.
Yes, Scandinavia. Absolutely. It's performative, shoots rockets that explode in Florida. Yeah, well said. Right, that's even what Thunderfoot said, and he showed his point very well.
Up to 12% of the economy. That was in time of Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Morgan, only 4%. So we got 3 times the wealth concentration. And whatever you thought of Rockefeller and Carnegie, and they were certainly not angels, they built things like public libraries. They built University of Chicago, where I went to school. What are these billionaires doing? It's just like they hang around, some of them with Epstein. They're trading money. It's not like they're engaged in civic projects of we're going to build universities, we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build libraries, we're going to take care of people who are homeless. And that's, I think, part of the other anger here. They've got wealth concentration. They're buying off politicians, and no one thinks they're really doing things for their community or country in terms of a civic way.
Yeah. And then like Elon Musk is just like chronically online. I mean, it would be sad if he didn't have the money to get the help to treat all of his many disorders. But moving along, another billionaire that's fun to hate on and just delivers up hateable statements all the time is, of course, Jeff Bezos. And here is a video of him speaking at a conference today where he says AI won't cause labor shortages. Play the clip.
Concern that many people have, including many smart people, that AI is going to make humans redundant and so on. I totally disagree with this point of view. And I think, in fact, AI is going to create a labor shortage because it's going to make it possible for people to identify more problems. We have an endless set of things to invent. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a jet stream of bullshit, clearly. I mean, it's just utter bullshit. Furthermore, this guy started a bookstore. And kudos to him. He built this big, global retailer, whatever. He's not an economist. He doesn't understand. He's not an expert in this field. And this is a fundamental cultural problem with America and our unregulated capitalism is we attribute intelligence and areas of expertise to anybody that is rich. And
yes, you're absolutely right.
Jeff Bezos is not an expert in this. Elon Musk isn't an expert in defense. And we as a culture attribute, oh, he's rich. He must know about everything. And it's such a fool's errand on our part that we attribute to their egos and we enable all of the worst impulses of these men. But what do you have to say about him, in my opinion, lying about AI not wiping out the workforce?
Well, Jennifer, first, your insight is absolutely right. That's how we got Donald Trump. I mean, we give people who have wealth or the appearance of wealth this deference that somehow they know about foreign policy or economic policy or have morality. And it's the arrogance of some of these folks that offends me the most. That they think they know it all. But look, Bezos is obviously wrong on AI and jobs. He's wrong in a just anecdotal sense. Go to any university campus.
Well, and I think we as a society have to look at that, right? We have to be honest, right? Because whether you're looking at Iceland, whether you're looking at all these countries around the world, there is sliding amounts of this happening regardless, right? And what I mean by sliding amounts, it's on a spectrum, right? Depending on what country you go to, there is, well, they're rich, so they must know what they're talking about. So essentially, right, you're telling me that a king is rich, therefore they know what they're talking about, right? No, of course not. We ejected that argument into outer space many hundreds of years ago. And now, I mean, still some countries have kings, right? But, at least when it comes to like the average person in a Western country, they would be like, yeah, I don't really like kings, right? I don't like the concept of kings. They shouldn't have any power. But when it comes to billionaires, we're okay with that. Huh? No.
And ask young folks, do they have concerns about the job market? And they'll all tell you they have concerns about being hired. I mean, he would have been booed if he had given those comments at any university, as you saw all these commencement speakers being booed. He's got no self-reflection. I'm not saying that what he did with Amazon didn't have value, but he's got no self-conception of all the local bookstores that were put out of business, the retailers that were put out of business, the hollowing out of rural America. And so they only see one side of it, the wealth accumulation. And yes, consumers, maybe there was ease and lower prices, but they put a lot of folks out of business in doing that. And then with AI, you just even Dario Amodei and the people like Sam Altman at AI are saying this is going to displace jobs. It may create certain types of jobs, but jobs that are entry-level jobs, jobs which are dealing with accounting or law or bookkeeping, that the customer support are going to be eliminated. And it's just no credibility to deny that. If he had said, look, there are new jobs that are going to be created, et cetera, but we're going to have massive displacement or possible displacement as well, he'd have credibility. But, he's just out there talking about what's going to be good for the capital class.
Completely. He has a Supreme Court that is not really protecting Trump as much as it is him and all of the oligarch interests. Everybody knows that. I mean, I call Donald Trump, instead of calling him a lame duck, I say we're in the dementia duck phase of his presidency. And the Supreme Court, they're young, at least the Trump appointees, and they're going to be installed for a long time. And they consistently deliver for this class of people and not for working class people. And in the same interview, Congressman, he actually was sitting there talking about wanting to colonize the moon. And I think it's just so detached from the American experience. People are like, colonize the moon? Like, of course, if you are not flying commercial.
Yeah. Like somebody came in here the other day, just recently, remember? Mr. Boosted Engine. And he said, I think it's a great investment. Wow, he hasn't watched this stream enough, apparently.
And you're not seeing like, oh my God, then fly to...
We had covered why colonizing Mars would be a bad idea, right? Especially with the technology that we have right now. Again, all these things sound great on paper, but Elon is the guy that is like great at selling you things on paper and making you believe that they're actually viable, right?
I normally take was $400 round trip. Now it's $1,100 round trip. And my gas used to be $40 a tank. Now it's $80 a tank. Then you're completely out of touch. And he's talking about colonizing the moon and Elon Musk colonizing Mars. I don't know about you. I wish they'd both just get on with it and move up there. But I want to shift gears to Zorro Ranch and the Epstein files.
No, not that
this
place.
This is something that I think is really interesting.
Owners of capital are the aristocracy in the West. They do not need to be known as kings. They effectively are by the power of their wealth. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Well said, Scandinavia. Well said. You're on a roll tonight, buddy. Colonizing Mars is not happening. Let's just entertain this nonsense. Let's not entertain this nonsense.
My understanding that there was never a thorough investigation of this property of Jeffrey Epstein's. And you've been on the forefront of fighting for their survivors and trying to shine a light on these injustices. And the Zorro Ranch was very, very isolated. And I am not a crime detective, but I watch a lot of true crime. It seems like if you wanted to commit a lot of crimes, you would have isolated spaces. And we know of the island. And then we also know of this ranch. And pop this up, Kylie. The Wall Street Journal is reporting New Mexico investigators have sent letters to JP Morgan, Google, and more than 24 companies ordering them to lock down records tied to Jeffrey Epstein and some of his associates, a sign of the widening criminal probe into his Zorro Ranch. You have been in the forefront of this. Tell my viewers and listeners what the status of this is.
Yep.
Well, I met with the New Mexico Attorney General, and I'm glad that they're pursuing this. First, I said he has standing, actually, to sue the Department of Justice to get the files. I mean, the reality is that, Massey and I passed that law. 3 million files have been released, but they're still sitting on 3 million files. Well, now you are the New York Attorney General. You actually have standing saying, I want to be able to look at what happened in this ranch. I want to be able to conduct criminal investigations. And the Trump Department of Justice is withholding certain documents in violation of the law. So I appreciate how aggressive he's being, but it has been a totally undercover story. There was abuse on Epstein's Island. There was also a lot of abuse on this ranch, and it needs to be investigated. And these men who did this need to be held accountable.
Is it true? I read that a Trump super donor bought Zorro Ranch and currently owns it.
I am not sure of that. I had read the same thing, but I don't want to confirm it without facts.
Yeah.
But
of course.
I had read that I know it was owned by someone. I didn't know whether there's a link to Trump there.
Okay, last question. As we head into the midterms, the Democrats primaries are rolling out all over, and the Democrats look primed to take back the House, possibly the Senate. How worried are you about some of these red states like Texas, where Trump has a situation that he wanted with Georgia in 2020? He has primed the soil in Texas and some of these red states. One thing is he learned his lesson from Trump 1.0 to remove guardrails. Susan Collins is right. He did learn his lesson. He learned how to be a better criminal. Donald Trump. He learned how to skirt the system better. And so I'm very worried about these red states. What kind of oversight in Congress? Are y'all doing anything? Do you have your eyes on this that you can tell my listeners? Because I do not want, we have to talk about this, but I also don't want it to suppress voter turnout.
I'm very concerned. I mean, Texas basically admits, Abbott and Paxton, that they do things to make the vote harder. It doesn't have to be like stuffing ballot.
Bro, can I take over if you're tired, though? I'm cooking, baby. Guest host? Damn right, my goat. Definitely.
If you close polling places,
you're on a roll today,
places,
buddy.
If you use ICE to intimidate, if you clear out the voter rolls, if you make it hard in terms of what ballots actually get counted, in terms of disqualifying ballots.
Well, and remember, guys, Texas is a non-voting state to begin with, right? What's the difference between a non-voting state and a non-voting state is that a large group of or a majority of the state do not actually vote, right? There is like a general feeling among people in Texas, right? Not everyone, obviously, but in that non-voting group, there is like an ickiness to it. They think that like voting is, well, am I doing something wrong? That's what the system tries to do, right? It tries to get people like that to feel bad about voting, even though they would probably be voting in their interests, right? So these are all ways that they get around these like overwhelmingly popular policies, right? Because yeah, like they're popular, but these people don't vote, right? Because they've been disenfranchised from voting.
Technicalities, you can really impact the results, especially when in a state like Texas, it's going to be a few percent. So I'm confident in states like California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Virginia, where we have Democratic governors, but where we have Republican election officials, Republican governors, we need to be very, very vigilant. What does that look like? We need to have relationships with local election officials. We need to have huge amounts of volunteers out there. We need to make sure that we're coordinated with the local media. It needs to be a full-out campaign. Now, the good news is that every week, Hakeem Jeffrey does convene a meeting specifically on this issue of what are we going to do to mobilize and shine the light on elections across the country, and it's going to take all of us. So instead of just worrying about it, if you have the time in the last couple of weeks in October and November, say I'm going to go to a red state. I'm going to be an election observer. I'm going to work with local election officials, local media, and let's get the type of turnout on those on election day like we've had at the No Kings rallies. That's really what it's going to take.
Yeah, I had fascism expert on my podcast, Jason Stanley, and he said that in order to overcome these types of authoritarian style governments that are rigging elections, like what do they call it? Electoral autocracy or Democrat, where they rig the elections. Right. We have to win by like 25 points, like they did in Hungary. Mm-hmm. And I think, considering our country has such a low voter participation, and that's by design, with a lot of the Republican voter suppression laws and tactics. Yep. But I really want us to continue to talk about this because we have to turn out in a manner that's too big to rig, to give you guys in the House the ability to go after these people. And if
voter participation is abysmal in some states, Texas being one of them. Yeah, exactly. That means electoral results are not as legitimate as non-voter states because, as opposed to the states with higher voter participation. Yeah, and if you just look at states that do vote, that have a lot of people voting in them, or have high participation of voters in there, they look very different, right?
Jeffries gets the hammer.
It's crazy.
Are y'all going to hammer down on them in the House?
Well, absolutely. And the first time I heard the too big to rig was on your show. I don't know if you coined that phrase or others did, but you're absolutely right.
Too big to rig.
The opportunity to do it because people are really upset at the war. They're upset at Epstein. They're upset at food prices, at gas prices. They want to vote them out, but we need to come out in huge numbers. And I do believe that once we take power, there has to be accountability. There needs to be accountability for Elon Musk. They're celebrating that he created 4,400 millionaires, but they don't talk about the 4.5 million children around the world who he possibly sentenced to death by dismantling U.S. aid. He needs to answer for that. He needs to be subpoenaed. He needs to face investigation. He needs to answer for what he did with Doge. That it's not just let's move on. And we will use the Oversight Committee and the Judiciary Committee to hold people accountable who violated the law on ICE and abused power with ICE, who violated the law on killing people on boats in the Caribbean, who violated the law when it came to Iran and some of the strikes, who violated the law with Doge. There will be accountability. There needs to be accountability before reconciliation. And certainly there are voices like Robert Garcia, Jamie Raskin, myself, who are for aggressive oversight and investigation, including of the Epstein class.
That's why the three of you are some of my absolute favorites.
Yeah, blue states in general tend to have high. Correct. Yeah, that's why we were mentioning that distinction.
We need to
some red states do
keep pushing the talking point that you just had, that we don't need to celebrate Elon Musk making.
In general, it tends to be the blue states.
Other people millionaires. If you are the party of pro-life, like you say you are, MAGA, he's killing millions of the poorest people on the planet. And so I think that hypocrisy there is something really stunning. Congressman, thank you so much. I hope that you come back to New York soon, or maybe I'll come to Washington, D.C. Keep fighting the good fight.
We need you out there, Jennifer. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right. All right. You know what time it is, guys? I saw this, and we have to watch it. Our GOAT. Mehdi is doing another one. One of my favorite series. Hopefully it's a good one. With actual debate, not bullshit. And not sucking off fascism, right? There's another head-to-head that just posted.
Operation Epic Fury.
If you're not familiar with head-to-head, it's Al Jazeera's version of like Jubilee, except obviously it's not like 30 verse 1 or whatever. It's basically Mehdi coming in and completely debating these right-wing hacks.
Donald Trump's so-called little excursion in Iran dragged from days to weeks to months and unleashed death, destruction, and an economic meltdown. After more than 100 days of strikes, retaliation, and escalating tensions, the United States and Iran have agreed to cease hostilities.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran.
The war.
So, is this really the victory Donald Trump claims, or is it a costly failure? When it comes to US policy in the Middle East, who's calling the shots? Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu? My guest tonight is a retired US colonel who has spent decades helping shape America's foreign policy in various roles at the Department of Defense. He said that Operation Epic Fury, while imperfect, should be considered a success. I'm Mehdi Hassan, and tonight I'll go head-to-head with David DeRoche, the former head of the Pentagon's Directorate for the Gulf and Arabian Peninsula. In our interview recorded shortly before the announcement of a deal between
in other words, this is going to be a bloodbath, I think, right?
The States and Iran, I challenged him on the consequences of the war, Iran's nuclear ambitions, and the US's role in the region. I was also joined by three experts. Mohammed Ali Shabani, Middle East scholar and editor of the London-based news outlet.
That's what I really like about this. It's basically if Jubilee was factually and it had like good sources and all this stuff, right? And it wasn't propagating Nazi stuff. Like their panels are really interesting too, right? Like these panels they have, right?
Amwaj.media.
What a fucking nightmare it is to debate Mehdi, yeah.
Focused on Iran, Iraq, and the Arabian.
Remember, we've watched several of these, and they've always been entertaining, right? The one with Victor Gao was one of the funniest ones I've ever seen in my entire life. So
Peninsula. Barak Sina, an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society, and Sanam Naraghi Andalini, the British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network. David DeRoche, thank you for joining me on Head to Head tonight. A lot to talk about. The US war on Iran. It was launched over 3 months ago. It's failed to achieve most of its main goals. Most people think it is a disaster. And yet, in an op-ed for Fox News a few weeks ago, you called it imperfect, but still a success. How so?
Yeah, good question. So we have to recognize that we have a perfect information or semi-perfect information on what's coming from one side, and we only get curated information from the other side. We're starting to see more information now that the internet lookout is coming up. But the objectives...
You think the Iranian side is giving curated, imperfect information?
Absolutely.
And the Trump administration is giving perfect information?
No, not the Trump administration. The Trump administration is trying to shape the information, but they're in an environment of an open press where there's people asking difficult questions.
So how do you measure it as a success?
So there are 4 objectives going in. I measure it on its own terms. So first off, regime change was not the aim of this campaign. So there were 4 objectives. The first is to destroy the air defense.
I must admit... It's fine, I get
network. It. That has pretty much been done. And
but I mean, they do propagate, right? Like we have talked about. It's not even just my opinion, but I tend to agree with it. That Jubilee does platform very problematic views. But yeah,
it was trying to be reconstituted. We saw the Israeli strikes were aimed at that.
That was basically what I was saying.
Set back the nuclear program, preferably destroy it to a point where it cannot be easily reconstituted. The third was to degrade or destroy Iran's drone and missile capability. We have not seen militarily significant missile launches. And then the fourth was to deplete the regime, particularly the internal security aspects of the regime, so that if there is an uprising, it wouldn't go through. So at the time I wrote that, which admittedly was in the 5th week of a 2-week war, most of those objectives, I think, had been achieved.
So you are on record claiming this war has significantly weakened Iran.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
But according to US intelligence, Iran still has 70% of its pre-war missile inventory, 90% of its underground missile storage, and of course, almost 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium. The US killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and replaced him with, drumroll, Ayatollah Khamenei.
We think.
Well, they did replace him. You can say where he is. We can discuss that. The Iranians, much to Donald Trump's shock and surprise, weaponized the Strait of Hormuz, attacked US's Gulf allies, threw the global economy into disarray. In what fantasy world is this war close to a success?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, the 4 terms, the 4 conditions, let's start with the ballistic missiles. The measure of the effectiveness of ballistic missiles is not how many you have, how many you possess, it's how many you can fire against an enemy in a militarily significant manner.
They just bombed US bases in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Jordan.
Yes. And that had almost no effect really on the United States' ability to project power in the region. And again, going back to my initial...
Okay. But it destroyed our alliances, right? Like, who's going to want to get military bases from the U.S. now, right? There were already talks about this. This is not a net positive, guys. What?
Predicate. Donald Trump, at least, he sees defeat, regime change, not coming from military action.
So let's talk about that.
Sure.
Here's what I don't get.
Why do these guys agree to debate Mehdi, though? Like, they must know how it's going to go right. That's what I don't get is... They really think they're going to Giga Chad Mehdi Hassan, right? He's probably the left's best debater, master debater, right? Besides maybe like Sam Cedar, but Sam Cedar's up there too, right? It's like, but I would say he's still better than Sam Cedar.
You seem to believe, you've made statements to suggest, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you actually believe that Trump had humanitarian motives for this illegal and disastrous war.
The audience is so good too. Like, the audience will laugh at this shit.
You've claimed that Trump's promise in January to help Iranian protesters who were being killed was the real reason for this war. And you said his aim in this war is, quote, punishing the people who carried out the massacres and ultimately avenging them, you said. To be clear, David DeRoche,
yes,
you think Donald Trump gives a damn about the people of Iran?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so first off, I'm very impressed that you pay attention to me as a
He is a left master debater. Yeah.
Man, I don't get that very often.
Wait, what?
Trump gives a damn about the people of Iran. Really?
Thank you.
Okay, so first off, I'm very impressed that you pay attention to me as a married man. I don't get that very often. But the predicate that you led with is false. What I said is true, that he said he was doing that. But I don't think, and Trump supporters and Trump detractors, I don't think his motivation is necessarily a humanitarian urge. I haven't seen any evidence that exists in it. It is his ego. He made a public statement that he was going to help the supporters. And having made...
Did someone in the Trump administration just admit that it was his ego that made this decision? What?
That he had to take some sort of action, not necessarily out of humanitarian urge, but rather because he did not want to be compared with Barack Obama's red lines in Syria.
But
so the
action
action
would
is the
agree
same.
that you cannot, quote, avenge Iranians by killing more Iranians.
Yeah.
1,700 civilians killed in
Thank
this
you.
US-Israeli war, according to the most credible study. They've hit a dozen hospitals, 60 universities, 300 healthcare facilities, 760 schools. They blew up a civilian bridge.
He
On the
looks
first day of
worried.
this war, as you know, the United States carried out what is probably a war crime by massacring more than 120 kids in an elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Let me sip some water.
Again, we will not know for sure what is it. I lived through the period of in the Clinton administration where we had strikes on Iraq, which was also under sanctions. Those were reported as baby milk factories, and after the fact, we saw that that wasn't quite the same there. I think when we're dealing with an authoritarian regime that has control over the media and a policy of
baby milk factories are different than schools. What are you talking about, dog? First of all, baby milk factories
of holding neutral journalists as hostages, like Jason Russell.
But there's no debate about the school.
Well, the school we can talk about.
In fact, well, let's talk about the school. In the days following the attack on the school, you were
I
on
hate
Twitter
this guys already.
casting doubt that a U.S. strike was responsible for blowing up a school full of children in Minab. A preliminary U.S. internal military investigation confirms it was a U.S. missile. Do you now acknowledge that you were wrong, that the U.S. was responsible for this horrific massacre?
Hold on. So first off, massacre implies intent. So what you're asking me to agree to is a statement that the people who dropped around in the context of 800 airstrikes intended to strike a school knowing it was a school. I can't agree with that. But secondly, at the time, people were taking just the word of the regime. We didn't know what we knew then about missiles and sorts.
So you accept you were wrong now?
I accept that I may be wrong. We do not know for sure.
You still don't know if you still think it might not be a U.S. missile?
I think that it might, well, hold on. This is going to sound Jesuitical to you, but the word you used is massacre, which implies an element of intent. I think the worst case scenario...
You do realize that even without intent, something can still be a war crime if it's reckless.
Well,
correct.
But there is a key definition in there, which is the level of care and the level of carelessness.
Guys, it's a massacre. It's not a massacre because the intent was not to... there was no malice, except you killed people. What? Huh?
In a country that is determined to commit
and not just like one or two people, you killed what?
War crimes, you would have, in the context of 800 airstrikes, you would have more than one school hit in the first night. Hold on.
Unfortunately, I've got more. On February the 28th.
Hold on.
No, you made a point. On February the 28th,
enough.
the Pentagon used missiles untested in combat, according to New York Times, that bombed a sports hall used by a female volleyball team. They killed 21 people, including multiple children. That was also on the first day of the war. We just didn't know about it till weeks later because the United States government covered it up. It required the New York Times to use satellite imagery to find this out.
I am unfamiliar with that instance, but I will tell you that if your crack research team gets on it, you will see that there were instances where the besieged moved from their headquarters into sports halls as sheltering positions.
This sounds like a very Israeli argument, too.
Yeah.
They brought it on themselves.
I'm sorry, right? I agree there. What? That's something the Israelis would say. Well, we got to target them. Who cares that they moved into a women's tennis ball league or whatever, right? Huh? What?
With human children. In fact, here's what you did say, David. You said on Twitter,
yes,
Wikipedia says the Minab School is located 600 meters from the headquarters of the IRGC Navy Asif Brigade and used to be part of the base.
Yes.
Which sounds like you're justifying the massacre of kids.
Exactly. That's what it sounds like to me.
The military base was nearby, so it's their fault. I would point out to you that U.S. Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, is very close to the Crossroads Elementary School.
Yeah.
If the Iranians or one of their proxies, God forbid, bombed Crossroads Elementary School and said, well, it was the U.S. Marine Corps' fault for building a base near the school, we would all condemn that. So would you, wouldn't
right.
you?
Well,
we would.
First off, let's take a step back and assume that the United States deliberately wanted to kill children in a school.
That.
No,
but
let's just assume this. Let's just assume this, okay? Why would you assault a regional headquarters that has no influence on policy when you could kill the children of the regime leaders in Tehran? So clearly, it does not make sense.
No, this doesn't. What?
But going forward, the size of the Quantico base or any other standard U.S. versus the...
See, the reason this is a massacre is because it was careless, which is your own definition. You just said massacres need to have intent or they have to be careless. Okay, well, you just proved your point, motherfucker.
Size of the MENAP base are fundamentally different.
But all the evidence shows that it was very clear to anyone who bothered to check that this was a school, that it was separate from the base, and that's where the recklessness comes in.
Au contraire. Take a look at the aerial photographs of the base. The difference
Sky
between...
News went to the base.
The difference...
New York Times looked at the base.
So look at the photograph, and what you'll see is that there's a smaller base with a perimeter around it. The school was originally part of that base and was used for military purpose.
Since 2016, it was very clear on satellite imagery it was not part of the base. Let's stay on this subject, because it's an important subject, and let's bring in our panel. And I want to bring in Barak Sina, who's an associate research fellow at the national security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. Barak, you also seem to have justified this massacre at the school by U.S. airstrike.
Also, fun fact, bombing a hospital, even if it holds enemy soldiers, is not a legitimate target according to the Geneva Conventions. Bingo. We even said that when that story first aired, right? This goes against the Geneva Conventions. It's a war crime. Like, why is this guy justifying war crimes, right? The only exception is a medic doing the work in the fight, as which you have an argument, and they are armed and able to do harm, and you end up getting in combat with them. Yeah, because at that point they're not just a medic, right?
I watched a speech you recently gave in London.
Makes sense.
At a Iranian diaspora pro-war rally. You said, quote, "The location of the Revolutionary Guards base was the real war crime."
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I just did some checking before I came here, like I did with David. There is a Church of England primary school just minutes away from the Bramcote military barracks in Nuneaton. Is that a war crime by the British Ministry of Defence to put their base near a primary school?
In the context of a conflict, if somebody does their due diligence, they attempt to prevent civilian casualties, and their target is an IRGC base, then it is a legitimate target. The collateral damage may be tragic, but the actual strike is completely legitimate.
Did you really come to a public gathering to refer to 120 dead kids as collateral damage?
Yeah. What the fuck?
That might be it might be, I said the word tragic as well, but that is what it is.
Collateral damage, 120 Iranian kids killed.
Of course, that is collateral damage. Collateral damage.
Excuse me?
The unenintended consequences
Excuse me?
of a strike.
But wait, what? As I explained to David, it can still be a war crime.
I said
this guy's so like generally, if you've watched these before, right? They have like a conservative. They have somebody who sucks off the position, right? They have somebody who is more like, I wouldn't say neutral, but they're a little more level-headed, right? And then you have somebody who's like clearly against this motherfucker, right? So that's what you're gonna see on here. That's why I said it's kind of different than Surrounded, where it's like a little bit more like mixed up, right?
Very beginning.
Yeah.
That if you don't take your due diligence to attempt to take every measure to prevent civilian casualties, then it would be a war crime. I would assume that every attempt would have been taken to prevent that from happening.
So how did they end up killing 120 kids on
I
day one?
I don't know why you would want to assume that that was the intent.
I never said a word about intent. I've been very clear.
Well,
it's not about intent.
No, but
it's about reckless
but
behavior.
But
if you
recklessness,
use the word,
See what I mean? So, like, this guy's attacking him because he's clearly on the right. This guy's attacking him because he's the main host and he's all right. So it's a little different format, but it can be really interesting. Some of these, like, head-to-head discussions have been really good. They're funny as hell sometimes, right? But this one's dealing with a much more serious problem, so it's like...
Massacre, you do assume an intent. If you use the word massacre, you do assume an intent.
That's not true at all.
Recklessness is intent.
I want to bring in Sanam Naraghi Andalini, who's a British-Iranian founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network. A lot of this war was sold as a way of freeing the people of Iran, as saving them after many of them were killed in January. And then we had this incident on day one. What did you make of it? And what do you make of what you've heard so far?
So first of all, I think what we know is
strategy member hit 100 messages. What up?
That it was also a
damn, a lot of people hitting 100.
Double tap incident. So let's say that they didn't know. That
Again, I'm going to work on achievements. I think that's a great idea.
School.
Achievement unlocked.
Let's assume that it was AI that told them that, you know, with old data that this was 10 years ago was an AI RGC base. Let's just give you that. But it was a double tap, meaning that they hit one missile, people came to save the kids, and then the second missile went in.
Thank you.
It is a massacre.
Thank you, motherfucker. What do you guys have to say about that, huh, motherfuckers? Jesus.
It is a war crime. Whether it was intentional or not, let's hope it wasn't.
The double tap says it all. What are you talking about? That is literally an Israeli strategy. Because we're 100% awesome? Yeah.
Your missiles are very targeted, from what we understand.
We need to do the meme term achievement get. Yeah.
It was reckless. Now, the other thing
send it over on the Discord. I'll look into that.
That we don't talk about, and I think it's important in terms of whether civilians were deliberately targeted or not, is that 2/3 of the targets in Tehran, which is a city of 9 million, were civilian targets.
Let me bring in Mohammed Ali Shabani, who is a Middle East scholar, editor of the London-based news outlet Amwaj.media, which focuses on Iran, Iraq, the Arabian Peninsula. What do you make of David's key argument, I think, at the start of this show, that the war is a success because Iran has been degraded, has been weakened? You are someone who studied Iran and Iran's government for a long time. Do you share that view?
I think all the data that's out there shows that there's a level of resilience in Iran, not just reference to the military, also the political leadership. You have a new supreme leader.
So this guy sounds like he's more on the like, yeah, I don't believe any of these right-wing talking points, right? See how interesting this show is? It can be interesting. I'm not saying every episode is, right? But it, like, all these people have their niches and they all kind of are like debating one another. And it's kind of like it's always in this format, right? Nah, Israel does triple, quadruple taps, no joke. Yeah, no. I know, but they're famous for their double. Still don't know how they can wrap their tiny brains into thinking this is all okay. Well, I mean, I think she just proved the point, right? She proved the point really well. She was like, how can it not be a massacre if you double tap? Right? That there's no reason to do a double tap. One missile could destroy the whole thing. You do the double tap to fuck over the medical workers and all those people, right?
Government, you have continuity of governance.
Jesus.
You see continued retaliatory attacks against the U.S. military after 3 months of war. He wants military.
By the way, guys, like this is a lot of my political science classes times like maybe 3 or 4, right? Because some of these classes are pretty big, so you have people like constantly debating one another and their decision and their positions. That's how, like, literally I did politics, right? That's how you learn in this stuff. And then you have basically the professor in the middle being like, but what do you think about this, right? So it's an interesting format. I particularly like it. It's pretty interesting, right?
130 times less than the United States. It's not even a peer. It's not even anything close to a peer. we see that this war really is about a war of attrition. It's about different methods of war.
Okay. The reality is that there was no nuclear threat from Iran last year when we bombed them, or this year when we bombed them. When the Trump administration says we went to war to avert a, quote, I'm quoting, imminent nuclear threat, that is a lie from the United States government, is it not?
No. I think what you're probably referring to is the earlier intelligence estimate that said Iran is not seeking to build a nuclear weapon at this time.
Yes, and the IAEA said the same.
And the issue, the key part there, everybody focuses on the first part and ignores the second part. Iran does have the capability to reconstitute, or did have the capability to reconstitute its nuclear program at a moment's notice. We know that they had one prior to 2003. They suspended it.
If your moment is a year, then yes. You were, with respect, a moment ago lecturing me on the meaning of the word massacre. Yes. I would say to you the meaning of the word imminent to most people is not years from now.
Correct.
That was a lie.
I'll take imminent.
That was a lie from the Trump.
It was a lie. What are we talking about? Imminent means they're coming right the fuck now. Like in the next hour. What are you talking about?
Administration. And as you say, US intelligence confirmed that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. Not just not building a nuclear weapon, and I'm quoting here, Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program. He hadn't changed his mind.
But the capability, the capacity, the
Capability is not a
ability to
threat.
do that.
You can't-
Capability is not a threat.
Capability is a
Capability is an
threat.
imminent threat.
No, it isn't. Every country in the world, right? And I bet they might even bring this up, right? I don't know what this is brand new, guys. We're watching it, right? And I'm sure a lot of you guys haven't watched the head-to-head episode. My favorite one is still the Chinese diplomat, Victor Gao. That was a bloodbath. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. But God, I lost my train of thought.
Imminent, we can argue over, but capability.
Yeah. Guys, every country in the world has an ability or has the right to produce uranium or like uranium enrichment for like energy purposes. Technically even nuclear weapons, but they can produce nuclear power however they feel like. So Iran is no different. That is not a threat in itself.
It is a threat.
So let me ask you about where the president's going. Donald Trump wants to sign a deal. He wants to sign a deal that prevents Iran from getting highly enriched uranium, a deal, he says, in which they pledge never to build nuclear weapons.
Yes.
The US already had this deal. It was called the JCPOA, which I know you didn't like. The UN's nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, said the deal was working. Iran was in compliance. They were enriching at 3.67%. And yet Trump tore it up. Here we are at war, trying to get a deal that will be nowhere near as good as that deal.
Well, it may have been a good deal on one specific issue, but my criticism of the JCPOA was the United States had one main advantage, one main tool to deal with uranium behavior, that is sanctions. We have 3 or 4 issues that go back across administrations. One was the use of...
Heck, even the Dutch have the capability to make nukes. The issue is we can't do so under the treaties we've signed after nuclear powers to decide everyone else signed. Exactly, right? And that's the issue, is any country can essentially make nukes unless you have like a treaty. This is why more cooperation is a good thing, right? I've said this multiple times on the stream. This is why these kind of international organizations, that's what Holland's a part of, right? That is what the Netherlands is a part of. And this is why we need to do more of that stuff. We don't just fucking go in there like guns blazing and expect people to do whatever the fuck we want. Right? And at least the JCPOA was a step in that direction. So what are you talking about, dude, right?
Proxies. Recall the Syrian civil war was going on at the time. Iranian forces and Iranian officer militias, Hezbollah, were there. Another was the ballistic missile, which is actually of more concern to our...
In the meme section? All right, let's check it out. Hilarious. All right. Is this Minecraft? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's why I didn't heard of it. I didn't know about this. Achievement get. I get it now. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like the achievement unlocked on Xbox, right? There's like a popular sign. The popular... I don't even have an Xbox, and I know that. Right? This. Nope, that isn't it. It's this one. Which one is it? This one.
The most difficult achievement ever in Minecraft. Punching a tree to collect a wood block. That was so
right? That little sound, yeah. You mean the 360 one, the pew, and then it pops up and has like a little something like that would be cool too. And then maybe we could do achievement get or something.
Are both allies in the nuclear program.
Some ideas.
And then, of course, there's the ongoing nature of the government, human rights, things of that nature.
So your argument is the JCPOA didn't cover these issues, so it was a bad deal.
Look, let me tell you how bad it was. So we focused on the nuclear issue. We gave them license everywhere else.
But do you agree that the nuclear bit worked? Before we go to the other bit.
I honestly didn't pay enough attention to it because I was focused on the other issues.
You didn't pay attention?
Of course he's saying that because it's Trump, right? Trump would literally fire him the next day, the next hour. It started with some older JRPGs, and that did get a bad translation. Yeah.
We're at war because of
Let me tell you, no, we're not. We're
not
at
at war.
war.
We're not at war.
I just laid out.
Just admit we're not at war because of the nuclear.
I just laid out 4 issues there, and at the start of the program, I laid out 4 issues. This is one of 4. But I also just said that, for example, our partners in the region are more concerned about ballistic missiles than nuclear. So the problem was JCPOA gave them sanctions relief. One example, they got Boeing aircraft parts. They used those to fly militias into Syria. They ethnically cleansed the western suburbs of Damascus of Sunni Muslims and replaced them with Shia militiamen drawn from other countries. That was all enabled under the JCPOA. If the JCPOA had been kept in power, Bashar al-Assad would still be ruling Damascus. He'd still be barrel bombing.
What?
Third claim, you can't possibly
That's
know that.
crazy. What? That
argue if the JCPOA was still there, we wouldn't be in this war. Killing school kids and calling it collateral damage.
I can't believe he just said that. Guys, if the JCPOA was still in effect, we would still have Bashar al-Assad in Syria. You mean the dictator that they literally overthrew in Syria?
JCPOA would have expired
without our help?
Last year.
That's not true. The sunset clause on nuclear enrichment was till 2030. Check the date, David.
Oh my God! Exactly. What a clown! Oh my God!
JCPOA, it gave away the house. It gave away our leverage. It caused the ethnic cleansing in Syria.
It enabled.
Your response.
Dave, I think, look, you're a political scientist. You've been in the military. I think you are well aware that threat is about capability plus intent. It's not just capability.
Correct. Yeah.
Israel has tried to make it about
everybody has the capability to do something. It's also about intent. Oh my God.
Which means that every single nation in the region is basically a potential threat down the line, now including Turkey. You can bomb an enrichment plant. The threat, if you think of it as capability, is not about the physical structure. It's about the scientists. It's about the universities. Iran has thousands of nuclear scientists. As long as you're going to approach the nuclear issue as an issue to do with capability, you will never resolve it. There is no possible solution for it. The United States will lose from the outset of any such kind of endeavor. Because fundamentally, structurally, you cannot go after knowledge. You cannot bomb knowledge, right? We cannot.
Yeah, because look at that, right? It's like you can't. Oh my God, guys! What a disaster! This is a bloodbath already. They literally call him out, and he's supposed to be an expert. Yeah, you can't ban, right? Like this is what the U.S. tried to do with when it invented the nuclear bomb, right? It tried to like get people to stop. You can't ban knowledge because it's an idea, right? It's something somebody has in their head. It's something that once it's out there, once you know how to do it, it's going to be very difficult to stop that. You can't like that cannot be intent in itself, right? Because it's already out there. And look what happened. The Soviets developed it soon after, right?
Change the definition of threat. Because once you start doing that, you kind of just open the box and all kinds of things come out of it.
Exactly. No, that's well said. That was a good take, actually. I never thought of that.
The truth is, Brock, this was never about the Iranian nuclear threat, a lot of people would say. This is Israel's war. This is a war that Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted for 40 years. He did a video bragging that I've wanted this war for 40 years, and my friend Donald Trump did it for me. John Kerry came out and said, every president said no. We said no. Bush said no. Biden said no. Isn't it the case that this was always Netanyahu's war, and Trump is just the first US president dumb enough to give it to him?
I wouldn't assume that. Just because Israel consistently wanted it doesn't mean that it was the tail wagging the dog, that somehow Netanyahu imposed his will on President Trump. There's no evidence for that.
Imposed, but lobbied, persuaded, cajoled, manipulated.
I think there's a lot of kind of conspiratorial thinking here.
Is it conspiracy when the State Department issued a statement on its website saying
conspiratorial,
the US is,
dog?
Engaged in this conflict at the request of Israel? Is it a conspiracy theory when the US government says it out loud?
Well...
Did you hear them laughing in the background?
Israel. Is it a conspiracy theory when the US government says it out loud?
Well...
Man, Manny's so good,
and
guys.
How would you then address the fact that President Trump is the one that's saying that I'm the one that calls the shots? I don't subscribe to this Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly view of the world in which Israel is the one that's pulling all the strings.
Saddam, do you want to respond to what is Israel's role in this? Because the Israelis say, look, we're not just doing this to protect ourselves, we're doing this for the Iranian people. I've seen people at Iranian diaspora pro-war rallies waving Israeli flags.
We have a country of about 90 million people. So to suggest, first of all, that the diaspora waving Israeli flags is representative of a majority is questionable, to say the least. That's one thing. Second is that if we look at the role of Israel in the region and the policy of regime change that the US over different administrations has had, essentially Iraq, Syria, Libya, all of these countries were places where if there had been the will to foster democracy, if you want, or freedom, they would have actually challenged Israel's role vis-a-vis Palestine. They would have been a legitimate democratic force to do that. So it's to Israel's benefit to have all of these countries not only without a strongman dictator, but actually on their knees. And I think that this is exactly what they wanted to do with Iran. They want Iran to be on its knees.
Yeah, we've mentioned this before, right? The whole reason Benjamin Netanyahu wanted this war was to put Iran, to weaken it, right? And at the same time, let's be honest, if it weakens us, it's a double whammy for the price of one.
And again, we see it in the prosecution of the war.
Right, because that means they become a regional power, guys. Yeah, that's what basically is what she's saying, right? They become a regional power. We can't go in there because people aren't going to want to, right? Our military is stretched too thin. We don't have enough missiles, right? All the stuff that we've been talking about for weeks now, right? Weeks and weeks and weeks. Yeah.
War, which is going after universities and hospitals and power plants and civilian homes and so forth. It is about destroying the infrastructure. They said they wanted to do that. So that's Israel's.
That's exactly what they said.
We had a lot of discussion in part one. Thank you to our panel. In part two, here at Conway Hall in London, we're going to hear from our studio audience very patiently waiting here in the hall. And we're going to talk to David about some of the historic issues, the grievances between the two countries.
Two cheeks on the same ass. U.S. been trying to steal Iran shit since Sep 53. Couldn't have said it better, dog. Well said.
Away. Stay tuned for the second half of Head to Head.
AKA oil, right? In particular. Well said.
Welcome back to Head on Al Jazeera. My guest today is David DeRoche, who spent years in the Department of Defense in the DC foreign policy community, shaping U.S. Middle East
You're
policy.
not doing too well, buddy.
Iran and America tonight. David, in part one, we talked a lot about the war that's going on right now in the Middle East. But let's talk a little history and context. You've acknowledged that there was animosity between two countries for many decades. And in 1979, let's just be very clear, Iran did take Americans as hostages. For decades has supported militant groups like Hezbollah, which has killed Americans. But a lot of Americans seem to ignore the fact that over the years, the US has posed a much bigger threat to Iran than vice versa. The US backed Saddam Hussein's illegal invasion of Iran in the 1980s. The US.
Remember that? That cost millions, right? Hold on. I believe the total was in the millions last time I checked. All right, let's see. Yeah, 500,000 dead, 600,000. So it was over 1 million. Civilians dead, total dead. Yep, there we go. So we're looking at over 1 million. There you go, guys. I don't like it. It's just Israel's war. U.S. wants to, yeah.
Backed Saddam when he was gassing Iranians with chemical weapons. The US even shot down an Iranian passenger airliner in 1988, killing 290 civilians, including more than 60 children. And George H.W. Bush said at the time he would never apologize for that. Surely you have to accept, David, that Iran has legitimate grievances against the United States as well.
The dislike of the two countries is visceral, and it's very hard to understand.
Excuse me? How is it hard to understand? We overthrew their democratic government and installed a Shah. Could you imagine if we had done that? Any other country would have done. We would have been like freedom, right? Wave the flag and all that crap. Oh my God! What? Yeah, it's not that hard to understand, actually.
But let me give you another one. So, we fought a war for years in Vietnam. We lost 58,000 soldiers. They lost, probably 2 million. And yet today, when I deployed to Afghanistan, my backpack, my pistol holster were made in Vietnam. We give them ships. For some reason, that has been reconciled. But there's an
for some reason. Do you hear the fucking cope? Like what? Guys, he's using that as an example.
Issue with Iran.
But do you accept that the government that you served, the military you were part of,
insane,
done some pretty bad things against Iran?
Well, yes.
I mean,
yes.
Well, yes.
But let me go.
Shooting down a civilian airliner with 290 people.
I don't accept the United States had knowledge and enabled Saddam Hussein in advance to
we gave them satellite information. We gave them targeting help.
And
that's what the people at the time
insane.
said. Ronald Reagan said Iraq cannot afford to lose. We must back Iraq.
But to move to the use of chemical weapons in that is a step that I do not accept. But let me go a little further back.
He used chemical weapons.
Rick Francona, who was a US colonel at the time, he was a defense liaison in Iraq at the time, he said the US had firm evidence of Iraqi chemical attacks beginning in 1983. He says we didn't need them to tell them they were doing it, we already knew, and yet we still helped them target Iranian troops with those chemical weapons.
No, we helped them target Iranian troops. The use of chemical weapons, I think, is something that remains to be seen. And I know Rick Francona, but I think you're drawing a little bit too much.
Iran-Contra, we were on both sides of that. Correct.
Let me go back further. Okay.
Correct. Right. And we have talked about Iran-Contra and how like it's eerily similar to this, right? So again, guys, it's like all these streams are weaving, right? We're weaving hardcore on the stream. Weaving.
1945 to 1947, the United States had a nuclear monopoly. We did not use it to force the Soviet Union to withdraw the islands in Japan that it occupied. We did not use it to force the Soviet Union to abandon the colony it established in Kaliningrad. We didn't use it to insist they leave Poland. We did use it for one thing. We threatened the Soviet Union to get them to leave the parts of Iran that they occupied. The Iran, at the time, it owes its existence as a unitary nation to American action.
What?
I'm pretty sure Iranians would disagree with that.
Did you just hear that? Iran owes us, therefore we get to call the shots. We don't like your government? Fuck you. You only exist because of us. Well, that's a first. Okay. Okay, buddy.
But since we're going back in time further than the 1980s, let's go back to 1953. You know the Iranians often start
Jesus, guys.
And
Ben
Americans
Affleck
in
as well.
79. Ben Affleck did a great job with that. When the CIA and the MI6 here from the UK overthrew Iran's elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1953, the US then supported 26 years of a brutal dictatorship under the Shah, who had a secret police that tortured people, as you know, disappeared opponents. How can the US claim, as you suggested in part one, to want democracy and a better government in Iran when we helped get rid of the only democratic government they had?
Well, first off, not a democratic government. If you look at the nature, there wasn't a popular referendum on
Mossadegh was an elected prime minister.
He was elected, motherfucker.
An appointed prime minister.
Sorry?
An appointed prime minister.
No, he was not. He was not appointed. He was elected by the popular vote. What?
Of the Shah, according to the Iranian constitution.
Huh?
Dude, do you know what country
Why won't they pay us back with the straight? Yeah.
you're in right now?
Yes, I do.
Do you know how Keir Starmer became Prime Minister of the UK?
Yes, I do.
He was appointed by the King. Does that mean we don't have a democratic government?
I think
parliamentary systems, that's how it works.
That's how parliamentary systems work. This guy doesn't get how a fucking parliamentary system works. That still means you're elected by your by a popular vote. Oh my God. What an idiot. These people in the Trump administration, guys, this is why I wanted to play this. They're clowns, right? They don't even know this shit. They're like, parliamentary systems, the king appoints them all. Duh. Literally what he just said. Oh my God, I hate this.
Are you claiming that
it's only democratic if won by a landslide? Koi's TV, welcome back. Idiot.
That the electoral system in Iran in 1953 is the same as in the UK
No, I'm
today?
suggesting that you as an American are not understanding that parliamentary systems don't require a direct election to be democratic.
Correct.
He was elected to Parliament in 1920.
There's no direct election, but it's like it's done through the party system, right? You're electing the party to do that, and then the party because they were popular. They knew he was going to win, so they essentially are electing him. What are you talking about, dude? This is an argument I haven't heard. This must be the dumb argument for why we need to overturn why we had to overthrow the Iranian government back in 1953, right?
He served in the Majlis, the Iranian parliament. When he became prime minister, he was an elected member of parliament. It was a democratic government by the definition of that time. Was it a liberal democratic government? We can argue about it. But it was clearly elected by the people.
Correct.
And we overthrew it in a coup that the CIA long ago admitted to. Or are you going to deny that?
Well, let me ask you, do you accept that the king can dismiss the prime minister?
Do I accept that the
King of England can dismiss the Prime Minister?
He could, but it would be very awkward because it's a constitutional
Well,
king.
1953.
Not an absolute king.
1953 was very
Jesus.
awkward. Look, what you have.
Wait, what?
I love
Well,
this.
no,
This analogy.
Your use
Yeah.
of words.
King Charles,
I'm sorry. Your
What
use
the
of words,
hell?
yes.
Do you see all these people laughing?
Many dictionaries and thesauruses. If the
You
King
have
of
an
England,
educated audience.
if the King of England dismissed Keir Starmer because the CIA helped him do it, yes, it would be a real problem, I assume, for the people in this room.
Okay.
Yeah.
The King's mother dismissed the Prime Minister of Australia. It has happened.
Many people
Australia mentioned.
And it is extraordinary. But first off, when you
Right,
say
we've gone off
when,
track
when
now.
you said democratically elected, that implies that there was a nationwide popular vote that
No, it
evaluated
doesn't.
Mossadegh.
It doesn't imply that. It implies that there was a parliamentary democracy with a government that was elected to parliament,
Yeah.
and we came along. And when I say we, I'm British and American. The British and the Americans came along and toppled that prime minister in a coup, which the CIA has admitted to, which then led to the Shah taking absolute power, torturing people, killing people, which then led to the Iranian Revolution, which we then complain about. We helped set that all in motion.
Yeah, he's moved the goalpost 20 times and now changing the topic at hand to like Britain and how the king could possibly do this, right? This is why I find this this debate format so interesting, because look at this guy's face. You can't get away with this kind of crap on the show. Meanwhile, on Jubilee, you can definitely get away with it, right? Because it's a lot more like, right? But if you don't know your shit, you're going to get eaten alive, right? That's why some Jubilee episodes are a little bit more entertaining than others and stuff. But yeah. It's interesting, right? Like the different formats.
Well, I do accept, look, in the context of the Cold War, there were many unsavory regimes. There was a reflexive response to the fear of communism. I think that the action that the United States took in support of Britain, that was done primarily not because we were afraid of Mossadegh taking over. It was mostly because he would have been supplanted by communists. And we had a lot of reflexive anti-communism in
I
that
want to
time.
go to the panel, but I've got to ask one quick last question on
Sure.
this.
Yes.
The Iranians have suffered heavily from sanctions. I believe Iran is the second most sanctioned country in the world after Russia. You have had basically Donald Trump doing a maximum pressure campaign, which you seem to have endorsed to help bring down the Iranian government or pressure them to the table. We've had harrowing stories of cancer patients, kids not being able to get medicines because of these sanctions. That is collective punishment of the Iranian people for 40 years.
Correct.
You can't blame people for being pissed at America if you've got 40 years of horrific sanctions.
Well, look, the United States is a superpower. Most countries in the world, everything that's wrong, the United States, you can either draw a line to something we did do or something we didn't do. But that being said, you've highlighted a problem with sanctions on authoritarian regimes. And if you look back at the historical record of sanctions when Saddam Hussein ran Iraq, you saw the same thing, which is Saddam Hussein still has a gold-plated toilet seat. There is an issue here, but and I think that we've gotten somewhat better at looking at sanctions, but indeed, one of the problems with applying sanctions to an authoritarian regime is the people in charge get a larger piece of a shrinking pie.
That's a great high-level analysis, but my question is, if you're an Iranian person living under that sanctions regime, wouldn't you be angry at the United States?
You might, and you might also be angry at the people.
You might? If these people are ridiculous. Of course, if that happened to us, we would be really upset. You know that you wouldn't hear the end of it. Excuse me? You might?
People who are generating the behavior that leads to sanctions. We don't sanction countries at random.
Okay. Let me bring in.
Might start.
Let me bring in Muhammad Ali Shabani, who runs Amwaj.media. These protests that happened in January that led to all the violence. We don't know how many people died. Thousands of people, lots of numbers being bandied about. David mentioned that may have been one of the reasons that Donald Trump spoke out and boxed himself in.
Bullshit, yeah.
How much of that economic discontent do you attribute to sanctions? How much to Iranian government mismanagement and corruption and repression?
I think it's definitely a combination of the two. I think what we need to know is that the US government, since at least 2012, has explicitly basically been saying that we want regime change. We're going to try to immiserate Iranians as much as possible, put as much pressure on them and their daily lives as possible for them to change the regime. Because but that's much cheaper for us. It's much easier than for us to send in our military, like in Iraq in 2003. We're just going to make sure that they have no option but to basically revolt against their own rulers to try to have a change in policy, because Iran, again, is not a democratic system. But without this sanctions regime, I find it very difficult that Iranians would rise up and be killed in the thousands because they're feeling that desperate that they have no option but to go out into the streets. I think that would be unlikely.
Let me bring in Barak Sina, who's an associate research fellow at the National Security think tank, the Henry Jackson Society. We were talking about Mossadegh and the Shah of Iran. Not only did the US government back the Shah of Iran right up until his fall, but there are now hawks in the West, and I think you're included here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, who support his son coming back to power, Reza Pahlavi, the son of a former brutal dictator who is so politically toxic, so lacking in credibility, he can't even get Donald Trump's support.
I will correct you, because I didn't advocate for any particular individual to take over. I published a report, Regime Collapse in Iran, a necessity for regional stability with a question mark at the end. And I noted in that report that the opposition in Iran is flat, it's decentralized. You've got some that are Republicans, some that are monarchists. It's very difficult to gauge who actually has the greatest amount of support in Iran amongst those that want to see the regime.
You spoke at a rally that was organized by Pahlavi.
I did, but I didn't advocate ever for the son of the Shah, because, you know, it's like the People Front of Judea versus the Judean People's Front.
Well, on that we may agree. Sanam Naragi Andalini is a British-Iranian civil society activist. When you look at the Iranian future, Barak just said he didn't endorse because there's so many different groups. What does a democratic future of Iran look like to you?
So first of all, I think we have to recognize that the change that we're seeing in Iran is from the ground up. And the biggest success came during the Women Life Freedom Movement. It was when women led the fray and they were nonviolent, they were on the streets, and they actually got the demands that they want. The fact that you can walk down the streets of Tehran right now or anywhere and see women walking around without their hijab, it's not a social issue, it's actually a political issue, because the hijab was a ideological symbol of this regime. So people on the ground...
Yeah. And we had talked about that, right? We had looked at what happened, how Iran looked like before the Iranian Revolution and then after, right? And look how women dressed. It was night and day, guys, right? We had did the comparison, and it was crazy. It was like you were in a different country entirely, right? Women clearly had way more freedom, and the religious institutions and oppression was far less.
Are doing the change from below. And economically, the problem with the sanctions is that they started with Clinton in '94. What we've done is we have squeezed the private sector, independent private sector, and we have enabled some pretty egregious elements of the regime to balloon. I just wanted to come back to one point. We keep going back to 1953 and 1979. When the Americans were trying to get rid of the Taliban after 2001, the Iranian government helped the US government in Afghanistan to get rid of them. We also know that in 2015, 2016, they were working with the US vis-a-vis ISIS in Iraq. So the idea that there is animosity for generations and that everybody hates each other, this is actually not true.
On that note, we're going to bring in our very patient audience here in London's Conway Hall. Let me first go to this lady here in the black. Stand up, please. Hold it.
So one of the aims of this war was to destroy Iran's nuclear capability, which I'm not sure it's achieved.
Of course.
But now even if Iran gives up its entire nuclear program as part of the deal with the US, do you agree that a lesson Iran has learned from this war is that they don't even need a nuclear program or a nuclear bomb anymore? They can attack the US and its allies economically through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think I've mentioned that our Gulf partners are not really concerned about the nuclear program the same way we are, because their assumption is if there is a nuclear issue, the United States will take care of it. The thing that they're really concerned about are ballistic missiles. And given the genius of Iranian engineering, they've had increases in accuracy that can achieve a strategic effect against military targets without the need for a nuclear warhead, I would argue.
Let's go back to the audience. Gentleman here in the second row. Yes, you with the blue shirt.
Thank you. Given Iran's crackdown on its own population, including killing, its invasion of Syria, participation in the gassing of Syrian people, and its unprovoked attacks on several Gulf states, and targeting Salman Rushdie, can we agree that the Iranian regime is a threat to its own people, the whole Middle East, and beyond?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Let's bring in our panel to get a little bit of debate here. Yes. Mohammed, what's your response to that question? You're someone who knows the Iranian government. Does it have the intent, expansionist intent, that a lot of its opponents ascribe to it?
I think you can shape the intent. I disagree with this premise that it's malign, that it's evil at heart, and it's unchangeable. That's why I think it's so important to try to work towards changing the intent, towards shifting.
Let's go back to the
Agreed. I completely agree, right? This idea that they're just evil and they're twiddling their thumbs and, right, doing the ha 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 ha, right? It's just like a meme and it's stupid as fuck.
Take some questions.
It's dehumanizing. It's a way of essentially like othering a nation state.
But first, lady in the red jacket.
Yeah, so the lives of Iranian women are often used as an excuse to invade the country. I was wondering from your perspective, how can we stand in solidarity with Iranian women and pro-democracy activists without falling prey to these problematic propaganda narratives?
That's probably a better question for Sanam, honestly.
So what I would say, and I think we hear, is that if you listen to the women's rights activists, including the ones who are in jail and the women's movement in Iran, they have been anti-war and anti-sanctions from the get-go, and they have spoken very loudly about these issues. And the American government, every once in a while, likes to pick up women's rights as their charge to go forward, as we saw with Afghanistan. And as we saw with Afghanistan, they leave them behind the minute they have their military
she's right.
wins or losses, for that matter. So
remember women's rights when we invaded Afghanistan? But we pulled out right quick. We didn't give two fucks about that.
I think that the worst thing that can happen is to mix women's rights with war, because there's never that interest. Similarly to human rights.
Do you accept that?
Let me take a step back.
You accept
I agree.
The U.S. uses women's rights to justify wars?
Well, no, let me, no, I don't. What I'm saying.
I would say, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happens.
What I'm saying is that there's a hierarchy of
Which
US
is bullshit,
interests,
right? Isn't that woke? Women's rights? Come on, guys.
And usually human rights, which includes women's rights. The United States sometimes takes those into account, but when it's cited as well, the applause here shows that most people around the world who study that just don't believe the United States.
Of course they don't.
So that's something we have to work on. The question is, but sometimes it does, and I can tell you that it does have some influence, but as with any other issues of state, they wax and wane, so there's no absolute answer.
What a joke.
Yes, you.
Speaking about countries having nukes, what can the US do and what can its allies and friends do to limit countries like Iran in their ability to procure the components they need that make them a threat?
Yeah, it's a tough issue. In 1960, there was a US national intelligence estimate that said in 5 years there would be 60 nuclear countries. So the role of non-proliferation is better than expected, but it's still of concern. So I think you identify people, you identify institutions, you use the levers of statecraft to try to deter it, but you also have to prepare for failure and dealing with the consequences.
Right. And that's exactly what we did here, right, guys? We did all what he just said that we did. No, we just went in there and we went guns blazing. Cool.
Is a failure in a state becoming nuclear.
We tore up that other stuff.
Do you think the United States can ever lead a non-proliferation initiative in the Middle East while ignoring the fact that its top ally in the Middle East has secret nuclear weapons?
Yeah, that's always an issue. This is always an issue that's always brought up, but I would just point out that the other states of the Middle East, Israel.
Women's rights? I thought they were all lefts. Isn't that why they placed the left hand when when shaking my hand?
Israel's nuclear program became credible in the early 1970s. We haven't seen nuclear development in most of the other states, certainly states aligned with the United States.
This has been a disaster. Like this guy, you can see his energy is just destroyed. Yeah, because he's not used to like having to defend any of these terrible positions, right? It just shows you guys these ideas don't hold up in a court of in this kind of environment, right? They only hold up when you just suck off like fascists, or you just don't even bother to look stuff up, or you're dealing with people who are not informed, right? Who don't have like the research behind it. And when you're dealing with Mehdi and all these people, like they all have like backgrounds in this shit, right? Even that right winger on the fucking panel.
there is a mixed record, but there are states that are trying to get our attention: Syria under Assad, Iraq under Saddam Hussein, and now Iran that are doing it. So it does complicate issues. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, let's go back to the audience. I want to go to the back. Gentleman right at the back. Yes, you, sir.
Right, so one thing we've neglected or we've sidestepped is the issue of Lebanon and Israeli aggression, specifically on civilian targets in Lebanon. Now, if the United States is truly calling the shots, shouldn't it be working towards deterring Israel from pursuing illegal civilian targets within Lebanon during a quote-unquote ceasefire, which you say is it includes skirmishes?
Yeah.
Well said. Clap.
Well, the United States deals with this whenever our partners are at war. So,
and the ongoing genocide too. Yes,
I was argued by people about Saudi and Emirati actions in Yemen, for example. And there's a general sense that there's a switch somewhere in Washington. We flick it, and the airplanes fall from the sky. The conduct of Israeli war, the Israelis, it's very frustrating because they actually keep to the broad frameworks of the law, but then when you apply subjective issues like military proportionality, they have a broader range of proportionality than, for example, I would allow a U.S. Army soldier to do with it. I think that questions
David, yes. The question was about southern Lebanon.
Yeah.
I noticed a moment ago you were very passionate about how the JCPOA enabled Iran to do ethnic cleansing in Syria. Those were your words.
Thank you, Mehdi.
Right.
Israel is ethnically cleansing Shias in southern Lebanon.
Yep.
Right now, 1 million people displaced from their homes.
Yep.
I don't see the passion or condemnation from you on that.
Because
spoiler alert, guys, Ken Tsai, he doesn't give two fucks. He works for the Trump administration.
Israel is not moving in other people to take those places.
They want to.
I
They've
don't.
said so.
No,
they have.
Dude,
Many Israeli
in Lebanon.
have said this.
In Lebanon,
dude, that's not the point. And you don't know that they're going to do it. Even if let's buy his argument, right? Let's just pretend that was the case. That they're not like going in there right after they displace these people and moving in. It's still a genocide when you displace that many people. Right? Because genocide is not just like shooting someone in the head or it's also moving them, displacing them, right? And doing it on purpose. There is a purpose. Meaning, they're not going to do it maybe a year from now or whatever, or right away, but 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Yeah.
They're importing people from other countries to settle in southern
Lebanon. So don't buy this argument because anyone who knows the UN definition of genocide, that is the UN definition, what I just said, right? Briefly, right? It's a little more complicated than that, but genocide is more than just killing people, guys. There's different versions. There's different ways it can look, right? He's good at the spur of the moment propaganda lines. Absolutely. Yeah. No, he's done an okay job. He hasn't been as disastrous like Victor Gao, but I mean, he's gotten some laughs out of me, so.
Many Israelis have called for that. But but that's your definition of ethnic cleansing? That is not the definition.
What happened?
They've driven millions of people out of their homes and said you can't come back. That is ethnic cleansing, especially
that is ethnic cleansing, correct. See, even he just said it.
Religious identity.
What happened in the western suburbs of Syria, where people were moved out, and then other people who fought for the Iranian were moved in and took over their houses.
I'm just wondering, where is your passionate denunciation for ethnic cleansing in southern Lebanon when our ally does
Because I don't see ethnic cleansing. What I see is
when they go to Christian villages and say you cannot have any Shias in your villages, as the New York Times and Dropsite both reported, that is not ethnic cleansing to say you cannot have any Shias in this part of the country.
The issue is...
Well said.
How is that not ethnic cleansing?
The issue is permanence.
Yes,
I think
they
that
said you cannot come back ever. That is what the Israeli foreign minister said.
I do not accept that will be the policy. If it is
That
the
is the
policy, let's wait for a time and see what happens. I do not think that will happen.
It is
I'm going
happening
on
right
record now in front of this.
It's happened right now, David.
I'm going on record.
He's doubling down, guys. Dick out. Put it away, dude.
Right now, when combat operations are over, the Shia will return to southern Lebanon, and Israel will not have objections to that.
Okay, last question of the night. No pressure. It's going to be amazing.
Want your opinion on the fact that the next, presumably, the Prime Minister of Israel.
He's an Obama supporter. He's hoping for change. Yep.
Teddy Bennett, I'm from Turkey. I'm a lawyer. And he clearly stated that Turkey is the new Iran. If Israel does a preemptive strike against a NATO ally like Turkey, what would be the... obviously, we know what would be the US's stance. But in that situation, what is your military background, and what do you think about this whole notion of the fact that preemptive strike and basically who calls the shots at this moment?
Yeah, I do not think Israel would do a military attack against Turkey, and I think that the United States would disapprove of it. Since Erdogan took over Turkey, the tone has shifted. So there is a less positive view towards Turkey. It's generally not seen as a noble ally to be supported, rather as a problem to be solved.
Not really dealing with this question.
But that will not affect. I think that it is just inconceivable.
It's interesting you mentioned a moment ago
inconceivable
for a while. It hasn't made other people want to get nukes. Lots of countries in the Middle East are now talking about nukes and beyond the nuke because of Israel. If you're in the Turkish government, wouldn't you want to get nukes now when Naftali Bennett is openly threatening you?
Turkey has a nuclear capability. It's joint with the United States. They've had it since the 1960s.
You think the US is going to rescue Turkey from Israel?
I mean, this is beyond insane, but if there was the contemplation of some sort of action of that sort, that the United States would point out that there exists a joint
beyond insane, really, dog?
In Turkey.
Beyond insane.
Before we wrap, there's a poll done of 40,000 people regularly across 15 Arab states, and they asked them last year, who is the biggest threat to the region? 44% said Israel in number one place. 21% said the United States in second place. These are Arab countries. And at 6% in third place, way behind, was Iran. That is a damning indictment of US and Israeli foreign policy.
Yeah. Gee, why is there so much disconnect there? See, someone like this, who's not probably going to say it on this panel because he would get destroyed, probably thinks, well, they're Arab. They're going to support other Arabs. Duh. Something along those lines.
Damning.
They're all terrorists, so of course they're going, right? Like some dumb fucking generalization like that. No.
Well,
from the people on the ground.
Well, you know, one of the burdens of the superpower is we're assumed that we run the global order like a Swiss watch, and if something bad happens, we either did it or we failed to prevent it. So we get blamed for a lot of things. We abandoned U.S. information services in the 90s, and that was a foot shot of unimaginable magnitude. We basically have ceded the global information space. So honestly, I'm surprised.
What? What did he just say that we're not doing enough propaganda? Huh? What?
That we got 21%. I think that's a better output than I was expecting.
Well, on that,
guys, we're winning. Look at this face.
Very positive note about the
that's
reputation
positive.
of the United States. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you to our audience here in London's Conway Hall. Thank you to our panel of experts who came here tonight.
Wow.
And thank you to you, David DeRoche, for coming on Head to Head tonight and taking my questions.
What a disaster.
Thank you so much. Head to Head will be back on Al Jazeera very soon. Thank you very much and good night. Thank you.
All right. And I wanted to cover what's going on in Bolivia because we had been talking a lot about it on the stream before. We might as well cover it. Guys, a state of emergency has been declared.
Bolivian President Rodrigo Paz has declared a state of emergency, a move that enables him to use military force to end a blockade crisis that has ground the country's economy to a halt. He called the blockades an attempted coup. Now, President Paz announced the move on state television hours after he had struck a deal with the main union, the Bolivian Workers' Confederation. The deal meant union members would leave the streets and not participate in the blockade, which had resulted in critical food, fuel and medicine shortages.
There comes a time when inaction ceases to be prudence and becomes irresponsibility. That time has come. Therefore, having exhausted all avenues for dialogue, having reached agreements with those who had legitimate demands, and having clearly identified those who were using violence to try and destabilize Bolivia, we've taken the decision to declare a state of emergency throughout the country.
Wow. Now, the conflict initially erupted after President Paz axed long-standing fuel subsidies, a move made to try and shrink the budget deficit at a time inflation was...
Yeah, but you can't do that, right? Because, well, look at the inflation going on here, right?
Already spiralling. Now,
it's even worse
steps
there,
to
right?
stabilise fuel prices and reverse unpopular land reforms, protests intensified into much broader discontent, with unions demanding wage increases and an end to fuel shortages and Paz's resignation. Now, protesting groups, many allied to former leftist President Evo Morales, have cut off key roads, stranding trucks and choking supplies of food, fuel and medicines to many areas, including the capital, La Paz. Now, the emergency declaration gives the president more tools to restore order, like sending in the armed forces to clear blockades. Having an agreement with the unions means the blockade is already smaller and weaker, as we say hello to Sergio Mendoza, a journalist in the Bolivian capital of La Paz. Sergio, good to see you again. After 50 plus days of a truly crippling blockade, now the president's declaration of a state of emergency, how has that move been received?
Hi, Anthony. Good morning, and thank you for receiving me, for having me. Yeah, well, it has been surprising, really surprising, because the announcement was made by Rodrigo Paz at 1:30 a.m. today, in Saturday. So now we are in 6:30, and it's going to be, I'm sure that a lot of people just are waking up with the news. However, this was a demand, a long time demand from some sectors, especially opposition or business, private business, and actually a big portion of regular citizens that were demanding a state of emergency to be declared to try to get to normal or stabilize the country.
So, yeah, what does it mean? Included in the powers that would become available is the use of the military. What are you expecting? Is this going to be a case where we see tanks on the streets of La Paz?
Yeah, well, the decree was made public. It was published on the official social media. And this includes the participation, of course, of armed forces. The military will be deployed and will support the police officers in operations to lift the blockades or to reestablish the order in the country. We have seen very early in the morning on social media videos that some military vehicles were deployed on the capital of La Paz, on the streets. Some individual rights and specific rights are going to be restricted. For instance, the right for protest. Protests are prohibited, are banned. Of course, the blockades that actually were illegal already, according to Bolivian law, but they were all applied anyway. Blockades are going to be banned too. And transit or movement in specific areas could be restricted too, but fundamental guarantees and rights are going to be respected according to this decree.
Sergio, how bad has the situation got to this point?
Yeah, we have been a lot of the government has been insisting a lot on dialogue, on conversations. They had reached agreement with different sectors. The most recently, you mentioned some minutes ago, the most recent agreement was with the labor union, one of the main groups that was protesting and was organizing the blockades. Anyway, despite the blockades have reduced from around 100 to less than 50. Still, we have been experiencing some shortages. Fuel is not arriving to La Paz City. We have seen, and we are seeing now, long lines outside of gas stations that last for almost a week. Food prices of food have increased very, very high, and there is people are really upset about this situation. Prices are really high, and it's very difficult to find food and some groceries and supplies.
Yeah, we can see evidence of that on our screens right now, of people lining up, and it turns to pushing and shoving as they wait to get access to food. You mentioned that the union, the main union, were standing down from this. What of the other groups, Sergio, who were driving this blockade? Could you firstly remind us of who the other key players are in this crisis, and if they intend to try and maintain this blockade despite what we've heard about these extra powers for the president?
Yes. There were mainly three groups: the National Labor Union, the La Paz Farmers Federation, Tupac Katari, and coca growers from the Chapari region that are supporters of former President Evo Morales. So the Labor Union has signed an agreement last night. The Farmers Federation, Tupac Katari, is divided. There are groups that are open to start conversations with the government, but there are other groups too that say the blockades are going to spread and are going to be reinforced. And the most clear position probably is the one of the supporters of former President Evo Morales. They say that they are going to spread blockades and they are going to reinforce them, and they are going to insist on Rodrigo Paz to resign. They are not going to start conversations. So we still see at least two groups, big groups, Farmers Federation of La Paz and Morales supporters, that are insisting on the blockades and insisting on Paz resignation.
Okay, I want to ask you about the influence of the former socialist president Evo Morales on this blockade crisis. But first, let's have a listen to what he had to say just a couple of days ago.
In my view, this is a rebellion by the indigenous movement against the neoliberal model and against the neocolonial state. As time goes by, the government has moved faster. It has tried to implement it even without authority. In December, it already issued a supreme decree to put the entire neoliberal model in place.
Okay, so how big an influence has the former president been up to now? And given what we just heard, what chance he will now back off and allow the current president to get the country moving again?
Yeah, well, the influence of Evo Morales was mentioned since the beginning, almost since the beginning of the protest by the government and different groups. It was not very clear, and it's not very clear until now that how many resources and how much influence he has had in these movements. Labor Union and Tupac Katari Federation say
Cast the Dreamer, neoliberalism, damn right.
Directly with
There's that word again, girl. Welcome back. Good to see you.
You recognize that because these supporters of Morales have been backing their mobilizations and their protests, so they have been open to receive some kind of support, at least in numbers of protesters. However, the government say that it's like the main protest and the main mobilization and the reason for this coup is Evo Morales, and he's moving resources from drugs, drug trafficking, illicit sources of money, and they responsibilize Evo Morales as a direct actor. Evo Morales has denied that, but he, of course, as you have listened, he has been backing the blockades and he has been criticizing the government's policies.
Probably important to point out that the blockade has been fierce, it's been comprehensive, but am I also right in saying there has been significant opposition against the blockade?
Yes. Well,
against the blockade for decades. God, Australians. Decades. Why do they say dick when they're saying decades?
A lot of people, it's difficult to quantify and to say probably percentages of portion or quantify the number of people against the blockades, but I would say that most of Bolivians have been criticizing and opposing the blockades because they damage a lot, not just the economy and private business, but people have died. More than 13 people died because they couldn't receive medical treatment. They couldn't reach hospitals. They were with medical conditions, health conditions. The hospitals have been problems with oxygen for critical patients. As I told you before, fuel hasn't arrived to the cities. Food prices have increased a lot. So poor people, medium class people, and private business workers that have lost their jobs, entrepreneurs that have lost their businesses have been criticizing these blockades that is one of the longest that we have in Bolivian history, 50 days.
US President Donald Trump, Sergio, is a supporter of President Paz. Trump was extremely proactive in Venezuela. What role has the US played in this crisis in Bolivia?
As far as we know, because not everything is public, or not everything is made public, the U.S. government has been supplying with food assistance and logistics assistance. Of course, they have expressed their moral support through social media and statements. We don't know, but probably Bolivia is needing military and police institutions are needing, of course, tear gas, non-lethal munition, resources for purchase fuel, moving cars and vehicles. So that would be a great help for Bolivian institutions. And the last news was that the U.S. also signed agreements and with a $20 million agreement with Bolivian government to fight drug trafficking, and they have been also subsidizing fuel for airplanes to move some food by airplane.
So if then the state of emergency powers do help the president and his deal with the union weakens the blockade, if the blockade is broken, then what? What will be the state of Bolivia economically and politically after the blockade? Well, until now, some organizations have reported economic loss of $3 billion. That is around 6% of Bolivian GDP. The complete disruption of the supply chain, the production of goods. So it's going to be very, very difficult. And we know that, for instance, the state of emergency is going to last 90 days. It can be extended. Hopefully it's not going to be necessary. But also the agreement signed with the labor union is to be reviewed and check if it was complying 90 days. So hopefully it's going to be we are going to have a more stable country, but with a huge economic and social damage. Right. But also could be that complete stabilization is not going to be reaching until some leaders are neutralized, captured, or some kind of agreement, honest agreement can be reached with all these organizations. Yeah. And all of that as Bolivians wake up to the news of these extended powers to the president. Sergio Mendoza, journalist in the Bolivian capital of La Paz. Sergio, thanks so much. Thanks for getting up so early for us. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for having me.
All right. Up next. Hold on.
This deal is a total disaster. It's a bad deal.
They're better off than they were before the hostilities began.
Iran has come out of this stronger than it was before.
If we do follow through on this MOU...
Remember this girl? This lady? She was the lady who said that Trump is the new FDR and that he's doing the New Deal for everyone. Why are we listening to her again? A New Deal is shit, sure, but U.S. assistance is probably definitely the wrong side, I'm guessing. I require more war. They're pissed. They're literally that emo ducky.
Stronger than it was before.
If we do follow through on this MOU, Iran will be more powerful than they've ever been.
You have sanctions lifted. You have assets that are going to be unfrozen. What do we get?
This MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by...
I agree. However, we agree for very, very, we agree on very different premises here, right? Like, these are completely different reasons here.
The administration at the beginning.
It does smack of the kind of appeasement that our administration rejected in the Obama-Iran nuclear deal.
The regime has not changed. They're just richer.
Trey.
You just heard some of Donald Trump's biggest cheerleaders screech about how favorable his MOU is to Iran, and they're not necessarily wrong to characterize it as a surrender because it is. But guess what? That's what happens when you lose a war you never should have started to begin with. Iran won, and as the victors, they get terms more favorable to them. That's the way it works. There's a reason why other presidents never invaded Iran despite how much they wanted to. And pretty early on, political scientists like Robert Pape were warning that the war was turning Iran into a global power player. And the terms of the MOU do indeed solidify their status as such. Per Axios, the MOU presumably permits Iran to charge a toll.
Oh my God. After 60 days, guys, what did I tell you? What did I fucking tell you? Even before the agreement came out. Look at this. What? They're going to charge a toll. Like, I guarantee you they are.
For the Strait of Hormuz after 60 days, which gives them leverage over the entire global economy. And on top of that, they're getting sanctions relief as well as much deserved reparations for the damage that we caused. In other words, Trump fucked around and found out. It's either this or nothing. But here's the thing. All of this shrieking that we've heard from neocons, it isn't for nothing, actually.
Kiki, I was wondering where you were, girl. How you been?
There's a purpose. The goal is...
Welcome back, Kiki!
...to pressure Donald Trump to re-engage in hostilities with Iran in hopes that he'll be able to secure more leverage for better terms. And I would imagine that some of them...
Too busy at work? I figured, girl. How's that going? What up? She's back, guys.
Them just want perpetual war, no matter the cost to human life and the economy. because they love war, but Trump very clearly thought that the political cost was too high, which is why he's bailing now in spite of the humiliation and the cost. But the problem is that their criticism might actually get to him because he responded on Truth Social saying, "These fools who think I haven't been tough enough on Iran when the stock market just hit a record high and oil prices are tumbling down are either jealous, bad people, or stupid." Now, I'll be honest, that worries me because you can tell that their criticism is getting to him, and he's a very weak, thin-skinned man. I think that he probably thought that he'd be able to spin this as a total and complete victory, which isn't that unreasonable since he's fostered a political cult of personality, the likes of which we haven't seen before. But I mean, the neocons specifically, who are criticizing him over the MOU, they've never really been true believers. They were just using him and fluffing his ego because they liked that he was giving them what they wanted, which is a war in Iran. But now that he's no longer doing what they want, they've turned on him because they know that Donald Trump cares more about his image than anything else. So once again, they're trying to use him for their political goals. So, I mean, this might be the only time that I've actually wanted Donald Trump to give in to his stubborn instincts and not give in to the haters, because ending the war is the objectively correct thing to do. But if they keep roasting him for waving the white flag too early, my fear is that he will end up being goaded back into fighting Iran.
Yep, I agree.
Because they might convince him that he's a weak little pussy and he might feel like he has something to prove. So, like, that's the petulance of the president we're dealing with.
He's right.
Where criticism, if it's overwhelming, it could get him to bend. And while that's good, because sometimes, you know, criticism helps in our favor since he is receptive to it if it's overwhelming, I think that these neocons have a lot of sway over him because he is a dumbass after all. So I hope that he doesn't give in to the haters. I can't believe I'm saying that about Donald Trump, but in this limited instance, I want this weak-minded buffoon to actually hold firm. But, you know, this is assuming that the deal can withstand ratfuckery from Israelis as well, because even if Trump can withstand domestic pressure, the true test really will be whether or not Israel doesn't ruin it for everyone, because Axios reports that Netanyahu is unsurprisingly pissed off about the deal, and Netanyahu-aligned media outlets in Israel have started to viciously attack Donald Trump as a result, with one primetime host taking shots at J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. And even though Lebanon was part of the deal, a Netanyahu advisor made it very clear that they don't consider themselves bound by the terms of the MOU. And on that note, Israel predictably bombed Lebanon just hours after the U.S. and Iran officially signed the deal in another blatant attempt to sabotage peace talks. And as Jake Johnson of Common Dreams reports, Ismail Baqi, the spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry, said Thursday that the MOU signed Wednesday would be nullified in the absence of a full Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon and an end to military attacks. Quote, "It is the responsibility of the U.S., said Baqi, to force Israel to respect the U.S. commitments to Iran in this document." And an Israeli official told Reuters the outcome of the talks would ultimately depend on whether U.S. President Donald Trump decides to force the issue by threatening repercussions if Israel does not abide by the interim Iran Pact's terms. So Iran is saying that Trump needs to get Israel under control if he actually wants this MOU to hold, and Israel is basically daring him to try to stop them. But regardless of what he does, this is going to end in humiliation for Donald Trump, because if he actually grows a pair of balls and holds Israel accountable for once, then American neocons are going to accuse him of kowtowing to Iran. But if he lets Israel undermine him again and again and again, that also makes him look like a spineless cuck. So there's not
Either
really
way,
a way
he's
for him
cooked.
to come out of this looking like the big, strong man he had hoped he'd look like. And my hope is that he has at least a high enough mental capacity to learn from this and not try the same shit in Cuba. But I will say that the insults Israel has been lobbing at the Trump regime, they haven't gone unnoticed. And J.D. Vance actually had some surprisingly strong words for them, along with what could be interpreted as a veiled threat.
Now, I saw the Axios report. That Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me.
We're going to re-blockade the blockade for Israel. Bet.
People within Bibi's cabinet
well
who
said,
have come
Pimp
out and
Limp.
attack the deal, and in some
Yo,
ways,
dog, I heard you like blockades. Let me blockade your blockade, dog.
very personally attack the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment.
This is what politics has become, right? A blockade for a blockade. Like, you can't make this shit up.
Time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
So if you read between the lines, he is implicitly communicating to them that they need us. They rely on weapons that they're getting from American defense contractors, as well as billions of dollars in aid from American taxpayers every single year. They need that to survive. And if we choose to cut them off, then they're up shit creek without a paddle. So you don't bite the hand that feeds you. And I think he was referring to comments made by Israeli terrorist Itamar Ben-Gvir, who basically said Israel wouldn't allow the U.S. to strike a deal with Iran, as if he's the one in charge. So this is J.D. Vance subtly reminding them that we're actually in charge. Now, the problem is that we don't actually know if this veiled threat has any teeth. Nonetheless, J.D. Vance did have more to say in an interview in the New York Times.
I will say, I don't know, maybe I've missed this. I don't think Bibi himself has actually criticized the deal, because I think he's maybe a little bit more familiar with the details of what's in it. But yeah, you've seen people in their system, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, who've attacked the deal. And I guess my response to them would be, what is your exact proposal? And, you know, you're a country of 9 million people. You can't just kill your way out of solving every single national security problem that you have.
Oh, but that's not going to stop him from trying. So listen, I'll just say what I said in my video on Tuesday about this. If the Trump regime
Take this L, JP Mandel. I love it. We got all the JD emotes. Cass in chat.
Up with Israeli defiance as they say they are, then they need to actually use their fucking leverage once and for all and cut them off. Otherwise, nothing they say is ever going to hold any weight. If the Israelis think that they're too valuable of a proxy to America to be cut off, then they have no incentive to ever listen to anything American leaders have to say. Why wouldn't they keep doing whatever the fuck they want to do if they're never going to be held accountable for it? They're committing a genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. They're doing an ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and Lebanon as we speak. So if America is letting them get away with all of these crimes against humanity and we're still giving them weapons to do these things in defiance of U.S. and international law, then what won't we let them get away with? But here's the thing that none of us have really considered yet. America isn't the only one who has leverage in this situation. Israel may also have leverage too. It's an open secret that Trump's former bestie, Jeffrey Epstein, was an Israeli intelligence asset. So the likelihood of them having blackmail on Donald Trump like they did on Bill Clinton may be the one thing that's keeping Trump from really blowing up his relationship with Netanyahu. But this has always been speculation. We don't know for sure, right? But we just got confirmation from a former Israeli intelligence officer who said, yeah, we actually do have blackmail on Donald Trump.
If there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump.
What?
And he put it out there.
They just said, mask off.
Material that wasn't seen before in public.
So it's not just Trump. I know that Howard Lutnick is mentioned. There are other officials.
Not just Trump, other officials too. Yes.
So, I mean, given that threat, you begin to see why a lot of people view Trump's comments about Israel and his criticisms of Netanyahu as all bark and no bite, because if he cuts them off, then they may expose him for the pedophilia that he committed. Now, we already know that he's in the Epstein files and accused of doing things to underage girls. But there's no visual evidence. There's just testimony from the FBI and accusations. But if they actually have the smoking gun, yeah, I don't think he would be as inclined to defy Israel. Now, the person who is saying that he's going to be exposed just for signing the deal, I think that wouldn't be wise. I feel like Netanyahu is smart enough to hold onto that card a little bit longer and just try to sabotage the MOU the same way he's been sabotaging it, by brazenly violating it, by bombing Lebanon, because that right there is a card that you don't want to play unless you absolutely have to. There's still 2 years of Trump left in office, and Israel isn't getting any more popular in the United States. So in the event, Netanyahu has to push that big red button and release the pedophiles.
Our best.
I don't think he's going to do it just yet. So I am relieved that the MOU was signed.
Guys, Israel, our best ally, am I right?
The war needs to end by all means necessary, but it's very clearly hanging on by a thread, and there's just so many people working against it that it'd be a minor miracle if it survives the entire 60 days, but we'll just have to wait and see. I'm crossing my fingers. It's the one time I'm like hoping that something Trump did is successful, because everything else he does is destructive. Starting this war was destructive, but if he tries to end it, then I think that is something that will be better off for the entire world. So in this one instance, I'm kind of rooting for him, which feels gross to say.
All right. And another follow-up to that.
All right. Well, that was the Israeli perspective, but why don't we move back over to the United States perspective for a sec? Emily, there are some people in the GOP with for some, the very first time ever, harsh words for our brave president.
Let's pause, though. Not the first time ever. The first time since many of them were like virulently never Trump in 2016.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that timeline correction. But let's start with friend of the show, Batya. Let's take a listen.
Oh, yep.
Went into this, the president laid out three main goals. He said he wanted to get rid of their Navy, he wanted to get rid of their ballistic capabilities, and he wanted to get rid of their ability to achieve a nuclear weapon. I don't see any of that in this MOU. Of course, they promised not to pursue a nuclear weapon, but guess what? They promised that to President Obama as well, and then they lied and cheated, right? Their word means nothing, which is the whole point of going after them in this military way. Now, the one thing that I found the most distressing is that Vice President Vance has been the only member of the cabinet who's out there defending this, and he keeps implying that the people who have a problem with it are somehow, war hawks, want an endless, groundswell of ground troops on the ground in order to finish the deal. I find that very insulting. I don't want that. We had them on the ropes. They have never been as weak as they were last Friday, right before the president agreed to this exact deal. And I just do not understand pressure. In 60 days, when they have all their money back, they're going to be much stronger and much less likely to agree to anything that would make this not just better than the JCPOA, but just as good as the JCPOA.
And I think
nobody was
very...
saying, nobody was saying a week ago that we had them on the ropes. I mean...
Release the Epstein videos. Wow, that got auto-modded? I can't believe that, Cass.
Maybe...
I unblocked it for you, no worries.
A couple of people...
I can't believe auto-mod.
But nobody was saying that a week ago. And this is like I get why people are saying, oh, JD Vance has the straw man, that the only option is thousands of
guys, that got auto-modded.
Ground troops.
That's Twitch, not me, right?
And more months in war and quagmire. But the argument is that the only other options would inevitably lead to that. So it's actually not a straw man. The argument is, of course, like I know our viewers understand that, but the argument is...
What got auto-modded? Cassie's comment. Release the Epstein videos. That got auto-modded, chat. Why? I had to accept it so it would appear in the chat. Why did that get auto-modded? Let me test it.
Is that anything else that you do is going to inevitably lead to ground troops. Nope. There is not any other option that doesn't look like escalation. So make the argument for escalation, but nobody a week ago was saying that we had them on the ropes and that everyone was saying we need to do more to get them on the ropes. So it's head spinning.
I mean, for Batya,
her entire worldview, whether it's this or whether it's, you know, her view of Israel as this great moral actor, or whether it's the idea that Trump is some true champion of the working class, it all depends on complete and utter delusion and disconnection from reality. So it does not surprise me that once again, she's pushing this idea that we had Iran on the ropes. No, President Trump told you straight out at the G7 summit, they had us on the ropes. We had a few weeks to go before what unfolded was what he described as bedlam. That's why we're here. We're here because you and your ideology and your ideological brethren pushed us towards this war. Trump, you know, he's a big boy, decided himself. He thought this would be some legacy building piece, gets us into this. It was a disaster. We lost, and this is the inevitable result. But rather than grappling with that, she has to spin some delusional fantasy of, oh, actually, if we'd just bombed them one more time, one more round, you know, if we blew up a few more little girls' schools, then we could have had victory in hand. It's so utterly preposterous, and literally no one believes that.
And the discrepancy between the reality and the way that she's describing it is about as vast as you could possibly get. According to her, you can't trust Iran's word in these diplomatic agreements because, yes, they previously said that they would not pursue a nuclear weapon, but she says they lied and they cheated. You know, according to the IAEA, which was monitoring Iran's compliance with the JCPOA, they were in compliance up until the moment that the U.S., for no reason other than the fact that Obama's name was on the deal, walked out of the deal, just unilaterally walked out of the deal. Trump then re-enters negotiations last year, and in the middle of those negotiations, kills the negotiators. Then he re-enters negotiations again, and in the middle of those negotiations, kills the negotiators, including the head of the country.
Yep, I remember that.
I remember that. They are the ones that are duplicitous and can't be trusted. Like, there has, in the annals of negotiations and diplomacy, in the last several hundred years, I don't think you can compile a track record as duplicitous.
Release the Epstein videos? Yeah, I don't know.
As what Trump stacked up.
Yours didn't get automated.
2018 to 2026. Like, unilaterally walking away from a deal that was agreed to in good faith, then twice killing the people that you're claiming to be negotiating with surprise attacks. Twice. Yep.
Twice.
And then for Biden to come
he did that
on the back end of that and say that Iran is duplicitous and can't be trusted. Like, there has, like, it's almost a Laura Loomer level of just pure racism and Islamophobia, because her only argument would be, well, they're Muslims.
Exactly.
Muslims and
just like I said, that other guy too, right?
Doers. So therefore, they just inherently, as the creatures and monsters they are, can't be trusted. When
that guy we watched on Head to Head, right?
Actual record is what it is. So just that part alone is like, what are you talking about?
Well, Ryan, she's not alone, because we have leadership on both the Republican and Democratic side voicing similar concerns. Why don't we take a listen to this next clip?
Millions of dollars to theocratic lunatics who want to murder us is not a good idea. I think the president, unfortunately, is receiving bad advice on this deal.
I was just going to ask you about the Iran deal. What you think about it?
This whole nuclear deal now, no better than what we had back in 2015, back when Barack Obama cut the deal. And that's where Donald Trump winds us up after all of this. What an embarrassment.
Yep.
We went to war.
Who is that?
It was Rand.
The idea of doing something in the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits were being used peacefully before our invasion, and now we have to negotiate they'll be used peacefully in the future.
It's going to get access to its frozen assets. And what is Iran giving up for this? Nothing. Nothing. They're merely reaffirming what they've said before about nuclear weapons.
All I've seen is public reporting about it. But the public reporting to me suggests we're giving up an awful lot more to get a lot less than the JCPOA.
Absolutely stunning to see Lindsey Graham walk away from a camera.
That's right.
That you don't see
He
that
loves
every day.
cameras.
He was headed
And he loves defending Trump and gargling his balls on national television.
to see if there were any UFC fighters still hanging around. just checking to make sure they all got out safely.
They could be anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Ted Cruz there, of course, with the hard criticism, which, I mean, hey, is consistent, right? The Republicans have been talking about the quote-unquote pallets of cash that Obama gave away to the mullahs, the scary mullahs, for years, even though that was their money. We're talking about unfreezing assets, which, again, are their money, something that Trump actually explained quite well. He was like, look, at some point, we should probably give that money back if we want to maintain our credibility in the global financial system. But you know, Cruz doesn't have the stones to actually criticize Trump. I think he's getting bad advice. So, you know, him taking that line, because they know how fragile his ego is and that this is the game he has to play. I mentioned this yesterday. I mean, it's a similar tactic to sort of what Joe Kent did, of he resigned, but then his commentary was never critical of Trump. It was always, if anyone can resolve the situation, it's our great, strong leader, Donald Trump, who was doing everything amazing and perfect right up to this moment when he was misled by the Israelis and forced into war by the Israelis. So they're doing their own version of that.
Well, I want to say, I don't think anybody has paid enough attention to this. I actually think Joe Kent may have, because he talked like that, helped us get out of the war, honestly, because Trump basically followed the Kent path to get it. Like, Kent was like, cut the losses, get the heck out of there.
Kent opposes this now.
Yeah,
Kent says we should just,
no deal.
We shouldn't have a deal. We should just walk away.
Walk away with what?
Still closed. So
I
don't know.
I know, but I think he nudged him. This, I don't know if that it was Joe Kent, but I think projecting that strategy was ultimately helpful. And another person who did that, I think, carefully was Trita. And I think it may have actually ended the war for now. We'll see.
I think what ended the war for now was oil executives coming to the White House and being like, let me tell you, buddy, China has actually saved our ass because they decided to import way less oil than they were, and they had a large reserve, and they are very advanced in terms of renewable tech. That is only going to hold out so much longer before we're going to have real problems. And he also said something in his presser that I thought was interesting that didn't get clipped as much. But he was talking about how, like, every time there was a peace deal, the markets went up. And then when there was war, the markets went down. And so I looked at that and I was like, the markets, they're more brilliant than any.
Epstein is a Jewish name, so Twitch is anti-Semitic. Oh, yeah, that it got rid of immediately.
Single person.
That it auto-modded.
We have to listen to the markets. I think he's telling the truth there, that was his logic, was like, oh, the markets respond well to peace. Let me see.
Or sorry, it auto-modded it on Kick. I'm looking at the Kick chat right now, and it says auto-modded. But on Twitch, it did not. Huh? What are the standards here, guys? I don't get it.
Do something in that direction. So I don't know. Maybe Joe Kent had something to do with it. I would love to think that Trita had something to do with it. I think it probably had a lot more to do with him watching the lines go up on the market and the lines go down on our strategic petroleum reserve.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think when people put rhetoric that frames it a certain way,
Kick is mostly right-wing shills. Yeah. I've gotten actually like a good amount of, like, I've gotten 6 people over there consistently now. So there are like some left-wing people over there, but it's small for sure. It's mostly right-wingers. Ugh.
Silver platter for him. It's helpful though, if that makes sense. Like if you can like
he
frame
can sort
it,
of grab onto it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, be careful, Emily. The Free Press is going to call to deport Joe Kent next.
There you go.
Sorry,
that makes
Ryan,
sense.
Go for what
you're right.
So just,
actually,
to Crystal's point, he mentioned Hoover in separate occasions in that hour-long press conference that he gave, and he said, "I don't want to be a Hoover." Like he really cares about.
Yeah. Speak up. See, we come back full circle. Herbert Hoover.
How he's remembered. He mentioned before Carter that he was very nervous about a rescue operation or going in to get the uranium because what if the helicopters go down, and then he becomes Carter as a result of that. And so the two presidents, I think, that are seared into his mind as failures in the last
are Hoover and
years
Carter.
Are Hoover and Carter. And he absolutely...
Yeah, and this is why I brought up Herbert Hoover, right? Because he said that multiple times even before that. Remember that clip that we played a few weeks ago? This one here? I don't want to be like Herbert Hoover. I'm not Herbert Hoover. He knows if he gets compared to Herbert Hoover, he's fucking donezo. that's gonna end his like to a narcissist as one of the worst things. Three now, yeah. Ooh, even better. The more the merrier. Yeah, we normally have like 6, 5, 3, 5 now, see? I just refreshed it. It says 5. See? So see 5 watching, 5 followers. So all my followers are watching. I just started streaming over there. So yeah.
He wants his name, ringing out on monuments and statues and buildings and airports.
Pools.
He doesn't want to be associated with, because he knows that you can become a symbol of like weakness and failure, like Hoover. And he's like, never mind, I don't want that.
Yep.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be the guy that overthrew the. Yeah, he thought he was going to be the guy that ended the Iranian Revolution, and that would be his thing. He clearly sees that's not going to happen. So to get some marginal advantage at the risk of becoming Hoover, he's like, forget it, I'm out.
So Ryan, your boy, or our boy Julian of Dropside, our boy on the hill, has been talking to more.
Here it is, guys. He said it before multiple times. He's like really afraid of this. Watch.
When there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during this next 12 months, because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover.
He's acknowledging that my economy is doing pretty darn well because he doesn't want that to continue. And by the way, the idea that he wants to see a crash in the next 12 months, doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover, he has to understand, he's already Herbert Hoover. He's the only other president who lost jobs during his term.
When there's a crash, I hope it's
Damn, I miss Sleepy Joe Biden. Am I right, guys? Give me Sleepy Joe any day.
More politicians, more GOP. Let's take a listen.
Doing in Iran. He went in with no plan. He had no plan to get out. And we are the losers, and Iran is laughing all the way to the bank.
Dropsite's Julian Andreoni here. Now that President Trump has signed the Memorandum of Understanding to end the war with Iran, one might expect senators who criticized the war while it was going on to come out in support of this new peace that's been reached, regardless of how much of
Is Ryan Grimm the most mild-mannered person in online politics sphere? Yeah, he's pretty mild-mannered. I don't know why. It might be just his personality. I don't know.
The details seem to signify. You wouldn't expect them to get more hawkish and try to drag the U.S. back into a war that they didn't support in the first place. I wanted to test this theory, so I came up to Capitol Hill and asked senators about President Trump's comments at the G7 summit. Let's see what they had to say.
All of a sudden, a lot of these senators who were willing to completely ignore their constitutional responsibilities with respect to getting into the war, suddenly are interested in making it harder to get out of the war.
I think it reflects the president's lack of understanding about foreign policy and a total capitulation to Iran and an insult to our partners in the Middle East who have been attacked by Iran as part of this
our partners in the Middle East.
War that should have
Top Democrat on armed services.
What exactly gives the U.S. jurisdiction
I'm
to?
not going to answer. Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. Iran and its proxies have terrorized the world for over 40
Who is that,
years
Ryan?
and been
Jackie
at war
Rosen,
with us.
right?
We are
That.
their
Ready.
mortal enemy. They're going to take that
Mortal
$500
enemy,
billion
like
dollars that Trump has turned on for him in this MOU, and they're going to build more bombs and say death to America.
So in
on them.
theory, here's the difference. If Saudi Arabia had them, they've never threatened to kill us and haven't been killing us for decades, right? Iran has. And so the way I would look at it is,
has Saudi Arabia tried to kill us?
Before you would ever say that's something that makes sense, is that Iran has to completely change and be in a position that we are all comfortable
Once or twice.
they don't continue to
Some people would disagree.
All right. That's a flavor. I misspoke and said it was just GOP. It was a bipartisan reflection.
Yeah,
So a lot of Democrats
mostly
there.
Democrats there.
Yeah.
Mostly
Yeah.
Democrats. I think it was only Rick Scott at the end, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, look, Chris Van Hollen, great response about how, hey, they were totally cool with, hey, President, you can go to war. And now that we want a peace, they're like, oh, Congress needs to weigh in. So I appreciate his response there. there is a lot of people are just completely missing the mark. I mean, Jackie Rosen's comments there were disgraceful. Just very. I mean, you sound like a Republican criticizing the Obama deal. Oh, it's weak. Oh, capitulation. Look, it's true. We are having to capitulate. That problem is the war. The problem is not the getting out of the war. And yet she's doing the whole, right-wing song and dance, which just feeds into the neocon talking points and leads us back to a logic of that's why we need to go back to the war. That's why we need to hit them even harder and send the ground troops and have our men and women die in larger numbers in Iran. So there's there are some Democrats who, have said reasonable things, and I think it's fine to be critical of how we got here. But there's far too much of the Fox News sounding talking points. I got into a little back and forth with Tim Miller, the Bulwark, about this because he was like, this is a gift to the mullahs. No, it's not. First of all, I hate the mullahs language is very, very Fox News coded. But also, it's not a gift. This is what you have to do when you lose a war, which is what happened here. So, there is not a better deal on the table at this moment because we lost the war and because we really don't have any other good options. This is the best of the terrible options that are available.
Yeah, this is why you have to be thoughtful when you do these kind of conflicts, right? There has to be a clear reason. Right? World War II was there was good reason, right? There was an enemy, right? All these things have to be present. When you do these stupid regime change wars or nation building wars, as they call them, I don't even like that term, right? But that's literally what the term is implying. You're not really going to have mission accomplished, right? Because the ideas are still out there, right? Like we learned on Head to Head, the idea of they can very much still get a nuclear weapon. The only way to stop that is to have international cooperation and understanding and say, listen, this shouldn't be an issue for you. This shouldn't be something you try to pursue, right? That's called more soft power. Hard power in this case, you're not gonna be able to bomb your way out of ideas, right? Ideas are different than, say, this nation state attacked us on this date, therefore, and then they declared war on us, and our goal is to get them to surrender because they're the aggressors, right? That's essentially what happened in World War II, right? Nazi Germany, a lot of people don't remember this, or some people forget this, I should say, but Nazi Germany declared war on us, right? It was Pearl Harbor happened, and then Nazi Germany was we're declaring war on you. It wasn't we declared war on Nazi Germany, right? Yeah.
To us, given the fact that we entered this war to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good point. It's not a gift. We entered into negotiations with them in the 2010s because we wanted something from them. We wanted some regional stability. Wanted them to agree to give up their, nuclear, to.
And that's exactly why Israel didn't want this, right? The reason they were so against the JCPOA and all these, because it provides regional stability. Guys, they don't want regional stability. First of all, everything in the last 3 years has confirmed that, in case anyone's wondering, what do you mean they don't want regional stability? There you go, right? Netanyahu has wanted this for 40 years. So all the evidence points to they don't give a fuck. In fact, if it hurts us, it's a double whammy, right? Because that means we'll interfere even less.
Give up the nuclear program, allow in inspectors so that the U.S. could then kind of pivot away from the Middle East and go worry about our other problems in the world. We wanted something from them. They gave it to us. And then we ripped it up. And so
I wish everyone would well, that's what I'm saying. Essentially they're doing war crimes to get regional to get regional hegemony, or to become a hegemonic power in the region, right? Because otherwise they can't do that. They feel the only way they can do that is through war crimes breaking treaties, right? All the stuff that we've seen in the past couple years.
Like Elizabeth Warren's right. Like we didn't.
God damn it.
We don't have anything better than we had in 2015. In fact, it's probably worse.
Shit.
And the cost of all these lives, and not just the lives, the like reimposition of all those sanctions on a country of 90 million people, like the amount of hunger and misery and lives that were, whose trajectory was altered dramatically, like the destruction of, professional educational opportunities for 90 million people. It never really gets discussed. But to immiserate a country of that size is producing an amount of human suffering among a completely innocent population, and not only for nothing, but to kind of move us backward from what our stated objectives were.
Yeah.
Emily, final thought here. Will the GOP, will the Republicans eventually come to terms with this and follow in Trump's footsteps, start supporting him in this endeavor, or will they continue to have pushback on this deal?
I mean, I suppose it just depends on what happens going forward. I expect that it'll crumble, but it'll probably crumble in a slightly lower profile way, as we were talking about earlier in the show. I don't know. But the bottom line is that it was the same thing on January 7th, 2021. You could hear the sigh of relief in Washington, D.C., especially coming from the Senate, because people thought they were just done with Donald Trump. And then very quickly, they realized that 30% of Republican voters were still hardcore in Trump's corner. And so most American voters aren't like deep foreign policy ideologues. They're pragmatic. And it's partially what people saw in Donald Trump as a benefit, but they stick with Trump. If you have 30% of Republican voters who are attached to Donald Trump, you really can't get away from that, because it's for your own reelection purposes, it's too hard to sort of sever ties with Trump. So that always means that on individual policies, yes, they can be critical. They can try to put daylight between themselves and Trump, as Ted Cruz did just there. That's why they're immediately taking up a lot of what you're hearing in Israel about the Vancification, or the Tucker Carlsonification of J.D. Vance, that this is the Vance deal, the Vance deal, the Vance deal. And so that's already a preview of how they're trying to handle this. But, there's no severing ties with Trump, basically, unless you're Tom Tillis or Bill Cassidy and you don't need to get elected again. In that case, you can do it, but otherwise, no.
Also, Israel doesn't have UN approved border. How can that be? Every year, Netanyahu shows up to the UN with the map of Greater Israel, and the international order doesn't say shit. It's state-focused expansion, and we are allowing it. Yeah, 100.
All right. Well, 100. That does it for that. Ryan, you did an interview recently with Malat Kiros and Julia Gonzalez. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, last weekend, Hassan Piker went to Denver for a rally with Malat Kiros, who's running against Diana DeGette in Colorado, and Julia Gonzalez, who was running for Senate against John Hickenlooper, the incumbent Democratic senator. Both of them are within striking distance in this June 30th primary. They were also going to be joined, I believe, by Donovan McKinney and Justin Pearson, who are kind of rising stars, I believe, Michigan and Tennessee. And venue after venue after venue, after signing the contract with them, canceled with the final, and we'll talk about this in the interview, with the final venue telling them, you didn't tell me this was a neo-Nazi rally.
Oh my God.
This is
oh my
two
God.
African-American politicians, one Ethiopian American, one Chicana, and then Hassan Piker would be the only kind of whitish, even remotely whitish person at this rally. And they ended up having to move it to the Capitol steps because everybody else they called around was told, we've been told not to rent to you guys.
Congrats, you hit 100 messages, Blandon. Damn, good job. We're working on an achievement system. I'll figure it out. I gotta like do the tree for it and all that, like how it's gonna work.
The real estate industry there. I think there have been plenty of populist candidates who have run and their interests clash with the real estate lobby, and they don't get blocked by venues. So I don't think this is primarily a real estate lobby kind of class issue. I think these are all anti-genocide candidates, and I think this is a kind of a pro-Israel pushback.
Interesting.
So
With Hassan
we
being
talk
a
to them.
particular lightning rod.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's hear from them about all that, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right, guys. Well, you know what time it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day wherever you are. Okay, I'm the only one left in chat. By the way, I feel like I'm screaming random stuff. You're not. Yeah, Aeon Lord. It's that time of the night, unfortunately. I gotta go eat dinner. I'm hungry, guys. And I'm meeting up with someone later. Ducky. No, you're not the only one left. No, we're all just lurking. We're all paying attention. Yeah. I'm used to talking to myself as a streamer. Sometimes you got to talk to yourself as a streamer, right, guys? Pimp Limp, good to see you again, man. My ears hurt. I don't blame you. Thank you for hitting 25 messages. Yeah, we got to get that that achievement system. I'm gonna try my best and get it done in 2 days, hopefully. But thank you so much, guys. I'll be back tomorrow, so stay tuned for the next broadcast. I will see everyone there, hopefully. Peace, y'all. Of course. I'm cooking. Sorry, guys. Yeah, everyone's just like listening, and they're just right. Like Living Lily's always doing stuff. She's either walking dogs or we also need a fake achievement redeem to keep Gus on his toes. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Fake redeem, achievement redeem. Oh, like in the channel points? Oh, that would be funny. Actually, that's not a fun. That sounds like fun. I like that. Up Dog Award. I'm working on the Streakers leaderboard as well, because Twitch doesn't allow you to. Hold on, let me see if I can show it to you guys real quick before we go. Where is it? Is it this one? No. It's still not 100% ready, but there we go. I tried to make it like there it is. Yeah. Right. I'm trying to make it this like camera you're caught streaking kind of thing. Where like we'll have a list of people who are the top streakers, right? If you do 180 days, 195 days, 200 something days, right? Depending, but we can't get that information unless you like put it in the chat. So once you redeem the streak, you'll be able to streak on the leaderboard, and we'll keep track of that. So you guys will crown a victor at the end of the year. Who's the number one streaker in chat? Oh my god, this is Palantir level shit. I tried to make the dude like censored. See how he's like running? Yeah. So it's still not ready yet, but this is the idea, right? Surveillance state Gus. Damn right. I'm sending it all to Palantir. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Stay tuned for the credits. Yeah, like that. Ratatosk. let's see. Any raid opportunities or people we should raid? Let's see. While we do this. I think I have an idea. Right out to Rhizome. German cow JJ. I love that name.